Thank you very much as we welcome you to the cool University of the West Indies enclosure, the Suffolk Royal enclosure here in St. Augustine. Nice and cool conditions prevail at this point in time as the players are getting ready to make their way out. We haven't seen the umpires just yet. In fact, they're only now circling on the boundary just in front of the enclosure down at that end, at the southern end of the ground. And as we speak, they're starting to make their march to the middle, where we're getting ready for day two of a very interesting encounter between the CCC and the Jamaica Scorpions. Just to update you, the Jamaica Scorpions were put into bat yesterday, and they posted 133 with Kirk McKenzie top scoring with 31, but it was Brad Barnes also chipping in with 23. Jalen Edmond was the pick of the bowlers at 5 for 59. And of course, Larry Edwards chipped in with 3 for 6. And in reply, the CCC needing 134 to secure first innings points. Well, they did better than that. They closed at 174 for 4. It means that they enjoy a lead now of 41 runs and looking to build on that. They have 6 wickets in hand. And I say good morning to Tony Gray and T. Gray. Again, it looks like it's going to be the Paris show this morning, as he's the man that I think they'll be looking at for 2 reasons. To probably get triple figures. I think that will do his confidence a world of good. But as he goes, so goes the CCC.
Yes, good morning to you, Roskin. Good morning to our listeners and viewers. Yeah, he's the man this morning. Obviously, he has gotten a good start. Yesterday, did a lot of hard work. He batted brilliantly. It's how he carries on today. And you mentioned that he needs a century, first of all. It will boost his confidence, but they would need perhaps no less than 150 lead. That would be a sizable lead in the context of the game, and it would give them a huge advantage.
Well, it certainly is. And now he showed that he can attack the bowling when he wants to. But what I was particularly impressed with is just the manner in which he played. Remember, he was kind of playing second fiddle to Jeremiah initially in that big century partnership. But then he didn't really take too many risks. He went overhead when he wanted to, but his shot making through the gaps was really a feature of his innings so far, and I hope that he could carry on with that today as well.
Well, he has to have a mental picture of what transpired yesterday. You're right in saying that he was a lot more structured than we have seen him in the past. He's run into some absolutely excellent form, and he knows what the Jamaican Scorpion has to offer in the way of the bowlers. He combated all the bowlers quite well, but he was structured, he was disciplined, and he was situational out there. And with a wonderful innings yesterday, he's now on 69 off of, well, no, now on 70 of 120 deliveries. So you saw that balance there between defense and attack, and he wants to carry on to big numbers. And big numbers is a century at 140, 150.
It certainly is. And of course, he has with him Larry Edwards, who was the night watchman, quote unquote. But there was a time he looked like he wanted to take over the run scoring. But at that time, I don't think runs would have been that important as much as it was wickets, holding the wickets and trying your best to negotiate the last few overs. He did that successfully. He will resume on 11. Paris is on 70. And it's the main man, Mindley, Makino Mindley, who's going to pick up the attack this morning. They need wickets, Jamaica. I think it's part of what I'm sure they would have been discussing overnight.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously, it's a simple goal of taking the remaining 6 wickets for a limited amount of runs. They would want to face perhaps about 70, 75 runs, the least amount of runs. But Mindley, not surprising, is taking up the attack from the northern end.
And he's a bang on target to start at the morning session, which is a good sign. You know, yesterday I was telling you that he reminds me so much of Jerome Taylor. And as fate would have it, I was checking my phone this morning and a clip of Jerome Taylor came up when he bowled on Kevin Peterson with a screamer. and that opened the door for the West Indies to go on to beat England. But it was such a beautiful delivery, and I'm watching him here. I'm still picturing that in my mind.
You can see the comparisons. We'll get one run looking for the second, not allowed. Good return by the fielder at a wideish fine leg position. Now, yeah, I can see the comparison, same height or similar build. Jerome Taylor would have been um better at his mechanics. He would have been straighter approach to the wicket. You look at Mindley, he runs at the angle and then jumps closer to the stumps in his delivery stride. So slightly different, but same height. Jerome Taylor would have been quicker and would have been a lot more risky and consistent with his line and length.
And he also moved the ball, especially away from the right-handers, a little bit more and more consistently. Plus, he bowled a nice full length, a lot, Jerome Taylor. He used a short ball, yes, but he was his fuller length was his drawing card. And here's a stifled appeal. And so they have to be careful here. They cannot allow Edwards to just settle in this morning and just take whatever momentum that they might have away from them, because the frustration levels rise twofold when a tail ender sticks around for an extended period of time. And they don't want that. You want to kind of remove him early and then try to get among the other batsmen, get a new batsman here at the crease.
Well, what has to happen with Edward is that he has to change his mindset somewhat from yesterday. His portfolio of being protective out there, not allowing a wicket to fall, was, achieved.
Mission
But now,
accomplished.
this morning, he has to bat like a number six
He has
batsman.
to think of runs
So
now.
he's got to think about runs. He's got to think about building a partnership with Harris. And he's got the ability because he seemed to be very strong in defense. See, right behind the line of the ball again, playing with soft hands. But the ploy to bowl Mindley at the start is welcome because he's a wicket taker. And when you are searching for wickets, you need somebody like that that would hit the areas consistently and use whatever moisture there might be. And I say might because the atmosphere is still gloomy and it might have had a little bit of moisture, overnight moisture on the surface. It's well played again, right behind the line and doing the business. Excellent defensive work. Compared him to Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach, to me, has really good defensive technique and he has the temperament to go along with it.
That ends it's just a one run coming from it, and that's the crucial thing here now is as they go along this business, if they can stick around, they must be thinking in terms of, well, let's not get separated in the first half an hour, then the first hour, let's see if we could stay until the intermission, if we could get to lunch, because but you have to start somewhere, and this is where it starts here. So you're thinking it maybe over by over, you're doing a little assessment after the first five, and then you just keep playing. But he has to talk. They have to talk to each other and create a plan of their own, how they're going to go about defying this bowling attack.
Yeah, this partnership is crucial because when you look at the batting to come, it's not that great. Daniel Williams, the wicketkeeper batsman, he's been grossly out of form. Edmund will bat at the normal 11 position. Akeem Jordan can hang around a bit. So this partnership is crucial. That's a good shot. Looking for 2 runs. We'll get 1. Excellent shot. You want the spinners this morning because we didn't see that to a great degree yesterday, to bring the batsman in their front foot rather than let them play in square of the wicket or off the back foot. You really want your spinners to have the batsman driving at the ball and bring in the batsman on their front foot.
But remember yesterday, Barnes threw one up in the air and was daring Edwards to go after it, and he deposited him over in foul corner. Now they brought the mid on up as well as the mid off. If he flights it, I'm almost certain he's going to throw the bat at it. Because that's what you want him to do. You want to buy a wicket now, even if you give away 10, 15 runs, but you want to get rid of him early in this session this morning. But so far, so good. He's getting his eye in. He's resisting whatever temptations might come his way. Still has the flip on that forward short leg plus a short cover.
Well bowled. This is good line, good length from Barnes, allowing him to come forward. Really good protection on the off side for those mishits, those missed drives. He wants to hold back 1 or 2 in the air. It's well bowled again, reaching forward, so long forward. And the muscle memory work, we've seen it as a general problem in Caribbean cricket. How long can batsmen come forward to negate the spin? You can do it for a couple of overs and then you prefer to play off the back foot. Well bowled again. So a man in front of bat. What a wonderful over. Tight over. Very testing over for the young batsman.
Yeah, just a single coming off of it. So the first 2 overs this morning, both conceding just the 1 run, and both of them from the bat of Paris. And but he is obviously going to be the man to carry the bulk of the scoring. That's unless Edwards decides that he is going to throw. I may say he might have a good idea where his off stump is, but he just has to be careful when he's playing away from his body. See, there he's fine because it's so close to him, he doesn't have to do much. It's already in line with his body. But it's the ones that are just slightly off the wicket that could give him the biggest problem because he plays at them because he's not absolutely certain where it's going to pass. So it's a kind of a mixed bag from him, but that I suppose that's to be expected, especially against a quality bowler.
He's got to be very careful. It's a hint that the bottom hand has come into play there. It's a man waiting in that short mid-wicket position, a very short mid-wicket position. He's got to be careful that he doesn't play it uppishly in that area. Must get inside the line of the ball a little bit more. There's a vacant area down to fine leg. There's a man in a wideish fine leg position, but if he can get it fine, with the pace of Mindley, can easily go for 4. That's well played again. So he's continued to be sound and very effective in defense, showing the face of the bat and not try end of the 51st over.
That's it. It's actually 52 overs now.
52 overs
completed.
177 for the loss of 4.
Actually, it's 181 now for the loss of 4 wickets. Because remember, we got the two doubles, if you know what I mean.
Doubles.
Yeah.
I ate one this morning. It's tasty, really nice, without pepper. Know you that you like your pepper. Our cameraman is saying without pepper it's not doubles. What is it, triples?
No, it's not a double. That's like Pela without peas.
Oh, good short delivery. Excellent short delivery. Well directed short delivery. Not expected at all. A worthwhile try by Mindley. And really bending his back there, getting lift and pace off this pitch. So there's something still for the faster bowlers.
The thing is, the ball is still a relatively hard ball. It's not overly used. They can still generate something from the wicket. And he missed out there because that was a real gift for him. All he needed to do was just get some kind of contact and at least a single, if not more, down that leg side. And this is where Mindley has to be very, very careful here because if he starts straying, because he's probably striving now, he probably warmed up, so he wants to pull the choke here, but his direction has to be spot on because he could produce a couple 4 balls.
That's good short delivery. So aggression galore by Mindley. Now they're trying something different because there's a hint that they are getting frustrated. They didn't expect Edwards to be there. 50 deliveries he's faced. He is the night watchman, but his role has to change now. But they're getting slightly frustrated with the staying power of Edward.
Well, and if you're going to bowl the short ball to him, put back in the forward short leg. Because if he cuffs one off his chest, you want somebody there to catch it. And you're seeing that he's a little susceptible to the short ball. He's a little uncomfortable playing it. Put the fielder in place. Because the one thing you don't want is for him to fend one off and it drops right there. And you had a fielder there, you move him. But if you want to move him for Paris, fine. But once Edward is on strike, you put him back inside of there.
I'm sure that John Campbell, Jamaican captain, would have said, let's heat it up a bit, let's bowl some aggressive short deliveries. And it's incumbent on him to proactively put the player in that position that you're talking about, Ruskin, Mark. And I agree with you. Be proactive as a captain. Don't wait for things to happen, then to make changes. So clearly, Minley wants to be a lot more aggressive to Edward. Might not be similar to Paris, although Paris has that inclination to cuff one or two deliveries because he's an all-sided player. We've seen that last week. This well ball again. He's sort of apprehensive now about the pace, the hostility, the
Short
aggression.
balls. He's looking for the short ball all the time. The over comes to an end. It's 181 for 4.
Yeah, nice fast bowling conditions. No threat of rain as yet. The weather can change very quickly, Ruskin. We've seen it last week and we've seen it this week. Before that, and there was a period of about a month of hot sun.
It was like drought-like weather, you know. And then the rain started to fall, and it started to fall every day. You started to get a little bit of rain, and I think that has persisted. In fact, yesterday, when I went home, I realized there was like a lot of rain fell in the Diego Martin area, and that's because the rain that blew over here went down that way. I don't know what Santa Cruz was like.
Fluctuated in weather patterns. So it changed very quickly. This morning, for example, at about 7:30, it was hot, and then it became gloomy. Oh, you've got to watch at that
Quicker delivery.
faster delivery that kept low. And Barnes, with his body language, saying you got away with this intended faster delivery. And Paris has this habit of being so relaxed out there. Of course, he's a classy type player, but he gets so relaxed. He's got to be mindful that bad brand has the ability to bowl those faster deliveries.
We've seen Barnes do that a couple times now. He also hurried him yesterday with one.
Oh, is it that the pitch is keeping low, or is it the ability of the bowler to keep the ball low?
But remember, he compared to his other spinning partner, Salmon, he isn't as tall, and his action isn't as high. His delivery isn't as high. He's a little bit round arm. He's not as close to the air as Salmon's is. So you would find that it might skid a little bit more, and rather than bounce. Although he's not a short man, he can get a little bounce. But I'm trying to remember the leg spinner from Jamaica. Samuels. Tall, just like he reminds me of him. Although he bowled leg spin, and Barnes is bowling off spin. But a good tight over. All the same, again, just a single. 182 for 4 at the end of it.
Well, I think that what John Campbell will do is concentrate on three main bowlers. Minley obviously started this morning, Barnes and Salman, because Salman was very good at bowling 17 overs, just got 1 wicket for 43 runs. So those are the three that I feel that most of the overs this morning and maybe this afternoon will come from.
So again, you're looking at Mindley here trying to break through here for Jamaica. And the prize wicket is, of course, Paris. And I would imagine they're going to really have to, if they're going to bowl the short ball, they have the fine leg and they have a man forward of square. So he's not at square leg if they're going to deliberately bowl him the short ball, but it just looks as if they try to change strategy a little bit. And they put the mid wicket in, they have a mid on, but I would still prefer for them to use somebody as a forward short leg or leg gully, because if he fends one or he miscues one, it might just go right there.
He doesn't want to expend too much of energy here with his short ball and not get the reward that he's working so hard for. And definitely there should be a man in front of the bat on either side of the wicket just to play in the batsman's mind that he's going to get one or two short delivery, and Minley can bowl those Yorkers too, just like Jerome Taylor. It's similar to having the ability to change lengths very quickly. That's well played. Looking for two, they'll hustle,
Yeah,
and they'll easily get the 2 runs.
and that's because the man at mid wicket or forward of square is too far forward, I would imagine. Yeah, so he has to come a long way, and the man at fine leg also has to come a long way. So, and we've seen Paris play that shot continuously, just turning it off his hip and taking off. So it's something that they're going to have to look at and see if they can prevent him from. If you're going to bowl a short ball, then bowl a bumper.
And plus, he's a wristy type player. He likes to play with his wrists, especially when he's turning the ball to the onside. And if there's a short ball that bounces above his waist, he could probably hit the ball into the hand, the waiting hand of the man at bat pad. But there first has to be a bat pad. You look at Mindley, he's holding his waist. He's breathing heavily there. And we've seen that with him. Remember, this is the latter stages of the tournament. This is the last game. And the cumulative effect can be very apparent in this particular game. Well bowled.
And again, immediately they settle for the singles. He's playing it with soft hands. He's not. He's actually defined the field placing at the moment, and I think they're going to have to look at it and maybe tweak it a little bit because they set an onside field. He hasn't bowled the bumper just yet, so now he's off strike. You're going to bowl the short ball to the left-hander now, and so because what is the plan? They send the man back at square leg. They do have the fine leg, the backward square leg. So let's see if the short ball comes. A slower one.
Low ball,
Yep.
wide of the off stump. That's the end of the over.
Trying to con the batsman there, but Edwards still yet to score this morning. He remains on 11, 81 to Paris. In the meantime, it's 185 now for 4. And remember, these two came together at 156. So they are slowly piecing together a partnership here that is starting to take on worrying proportions for the Jamaicans here.
Yeah, the ideal thing is to try to bat the whole day, if that is possible, with 2 more remaining days after today's play. And that would be ideal in that they would have gotten perhaps 250 lead.
Because you're probably thinking maybe 80 runs a session if you can get that. And with a little, acceleration, you might get more. But if you average 80 in 3 sessions, you're in a pretty good spot. But this man is going to have to do the bulk of the scoring for them, even with the lower order. He's going to have to really find ways to manipulate the bowling, manipulate the field.
And that's good batting again.
2
He's
runs
hustling
again.
for 2.
Yep, and they're going to get it.
Although Blackwood is fast off the boundary, and that's Blackwood's speed. His anticipation was also very good, stopping 2 runs. But I like the effort between the wickets, the response from Edward to look for Toole. So there's a hustling of the runs here now. And it's a good mindset to have because it's not only about hitting boundaries here. They're not going to be getting consistent boundaries because these two bowlers are consistent. So they'll have to accumulate the runs by running the ones, the twos, and even the threes.
Yeah, they have to change something here quickly because these two are settling in again. They defied them for a long period last evening, and it's more of the same this morning. He got a gift there, but he couldn't cash in.
It's a slow delivery. A little bit of turn there. Looking to play through the onside. He doesn't want to play across the line of the moving ball away from him. Doesn't want to get a leading edge here. Sluggish delivery, and this is where Barnes have to mix up his pace, faster delivery. Very impressive the way this young man has gone about things. He's not scored this morning. Started on 11.
Yeah, he hasn't
He's
added.
not scored this morning, but he's batted for 61 balls. Very impressive discipline.
He wants to get out the mark, but he's a little bit agitated. He's been there for a while. He hasn't been able to really add to his overnight score just yet, but he's featuring in a very useful partnership here. It's doing two things. It's using up a lot of time. It's using up a lot of overs and a lot of energy being expended to try to remove him, but they have been able to do so just yet. 186 for 4.
Yeah, there were signs just now in the previous over for Minley that he was getting tired. He was holding his waist with both hands. And now there's a bowling change. And Odin Smith, guy who can bowl 90 miles an hour, has been brought on. Didn't have such a good performance yesterday. Wasn't sustained in anything. Concentration, consistency was all over the shop. And now he has to put in a better performance for his team because his team needs him, desperately needs him at this point in time.
Yeah, he's going to have to take it personally and try and see if he can't pick a pepper here for his team.
That's good feeling, excellent feeling. And it has to be backed up by not just good feeling, but excellent feeling. You have to look to take all the catches that come to hand and those 50-50 catches to really get back into this game because it's heading towards CCC having a huge advantage here now. 6 wickets still in hand and sailing to 186 runs. So they lost a 4. Well played, soft hands, good feeling again, getting to the ball, making a statement, saying that it's not going to be easy, especially in that area, just behind point, to get those singles.
They're actually trying to plug scoring gaps, but they're giving him other areas to work with. And there is that little fumble, and he was able to make it. Just that little fumble allowed them to come back for the second run. And because the ball bounced, again, that slowed it down even more in getting to the wicketkeeper. And Paris was able to go back for the second run.
He's got to be careful here now to go back for that second run. I think it was a bit risky because of the fact that they don't need to look for the second run when there's a fumble. The ball wasn't too far away from the fielder. And remember, he's throwing with the wind, so the ball will travel through the air quicker. So a bit of risk there. And he's got to be careful that he doesn't get out during via the run-out route.
He's at least he's putting pressure on the fielders now.
Well played, no ball. That's a sad thing now. You have obviously the field captain trying to execute a game plan against each batsman, and there's a release of the pressure, not just with bad wide deliveries that he got 2 just now, but overstepping the front crease. So it's got to be a lot more discipline. As a coach, you get angry when players work on certain things in practice sessions and cannot execute. This is well played again. So easy on the eyes, coming forward, his weight forward, and just using the pace nicely.
Yeah, because it's all too easy at the moment for Paris in particular, and so they really have to try and figure out a way how they're gonna price out a wicket here, and so this is probably their best option is to try to get Edwards on strike as much as possible and try and plug away at him, see if you can get him to maybe play away from his body or try a big shot. But that's not going to help because it's not as concentrated as it should be. It has to be one side of the wicket. I mean, that is like a given. You want to bowl on one side of the wicket here. Look at how the field is set. You have everybody on the offside. You don't even want to venture down the leg side unless it's a short ball, and that's a plan. And now he's off the mark for the morning with a nice, comfortable whip off the legs. That's like bread and butter for him. No stress at all on that occasion. The end of the over, and it's 190 for 4 at the end of over number 57.
It's a pleasing technique also from Edward, the ability to move across to the off stump and work the ball through the onside. But the previous delivery before that last one, he should have just angled the bat in such a way just to get the ball fine. And we know now that it has to be trying to bowl some maidens here now just to stop the scoring from accelerating. And you want Pan to really and truly concentrate on that middle stump, middle and off. There's a slip in place, a man in front of the bat. And we've not seen a lot of arm balls from him. But the other end, they're scoring freely. So you've got to tighten up both ends, trying to bowl maidens. That's to create some pressure. Looking for that single, but it's not on. Ball was hit too hard to the fielder at the mid-off position. If you really want to tighten up both ends and try to bowl maidens to create some pressure. Billy, how are you, sir?
Good morning to you, Mr. Tony Gray. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, and to our viewers, wherever you are across the Caribbean. So, wonderful Thursday morning here in Trinidad and Tobago. The sun was out in all its glory this morning. Mr. Tony Gray has on his West Indies uniform. Your West Indies kit, Mr. Gray?
I like these tops. Nice tops. It's easy to wash, easy to press. You don't have to press it. And you know I'm lazy at the domestic work, so I just like to throw on.
You prioritize chores at home, Mr. Gray. You're not lazy.
I'm lazy. It's played uppishly and turning too square initially, not allowing the ball to come to him, but playing with hard hands. And there was a excitement there, but
did he just turn it through the hands of Mackenzie at forward short leg?
Yeah,
did it go through the hands?
uppishly. We'll have to wait and see the replay here now, but squaring up playing that shot, he's got to stay side on to get the ball finer, and he's playing with hard hands too. Look at it again. So uppishly.
It went straight
in
to
the
him
hand and
probably
out of the
through
hand.
the hands or
Not an
under
easy
the hand.
catch.
Not at all. Played off the face of the bat. There's nothing easy stooping in that position.
Yeah,
all of us can quite stoop that low either.
You gotta have the mindset. You have to be brave first of all, and you have to have good athletic ability, anticipation. Well played. Forcing shot off the back foot. Pushing that ball with some aggression. Well fielded there by Brandon King. 192 for the loss of 4 off of 58 overs.
Yeah, Brad Barnes completing his 5th over of the morning, just going for 8 runs in that 5 overs. And the spell of Mindley coming to an end. His first spell, 4 overs, 1 maiden, and just 5 runs. So they've been keeping it tight overnight.
Yeah, the bowling unit has to be very disciplined this morning, but we've seen Odin Smith, he's gone for 5 runs already, and that's not in keeping what the captain needs. Brad Barnes have just conceded, well, he's gone for below 3 runs and over, which is good in the situation that they've found themselves in. But Mansingh has been very expensive. He was all over the shop yesterday. As well played again. A little bit more bonks from Odin Smith. He can bowl those fast, short deliveries. Got to take his time and walk back. You have a lot of spinners to work with, so overrate is not a concern. But he has to bend his back here. He's got to put in some work for his team.
He's around the wicket here. So him warming up this morning, just bowling off a couple pieces. That one keeping fractionally low and some bat onto it, Larry Edward. And Edward has looked good all of yesterday and today. He certainly is capable with the bat at this level. Haven't seen him quite push on to larger scores. Second game, inside edge onto the right angle. But he has some capability with the bat, hence him being sent in as a night watchman.
Short delivery.
Shoulder, yeah.
And no ball too. In discipline again. So I was telling Ruskin Mark yesterday, his role was to be protective of first of all his wicket because he needed to stay there overnight. But look at that short delivery again.
It's not a bad delivery going over the shoulder. Just the angle taking it down the leg side. But what negated the delivery and the wicket taking possibility was his second no ball of the morning. Should look like his original length run up as well. Flailing away outside the off stump. We saw an opportunity to score there, Larry Edwards, but he's been such a defensive frame of mind that not quite being able. Of course, there was a little bounce to that delivery as well, but not quite being able to get anything on it.
Yeah, the other thing is that he's been playing well with a vertical bat. That was a horizontal bat shot, missed it completely. But you talk about the inconsistent distances that Odin Smith has run from. It's not good for a fast bowler to be inconsistent with his run-up. And his delivery strides curtail a lot because he's getting to the crease too quickly. Here you have Edwards having the ability to work the ball on the onside, watching the ball closely because he has to. 1 or 2 deliveries have kept low. So it's important that he watches the ball onto his bat and makes the adjustment when the ball is low and not bouncing off a good length.
In comes to strike the man of the hour, Shaqiri Paris. He's on 85 of 145 deliveries, and he's looked quite comfortable this morning. And I love the way that he just caresses the ball through the offside pass point or through the covers, almost not even a sound off the bat.
He's a classy type, tall individual, doesn't power hit the ball. He can hit sixes. We've seen it in CPL, but he prefers to time the ball. That's it again. Beautiful shot. And they've left that gap open for him to get that outside edge to the man in slip, a man in 0.2, but he's been hitting the ball on the ground, has been control batting, control shot making in that area.
Javel Glenn, the man out there sweeping on the boundary. And the initial thinking would have been to have him in close and stop any single, try to create some pressure, but he's been piercing the gap so easily, they sent him back on the boundary.
Short delivery, too short, and well watched there by Edward. The end of the over and the end of the 59th over, it's 195 for the loss of 4.
And an extra delivery in that over and digging it in short. Odin Smith doesn't quite get the same amount of lift we're seeing outside of the off stump, but he's around the wicket to the left-hander. We saw considerable lift from Minley when he was over the wicket, but that was to the right-hander. It's drying out this morning.
Yeah, conditions are very good here, and there's a hint of sun, so the pitch will dry out. on the second day here at UE Spec. Obviously, it's a better batting day. In fact, the best batting day, judging from the history of this particular ground. So both batsmen set already. I started yesterday to build this partnership and would want to extend this partnership with wonderful batting conditions. Doesn't matter 1 or 2 deliveries keeping low.
Barnes again, he is bowling to Shaqiri Parish. We just try to get through the scorecard of the Trinidad and Tobago innings during the course of this over. They started overnight, Trinidad and Tobago, 214 for 7 after being put into bat by Guyana.
That's well played. Well
Partially
played.
stopped
Not
as well.
overhitting the ball again, but there's a hint of risk involved there. He's got to get to the pitch. He doesn't want to be too relaxed there. But he seems sometimes to be relaxed, and we might misread his behavior because he depends so much on timing that he can get himself out if he's complacent. But because he's so relaxed, because he depends on classy type shots, that's a shot. That's a good shot. Excellent shot. Now he has that ability to play in that area because he can play with a close face bat, but he played it with good control.
But he tried to put a couple away, short pitch balls cut outside your stump. The partnership comes up. 200 runs on the board.
So what's that? 67 runs on?
200 for 4. Coming up in the 60th over. And Edwards is looking to try and break free a little more and score more freely now as he dispatches a short ball from Barnes. It's into his 6th over of the morning, but it's short and he beats the man at mid-off into the boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot. Waited on it, gave themselves some room, and it was a wide delivery, hit it very hard and away from the fielder. Now, Barnes is overcompensating where line and length is concerned because of what happened with a previous delivery that was struck for 4. So cat and mouse game that he's failing here against a batsman that is growing in confidence.
Yeah, he's looking to get more aggressive. Tried to cut Odin Smith in the last over, but he's taking it out on Brad Barnes in this over. And again, he goes in the air over the man at mid-on, and it's into the players' pavilion. Smack against the building, and another 6. Well, that's the first 6 of the morning. And an excellent shot takes him up to 28.
No, this is brilliant batting. It's brilliant batting because he was circumspect initially today and a partnership of 54. But now he's decided to be aggressive in the slot and wonderfully struck for 6 runs over long on. Now, as I mentioned, he is strong in that area too. He can play square the wicket, but he plays with oh my, it's up in the air and it's gone for, is that another 6? It's a huge hit and another 6. So he said to Hans, I'm going to disrespect you with any delivery that you've bowled. And he's bowled some bad deliveries in this over, but he's bowled some goodish deliveries that have been carted to the boundary for 4s and 6.
Well, how many times do we see it? A night watchman overnight, rock solid in defense, comes back the next morning, plays down a couple deliveries, and he has the license just to break free. And man, he's breaking everything inside. He broke Barnes then in that over.
Yes, it's an intelligent batting. We might look and be marvel with the shot-making ability that this young man is showing, but it's also intelligent batting. It's like driving a car. Sometimes you have to decelerate when there's a traffic jam, for example. That happened early on. Now you have a lot of highway to drive on, and he's expressing himself nicely, and he's getting the runs. He's changed the course of the game, the momentum of the game, and it's really ominous signs for the Phelan team.
Well, he's come out to win. He's come out to survive. He came out to survive yesterday, but he's come out to prosper today, in the words of the poet Nicki Minaj.
You read a lot, Billy.
Yes, I love the poetry from Nicki Minaj. Casual as you like, cutting it past point. It's a man out there, puts his boot on it, Salmon, and slings it into the wicketkeeper. A casual Sunday morning out there.
Yeah, I think that he was expecting that ball to go to the boundary for 4, and you cannot expect the ball to go. You have to hustle for the second run. So he stood up after playing that shot, perhaps waiting on the cameraman to do his duty.
Seemed all to be in slow motion from the delivery to the shot to the piece of fielding. Have a look at this throw.
Strong guy, tall guy, whipping it in.
Almost javelin-like technique. Almost. Edwards it is. He's back in action, Salmon, at the deep backward square boundary. You know, a lot of the times you see, given free license, coming back out, Larry Edwards, taken his total on to 35, just thinking Shaqiri Paris was the man of the hour. Larry Edwards has come out to play. 35 from 79.
He has become the dominant partner in this partnership of late, because he's played some T20 shots here now. You see, T20 shots, it's authentic shots, but it's a no ball again. So it's a third no ball from Odin Smith this morning. And this is exactly what happens when you decide to come off of different paces in your run-up. He's getting the crease too quickly. That back foot is close to the stumps, and he has a good enough delivery stride, so it's taken him over the crease. Really indisciplined bowling. His fitness level is not up to par, and he needs to get things right very quickly here. Shot, good shot, using the pace, looking for 2. Again, you're going to test the fielder's arm and get in 2 runs. So wonderful running between the wickets. This is what we call comprehensive type batting by both batsmen. And what a wonderful partnership. The senior man has looked good. The junior man has looked senior.
And there's been a stark contrast to the start of play yesterday. But this time with that 2 runs taken by Paris was different to when they took a risky opportunity when the ball wasn't so far away from the sweeper. As well, it was traveling quickly toward him and he ran into it. This time having to move around, and an effortless 2 takes him into the 90s. He's on 90. Thought and pulled away. 1 man out in the deep, Mansing, but it's well forward of square, forward of mid-wicket, and goes into the boundary, takes him to 94, and he's looked the epitome of ease this morning at the crease.
Yeah, obviously the hardness out of the ball has dissipated. It's now a softer ball, the seam less pronounced, and the bowler is not bowling at good pace at all. It's a sluggish short delivery, and because Paris has been there for a while, he's a tall man, the ball didn't get up at all, so it offered that ease to play that shot in front of square. And when you have a batsman that's playing in front of square, that pull shot of a faster bowler is that he's seen the ball when it pitches very easily to play that shot from him.
Yeah, and not much feet movement, but you look at his hand-eye coordination, and that has taken him on to 94. Cuts through the hands of Mackenzie at gully and into the boundary, and he's raced to 98, and the score catapulting now to 229 for 4.
Well, John Campbell needs to do something here. He needs to get his crew together and have a serious and stern word with them, because this is indisciplined cricket, not just from the bowlers, but the fielders. 1 or 2 poor bit of fielding there, and they need that energy levels to be up. They need a little bit more impetus on the field, but they're just allowing things to happen, and this is not good cricket at all.
We'll eventually get to that scorecard with the Trinidad and Tobago game. A lot has happened in the last couple overs. End of the 61st over, 229 for 4. Shaqiri Paris on 98. So Trinidad and Tobago 240 all out. Guyana are already at the crease, 12 it out lost. Trinidad was overnight on 114 for 7. So the last 3 wickets falling there for 26 runs. And Cooper, he scored 50 at the top of the order, but the man, Jed Gooley, 58, and him being dismissed on that 58 of 164 balls. Gary Pierre, 38, Terence Hines, 19, and 18 extras in the innings. 4 wickets to the man, Niall Smith, and 3 to Kemo Paul, who took the eventual early breakthrough.
And that game will determine who will be eventual champions. I think that Guyana has done well over the years to really and truly be a dominant team in 4-day cricket. The temperaments of their players align with what is required, and you've seen it again. And that score of 240 is not good enough. They wanted at least 350 to begin with to secure or try to secure first innings points. So they would be very disappointed, the Triumph Big Red Force team, with that score of 240.
And of course, at the other end of it, Guyana at the crease. Raymond, they are 12 without loss, and there's a keen eyes, a vested interest across the Caribbean in that game. The captain of Guyana, Tevin Imlak, he is scheduled to come in at one down. And of course, Kevlon Anderson is in that team. And he's been notching up the runs, Anderson.
It's well played, looking for the single. And I love the way that they've weighted their shots and away from the fielders. And the response has been very, very good. So these two would not have been batting consistently together during the course of the tournament. And they seem to have known each other for years. It's like the chemistry is building now. And clearly, John Campbell is in trouble here. I feel inside real trouble here because it doesn't seem like a wicket will come their way as yet. That's good feeling. Excellent feeling. Getting low down with both hands and stopping what could have been 4 runs. Now it's a different bowler, obviously. Salmon, taller, rangier than Barnes. And this is a good delivery. So different sort of bowler to contend with. But because he's been there for a while, and since yesterday started off well again, it seems that he's dealing with him really well. That's a good shot. Well fielded again. Looking to come forward and play that one, perhaps wide of cover, but straight to him this occasion.
Paris on 98.
It's well played.
It's a good time to bring on a bowling change. Brad Barnes this morning, 6 overs for 29 runs and taking a part in the last over against Larry Edwards. But with Paris on 98, just do the bowling change there, make him, this is a new bowler on. I'm going to have to settle down against him, build some more pressure for him in the nervous 90s. Not that he ever looks nervous when he's batting.
Yes, I think that the change is welcome, obviously, because they have to do something different. I said to Ruskin Mack, and I agree with him, that, when Mindley was bowling, the short deliveries were delivered consistently. It seemed to perturb both batsmen, especially the younger Edward. And, they didn't make a fielding change, no adjustment. So he expended a lot of energy and didn't get any wickets. And a welcome change here now. They have to try the wrist spinner. It's a bit drier now. The ball is a bit older. So let's hope he puts in a good performance, a much better performance than what we witnessed yesterday, because he went for 6 runs and over. Too expensive.
Yeah, a couple of things would be better for him today. The ball is now 62 overs old as well. Older ball, softer ball. He can get more rip into it. Also, it's the second day of this pitch that we're playing on.
Yeah, bad delivery to begin with. Well controlled, sort of a paddle sweep shot, and getting 4 runs down to fine leg. Excellent to start with from the batsman, Edward, or delivery to start with from Mansing.
Well, a couple of things were in Mansing's favour, but that delivery was in the favour of Larry Edward. Just paddling it around the corner, now showing his versatility with the bat and his plethora of shots, his wider range of ability in terms of shot making. So a 6, a couple 4 straight back, and now a paddle sweep. And now a reverse sweep off the back edge of the bat and straight up in the air. And he just spun around where he was the batsman, and the ball dropped in front of him. And we were just wondering if it would have rolled back onto the stumps, and everybody just seemed to stand and watch, apart from trying to take the catch. An inexplicable reverse sweep off the glove. There you can see the wicketkeeper had no idea where the ball went. The forward short leg, neither. It dropped behind the shoulder of Edward, and just see how close it onto the pad. He tries to kick it away.
You were singing his praises just now on his approach to batting this morning. Played through the V's initially, and now he has become more expansive in playing shots all around the pitch.
I still
And
am in shock as to what happened there.
he's trying a reverse sweep shot. He's getting relaxed there. Well played. Good shot. Excellent shot away from the man at cover. Will get 2 runs. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just placed it nicely. And he's playing a flat bat. It's more control playing it with a flat bat in front of square. So this is excellent batting. Playing it early. We've seen some late dabs. We've seen some late sweep shots. We've seen some all types of shots. It's well played again. Very impressive. He's gone on to 42 now off of 85 deliveries, 86 deliveries.
I didn't see Paris walk down to the wicket to him after that attempted reverse sweep that could have gone all wrong. He's clearly moved fast if we haven't, or if I haven't in the commentary box. 42 to him. Good delivery here from Mansing. So normally with leg spinners, you look at maybe 2 off deliveries per over, but we've seen 1 too many from Mansing in his first spell, and again this morning, just his first over though, but not quite settling into the task ahead.
Well, I'll take you up on that because it was that way years ago where you expected 1 or 2 bad deliveries from spinners, wrist spinners, because they don't have the kind of control that finger spinners do have.
Right.
But when you look at what is happening in this day and age with the coming of T20 cricket, I think that wrist spinners have a lot more control. And you don't expect that amount of bad deliveries from Mansing, but clearly, biomechanically, he's not getting it right. Looking for 2 here. This is excellent batting, gap finding, and really putting pressure on the fielder in Minley. What a wonderful century by Paris. That's his 100. A welcome 100 from Paris. He's in a thinker form. He's played very, very well. His temperament was good. He's structured a wonderful century here for his team. And he's been praised and exalted by his teammates in the dugout. So excellent return of form for Paris from the last game to this game. But this game, the difference is he's gotten a century.
He was on his 5th 50 of the tournament so far, and he's managed to convert this one now to 100. And what an excellent innings it was from him. His timing was superb. His batsmanship was superb. His judging of the singles, turning ones into twos. And he'd want to continue on here because he's not having too much difficulty, it seems, facing up against this lineup.
Well, the idea is about the whole day, and they've done well thus far. It has now gone on to nearly an hour, so this could be the last over before the drinks break. And they're still there. Doesn't seem that they have had any trouble. Perhaps Edwards with his short deliveries from Minley, but other than that, they seem very secure out there. Very intelligent stroke play too. So it's hard work for the fielding side. And because this is the last game and Jamaica Scorpions would not win the championship, obviously, is it a factor in them not putting focus and effort into this particular game? Because we saw it with the batting, just 133, with international players in that batting order. Is it a factor?
Yeah, they can look to go ahead of the Leeward Islands on the table. An opportunity to go to the 4th place. But they can't quite catch Barbados, who's sitting 3rd, who's trying to go in the air. Doesn't quite get to it. Doesn't also get to the man Barnes at mid-off. But that Paris knock just taking him now to 449 runs for this season. An excellent outing for him. He now has 104 50s.
Yeah, amount of centuries that have been scored this year is amazing.
And he's still there.
I think, yeah, well, he's still there.
He can turn it into a big
century. Yeah. He's got to be looking at 150, 200 runs.
And we are 239 for 4 with 64 overs gone. And we will just pause here for a drinks break as we reflect on that 100 from Shaqiri Paris. We'll take a break.
Welcome back as we get ready for play after the first hour or so of the morning session and day 2 of this West Indies Championship game that is taking on a distinctly or decidedly CCC appearance as they resume now well placed on 240 for 4, with the highlight, of course, being that splendid 100 from Shaqiri Paris. And what a performance it has been, Billy, because he planned his innings very well and he executed. And this young boy is also not to be underestimated at all because his role has also been of immense value to the wonderful position in which CCC find themselves.
Yeah, I would describe the knock from Shaqiri Paris there as the epitome of ease. His hand-eye coordination was excellent. There wasn't too much feet movement, but he is a tall lad and he could have a long reach. And when necessary, he got that left foot out and across to the ball. But a lot of the times, you just show him playing with that hand-eye coordination and walk the ball, caressed it through the outfield, and hit quite a good 9 fours in that innings from him.
And here he goes again, showing some of that quality. And although he only gets a single this time, but you could see now he's beginning to really look like it's almost like, we say like he can't out. That's how he's looking now, because nothing they throw at him seems to be bothering him. Not even a little bit.
And he has been matched by Larry Edward at the opposite end. He was a rock in last night sent in as the night watchman, and coming out this morning, playing a couple overs and then launching into attack.
And he's going right across. He's out, LBW. He just seemed to lose his balance there, and he just kind of dragged the foot across. It kept low, but he just kind of put the foot across and was trying to play across the pad, and almost just gave it away there for 44. LBW to that man Mansing.
Yeah, he trudges off there dejectedly. It was an excellent innings from him. Mansing picks up his first wicket. Where did this one pitch? It was the googly. Kept very low indeed. Back and across. Struck right in front. The ball never got up really. And the first googly I've seen Mansing deliver in this spell as well as yesterday. And he picks up a wicket with it. And he's very disappointed. He can't take heart. It was an excellent innings. Twofold. He did a job yesterday, saw off the end of the day's play without losing a further wicket. Came out this morning and struck the ball around the ground. Got to 44. He added 33 runs, 5 fours and 2 sixes. A knock he could be proud of.
Yeah, it certainly was a good effort on his part. And I imagine they would want to see if they can't get something more. I think everybody who comes to the crease now would want to take a page out of his book of how to build a partnership and to contribute to the overall team performance. But that was, as you said, was a splendid effort on his part. And I think they would want to look at it now and see if they can't find a way to just fashion a couple more. You get 30 here, you get 40 there, and who knows? When it's all said and done, they could very well have a lead of about 200.
So Mansing picks up his first wicket, 6 overs for 37 runs at a clip of 6.17 yesterday.
Yes, and that would have been a big wicket for him as well, because he seemed a little bit short of confidence when he bowled last evening. He got roughed up, got a few big blows, and so I think he now really wants to see if he could help his team pick up a couple more. Now they're gonna just gift Williams a single here. He did a leg by.
Should be a leg by, yeah. Yeah, Mansing with his tail up there, very energetic in the field. Half shot running down the wicket there. So he's gone for just one boundary as his over comes to an end. 65 gone, 243 for 5. Yeah, and that he's gone for 8 runs, 1 boundary in his 2 overs this morning. And I was just mentioning to Tony Gray, 2 things were in his favor this morning. The fact that the ball was 62 overs old when he came on to bowl, as well as we a day into on this pitch at the Sir Frank Worrell Field. So he might just get a little more purchase out of the pitch and managing to pick up a wicket, and a good wicket to get in that of the man Larry Edwards, who is starting to look dangerously. And with a 110-run lead, is bowling. Mansing got a breakthrough at the right time as they were starting to motor on.
Yeah, they added 86 in 86 good-looking runs, one would have to say, and 86 crucial runs. And that lead continues to grow all the time. And what was even fantastic, there was just that 2 or 3 over spell there when they both feasted on the bowling. Of course, Edwards took a liking to Barnes and basically beat him out of the attack. And then at the other end, it was Smith who felt the rut of Paris's bleed. So they got a barrage from both ends. And for a moment there, they looked stunned. So the fall of that wicket could not have come at a more opportune time for the Jamaicans.
Is Salmon continuing? Replaced Barnes from that south end this morning. Orange, his last over, going for 12 runs. Rather, 15 runs, in fact. 2 fours and a 6. And Salmon bowling was brought on from that end.
And Barnes was doing a decent job prior to that. And then all of a sudden, Edwards decided, look, it's time to go, yes? And just hit him out of the ground a couple times.
And immediately with the bowling change as well, Edward was trying to be aggressive again, but couldn't manage it against the bowling of Salmon, just conceding 5 runs in his 2 overs this morning. It's the end of the 66th over. 2-4-3 for 5 after 66.
Yeah, this is a very good showing here from the CCC, but they don't want to spoil it now. They even if they need to consolidate a little bit and then start to go again. Paris is still there, and he must be thinking now of probably adding as many runs as possible. He must recognize that he has some batting still to come, probably not the best, but if he can work with them and just build some partnerships with them, like I said, a 25 here, a 35 there, the rest of the way, they all add up.
Mansingh now has a long off and a long on. A deep straight mid-wicket, more described as a cow corner, and a man sweeping at deep cover. So clearly trying to give the single to Paris.
100 square leg as well. Very square.
We'll get the single now, and it will bring Daniel Williams. We want to get him on straight, to get a few deliveries at him while he is just come in.
Just good strategy, and they may have to put in the forward short leg as well, just to give Mansingh a little encouragement.
Yeah, quite right. That man comes in under the bat there, and the innings of CCC of 243 for 5, coming off of their last innings of 395.
And that one hit, luckily there, Paris was grounded, but that went through the hand of Mansingh and clipped the stumps at the non-striker's end. How unfortunate that could have been.
Well, he couldn't quite manage to keep it in his hands, and just as well, it cannons off his right hand into the stumps, and Paris, the epitome of he never broke his crease.
This is a big innings for Williams because, uh, as a young wicketkeeper, he does come with a big reputation as one who is quite capable with the bat. And I think he needs to show his teammates here some of that. That's a great shot. And he gets it into the gap and he's going to get a boundary. That's very well played. So just as I was saying, he needed to show something, some kind of, give some kind of performance with the bat here on Corks of Beauty.
Foot not quite to the pitch, but driving through the line of the delivery, and a good way to get off the mark. 4 runs to him. Just saying 395 for 8 in their last innings against the West Indies Academy at this ground, albeit on a different pitch. And now to be 244, they're peaking at the end of the season.
Well, it's good to score runs. If we could get in excess of 300 here as well, I think that will really help to build their confidence. And I'm sure when they have their exit meetings, these are some of the things they could point to where they were good, where they weren't so good, and areas where they need to improve. Williams again looking very comfortable, coming onto that front foot and driving, but he can't get a run to end the over.
248 for 5 as they come up close to the 250 mark. And that man, Johan Jeremiah, 69 in this inning so far, and taken his total up to 494 runs. And he's really led from the front, particularly in the last couple of games, notching up 50, getting to 100, and now taking his total close to 500 runs for the season.
Where does this innings put Shakiri Price? Because he does have 4 half centuries and 100 now, so he would be
he's up to
close to 400.
449
Yep.
runs, coming up to the 100, and he's added 3.
So he's close to 450.
Just over 450, 452 runs to him.
And he's still going. So if he could tack on some more runs here, who knows? He could probably reach the 500 mark before it's all said and done.
And his average as well will climb from that 31.72, particularly if he remains not out.
And for a moment there, he looked like he wanted to launch. There is a long on, but no long off. There's a mid off. And he took a couple steps up, just ambling out, stretching the legs a little bit to get closer to the ball. And good bowling from someone, pushing him back. As if to say, I know you want to come on to that front foot, but I'm not going to let you, at least not just yet. And this is a much better feel, because previously he was just turning that ball there and pinching a single or two on occasion. And we were looking for it, and eventually it comes here. The reverse is in effect.
It takes him up now to 107, and there is a man at deep point, probably set Mansing at deep backward point, and still pulls out the reverse sweep. Sure, Larry Edward try it against Mansing, but this time it's against the bowler of Salmon, the tall, lanky off spinner, and makes good connections and gets it very fine indeed for 4.
Yeah, very well executed. And so now the bowler is the one who has to think what's coming next. So the 250 is up. It's 252 for 5.
And that's a kind of a risky shot. He's standing tall. He doesn't really crouch low down. There is a first slip in place. Could have taken a top edge, but he's so positive. He has such good hand-eye coordination. And he takes his total to 107. And there is batting to come as well. There is Romario Graves, who should be scheduled to come in next. And Shamar Holder and Akeem Jordan. So there is a lot of batting to come.
So if you can, like I said, if they can all come and make a contribution, yeah, I mean, it'd be better if they could get runs of their own. But if they could stick around with Paris and bat with him and allow him to continue to fester, would make this could be interesting here. A little bit of a mix-up, a bit of a yes/no. Both batsmen were watching the ball, and they weren't watching each other. Luckily, at the end of the day, the fielder was still so far away from the ball that they were able to recover and then go through and complete the single without any real alarm when it was all said and done.
Well, it should have been a quite easy single. Put my Tony Gray hat on. It went to that man, O'Dean Smith, to his left, and he's not the fastest in the field. And there was a long hesitation in the middle with Paris going down on one end and Williams just stopping in the middle of the pitch. And it should have been run out at the non-striker's end.
It's well bowled, right up in Blockham. Paris almost yorked himself there. Just stood up there and didn't really push out there. If he pushed out, he probably would have gotten it on the full. But he just kind of played it from the crease, as is his custom. And finding ways to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So even if you're not getting boundaries, you can still add to the tally. So they're inching along here quite nicely. Remember, they resumed this morning on 174. They've already added 80.
Yeah, the lead this morning was just 41, and they've motored on, scoring rather quickly. Lead 121, and the possibility slog sweep
More
here.
runs here.
It's gone for 4.
Yep.
Good connection by Williams, coming off the middle of the bat. He hit it with some power and some anger in that shot. And Mangsing concedes another boundary, 258. The total goes up.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Again, badly lined. Really a gift outside of his legs. And he just said, thank you very much.
And there is a man, Glenn, fielding at the deep backward square, and he beat him into the boundary.
More runs and another boundary. So all of a sudden, Williams has decided that he is going to come to the party now and take over proceedings. And that forces an immediate change in the field. The man at forward short leg has been withdrawn.
Yeah, they'll put a sweeper in place. And I was just about to say, with a 120 run lead and so much batting to come, there is an option that they might just have to bat once. And if they are aggressive enough in this innings and do get to a lead of 250 or so, I know it's far away, but the way they are batting now with this run rate they currently have, might be an option of just trying to bat once.
And it will mean they have to definitely bat out the D or the better part of today and see what happens. The end of the over, 262 it is for 5.
It'll be 120 runs away with a current run rate of around 3.5 or so. Could very well get there just after tea.
And I remember I was saying if we average 80 runs a session, but they already added 80 in just over an hour. So if let's just take this session alone, because they still have quite a few overs left. So even if they were to add another 40 or even 50 runs in this session, that would be a big session for them. And when they do their assessment, they may look at it and say, well, look, we could get over 400 runs and probably, as you say, bat once in this game.
Yeah, probably even declare, if they keep the run rate up, they can have the opportunity of declaring after an hour after tea and get 2 bites of the cherry, bowl at them this afternoon
and again in
the morning. But we haven't seen that type of urgency in terms of declarations from the staff of the CCC. Not least in the last game.
Yep. But maybe they would have learned from that and understand that they have a great opportunity here to beat a team that is currently, ranked higher than them. They're 5th in the table, the Jamaicans. And so this would be a great opportunity for them. They still have a difficulty judging those singles because there again was another single and they just seem a little bit hesitant.
Well, they are in competition, the CCC, with the West Indies Academy. And the West Indies Academy bowling out the Windward Islands for 106 in the first innings. And the Academy notching up and getting first inning points, 253 runs, with Justin Jagisa, the young man, getting to 42. That's good news for him. Chip down the wicket, over cover.
More runs, 4 more.
And definitely he stepped on the accelerator here, these two. Motoring on now takes him to 112, Shaqiri Paris. And that game here against the Windward Islands. Have another look at this. Inside out, over extra cover against the turn, and class written all over it.
All he needed to do was get it over the head of the inner ring because he knew there was no cover out there. And so said, so done. 266 now for 5. He's up to 112. Williams quickly goes on to 13 from 17 deliveries.
And Teddy Bishop got to 56 in that innings. Carlon Bowen took it 45 to him in that total of 253 and first inning points to the West Indies Academy.
So today in competition here with the CCC, they too have secured first innings. And let's see who does what when it's all said and done. 266 for 5.
Yeah, battle at the bottom of the table. That game, Kenneth Demba picking up 6 wickets for 45 runs. So well done to him.
And here's a name that kind of fell off the map. Demba.
Kenneth Demba, yeah.
Remember 2 seasons ago when he came onto the scene, he couldn't put a foot wrong. It's like every game he was getting like
Close to 10 wickets.
10 wickets in more, and
10 and more, correct.
and then last year he was okay, but he wasn't that same prolific wicket taker. And this year he's probably gone even further south. So to come and pick up the bag like that is great. He has more runs. This could be another boundary. It's a long chase. Barnes is going after it, but he's running there purely to retrieve.
And in the other game, for good measure, the Leeward Island Hurricanes. So we have a look at this square drive coming off the outside edge of the bat, picking up pace and running down the slope. The Leeward Islands Hurricane against the Barbados Pride are 270 for 5, with Casey Carty getting a 55 runs. Joel Andrew, the young man, another 50 to him, 66. So overnight scores, Justin Graves on 49, not out.
And again, trying to come on to that front foot and maybe look to drive it.
There's no updates in the scores going on there at the Leeward Islands, so not quite sure if that's a rain-affected match.
It's a day-night game.
Day-night game, yeah. Producer informing us, Mr. Ronnie Bikramdas. Morning to you, Ronnie.
Guyana with 33 without loss, replying to Trinidad 240.
So back live here, 270 for 5. We're in the 71st over. And this partnership with the 5th wicket falling at 242. 28 runs in this partnership so far. Already a boundary of the first delivery of the Mansing over. Peeled away behind point for 4 off the outside edge of Daniel Williams' bat, who's on 17 now from 22 deliveries.
Yeah, since he's come to the wicket, he's kind of taken some of the pressure off Paris. In fact, he's given Paris the confidence to continue that he can do a role for him at this point. 270 for 5, 71 overs completed. Paris is 112. And of course, 69 from Jeremiah, and Larry Edwards played a brilliant hand for his 44.
Yeah, just his second game, I believe, in the tournament, Larry Edwards. The slow left arm orthodox bowler. And the lead 137.
Yeah, and he had 3 for 6 when he was bowling in the first inning, Jamaica first innings. He just bowled like three overs and 2 balls or something like that, and ended up with 3 for 6.
Yep. In just 3.2 overs.
Yep. Yeah. So he's had a pretty good showing. There he goes, and does he get the edge? And yes, gone. So eventually he chipped down the wicket, Paris, and had a go, and the ball ricocheted like off the wicketkeeper, but then it was calmly taken by Captain Campbell, and that is the end of his long innings. He goes for
112, yeah.
So 112.
Stepping down the wicket, clear intention to increase the scoring rate, advancing down the wicket. He had one inside out off this very bowler in the previous overs that went over cover for 4, trying to repeat the shot, advancing down the wicket, trying to get to his 12th boundary of the innings and just the outside edge, and a good grab from Campbell on the second attempt. So his total for the 2025 season stands at 461 runs.
That's a good return for him for a campaign, and his average was what?
His average was just around 31 before this innings, yeah.
You look at it again, he jumps down the wicket, got the edge. Actually, he never touched the keeper. He just went away from the man that slipped, and Campbell pushed it up the first time and then had to recover nicely to complete the catch. That would have been painful had it gone down. Had he not been able to get it on the rebound, because Paris was beginning to look even more ominous now. You could see he had a little more intent now in terms of his aggression. And with Williams settling nicely at the other end, that could have been another painful partnership. But Romario Graves is at the crease.
419 runs. We were looking at a possible declaration, but with Paris gone there now, 137 the lead.
You take what you get. Because you're already showing that you can score quickly when you want to. So it's really just about these batsmen maybe just settling in and then having a goal later on. We've seen Williams show that he's quite capable of attacking, and we all know that Graves is no muck with the bat. Salmon just keeping him quiet for the moment at least.
So the new batter, there is a forward short leg in place. Might just be at short leg rather, with Odin Smith at a very short, straight mid wicket and a mid one in place.
Plus the two men out at deep mid wicket, fairly square, and then a deep backward square. That is the over. It's 270 for 6, a good maiden wicket for Salmon.
Excellent return for him. Been brought into this game. Pete Salmon. Have a look at the most runs for the tournament so far. Jason Mohammed, of course, leads the table with 554. Close behind Anderson. He'll be keen to go ahead of Jason Mohammed. He's due next into bat. Rather coming in number 4 after Tevin Imlach for the Guyanese. And Hamilton at 505. There is Tevin Imlach with 505 as well, tied for the most runs in the tournament thus far.
So we have quite a few players in the 500 category, and then there are probably even more in the 4 to 450 range as well.
So Paris should climb the table just above his opening partner, Demel Evelyn, who is on 434 runs. The opening partner, of course, of Jeremiah, but Paris should just climb ahead of his teammate and just under Jonathan Drakes, who sits at 457 runs.
So some decent run production up and down the order, because we have a couple openers, but we have a lot of middle order batsmen, and you have 1 or 2 lower order batsmen producing runs.
Yeah. He just enters into the top 10, sits now at number 10 in terms of the most runs for 2025.
There's another one, and he's gone. He went driving outside the off stump there, Williams. He goes for 17, and Campbell takes another one.
Well, he's just asking the umpire a question, umpire Butler, indicating that he thought he hit it into the turf and then into the hands of John Campbell. He looked across at the square leg, umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, who didn't seem to help his cause at all. Looks like it's the googly coming out the back of the hand. Can't quite see what exactly, but the ball was on the way up before impact with the bat and continued along that line. And if it was the googly, it was going in that direction anyway. Toward first slip. Have a close look at it again. But he wasn't convinced at all. But he'll have to go.
The thing is, from that replay, it's very difficult because we're not seeing the ball all the way onto the bat. But the ball did take a big deviation, a suggestion that it did hit something on the way through. You look at how far the ball deviated. It almost changed angles to go across to slip. So it would have hit something, and the only thing to hit there is the bat. So now it is possible that he probably didn't feel it hitting the bat unless he hit the ground as well, and probably felt he had hit the ground only. But the ball deviated and deviated quite a lot. So Hakeem Jordan.
And a misfield at mid-off by Mindley. Struck with power to him, but should have pulled that one in. And Hakeem Jordan gets off the mark. One person who will not be begrudging the wicket is that man of Abijay Mansik. Picks up his second wicket. Now has 2 for 64. And his economy rate just dropping under 6 now. So he'll be eager to not only bring that run rate down, but get into the tail.
Yeah, well, they've lost a couple of wickets here in quick succession now, after that wonderful fifth wicket partnership to bring it to 242 for 5. It was 270 for 6, and now 270 for 7, 271 now is the score for the same 7 wickets. So they've lost 3 quick wickets here. That just left, has the door open for the Jamaicans.
Quick work there from the wicketkeeper, trying to effect a stumping. Back leg of Jordan firmly anchored.
Play on a miss.
One fell sweep. Aldine Thomas. So the wicket keeping of Carlon Bowen Tuckett yesterday with 3 stumpings, I believe it was. Very quick work indeed, almost Dhoni-like behind the stumps.
And again, another misfield. Mansing trying to cover that one. But that's probably, as they say, one of the more difficult positions to field when you field a point.
Yeah, that top spin is very difficult to negotiate. And that one landing just in front of him makes it even more difficult. I would hate to feel in that point position. That's why I'm not out there. Always that loud appeal. Stepped across the wicket, trying to paddle it around the corner. Hakeem Jordan struck on the front pad. Not out, says the umpire. They do go through for a leg by.
This is probably what you're going to see now. You'll probably see a shutter ball now because the batsmen are more prepared to take chances here. Probably trying to score as many runs as they possibly can. Went right across that one.
Perhaps outside the off stop. He went so far across. Tall man, Hakeem Jordan, the opening fast bowler. It is Romario Graves on strike. Yet to get off the mark, Graves.
Not for the first time. We'll see. This is
throwing the bait up in the air.
We did say flight it, but that's taking it a bit far.
For Pete's sake, Ruskin. Short turned into the onside pass. The man Mackenzie at forward short, no run. These half chances at bat pad that bowlers scream at you to take.
Yeah, but he has to stay down. He's in a couch position, but it's like he can't move from that position. So he's probably better off taking a step back and giving himself a chance.
Quite right.
To see the ball and then you could determine, where you want to go, which direction. End of the over, and it remains 274 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Another fielding position that I will not rush into. Quite happy to sit at the first slip. So Daniel Williams gone for 17. 14 extras in the innings in this total of 274. So 2 wickets falling with a total on 274, which kind of throws our calculation out the window of a declaration at some point today.
Yep, it's the match has changed. Now it may not be totally out of the question because you never know. These two can dig in here and probably produce a few big blows later on, as is the custom with Jordan. We know he is capable of swinging the bat and swinging it successfully at that.
And the mid-off and the mid-on are not quite in the traditional spaces. They're just that fraction bit deeper. Solid looking Akeem Jordan. He's on 3.
Being kept quiet here now, but that's only a matter of time before he
explodes.
Yeah, before he tries to uncork something big.
Either explode or implode. Mansingh seeking the latter. It's going to be explode, Ruskin.
Yes, just as we were saying, it was only just a matter of time.
Launched over cow corner. We were saying the fielders weren't too deep at mid-off and mid-on. There was a deep backward square, but that one hit in the direction of cow corner. And Mansingh feeling the brunt of the Akeem Jordan counter-attack.
Now, where did the ball go? He may have to... Oh, there is a gate open there, so he doesn't have to scale the fence, as has happened in the past. And so we have a slight delay here because of they had to go to retrieve the ball.
So 6 overs into his 7th over on the second day, Mansingh, and he's gone for 30 runs. He has taken 2 wickets, but he's gone for 30 runs in that 6 overs. So a tad bit expensive. I'm just trying not to be too harsh, as prompted by our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikram. That's just a tad bit over expensive, he asks.
You're being...
For a leg spinner.
Yep, you're very diplomatic.
We do get the ball back, returned from the dorms or somewhere in the hockey field.
I'm surprised the umpires haven't called to take a look at it.
Inspect it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't even looked at the ball.
No.
Not even called.
Well, they figure they look, we're at an Institute of Higher Learning, so they figure that permeates everybody. More runs. They could get a couple here if they hurry, and they will, and they'll get it quite comfortably too. Barnes has decided that little walk I had to walk to retrieve the ball there just now took a little out of me. So I am not going to be sprinting anytime soon.
He says, I'm not going to add too much to my speedometer.
Yeah.
See a couple of players just have that pedometer attached to them. He had a long walk back.
He's looking for more again, and this is going to be interesting. Now, Campbell may persist with Mansingh, but if Jordan sticks around for any extended period of time, I might have to move my car,
Well, you'll have to blame Brad Barnes. Loud appeal. Confident is Mansingh, and that's his 3rd wicket, Mansingh. Akeem Jordan goes across the line, playing across the line one too many times, struck on the front pad. And now you can thank Brad Barnes for keeping Akeem Jordan on strike, giving them 2 and a 3rd wicket. And we were just saying, Mr. Bikram Das, he was a tad bit expensive, but he gets his 3rd wicket now. The price to pay, the price you pay to pick a leg spinner, tad bit expensive, but can get the wicket.
282 now for 8. Jordan goes for 11. And just when he looked like he was really going to do something spectacular, it comes to an end. Chima Holder batting at number 10.
Mansingh, in his last game, I believe, picked up 4 wickets. So he'll be looking and be eager. As we were saying, he was looking to get into the tail. Has an opportunity now. Romario Graves is still yet not off the mark. So he has 2 batsmen there on 0.
Yeah, that's because Jordan was the one who was doing the heavy lifting and was trying to get at the bowling. He wasn't prepared to allow Mansingh to dictate to him. He wanted to get after him.
Yeah, he picked up 3 wickets for 41 in the first innings against Trinidad and Tobago and 2 for 27 in the second innings. So 5 wickets in the match for Mansingh. And his average of 13.6, at least while he was playing for Jamaica. He, of course, did play for the CCC at the start of the season. Against Trinidad and Tobago, that's quite right.
Twice he played against TNT. Yep. Was there a transfer fee involved?
It was a transfer window.
Transfer window.
During the T20 festival break. So 4 wickets he picked up for the CCC at an average of 55.4. So that average will come down as well.
Graves is very deliberate with his defensive approach. He hasn't done anything noteworthy just yet, but like the others, I think he too is gonna. It's just a matter of time before he tries to fashion something big. The middle off is pretty close, and so too is the middle on. So one big swing, and he could easily clear the heads of those two. There's runs. He goes for 1. Gonna settle for that. Odin Smith comes sprinting off the backward square, the deep backward square leg boundary.
He's a Jamaican, of course. No stranger to the sprints. 283 rather, for 8. And the other prospect, as we are in the 74th over, is that the new ball would be due in. It'll be due in 4.2 overs time. The question will be, will they even take it?
Yes, it's really an issue that they may have, but they may be happy with their spinners continuing to take wickets, especially with the lunch interval not too far away.
It might just be due to continue with the spinners. Just before lunch, maybe a over or 2 with it. If they do decide to take it, we'll just keep a keen eye on Odin Smith to see if he's limbering up to take the new ball. Not limboing, limbering. Mainly just the 4 overs this morning. He's bowled 4 overs for 5 runs. So they're going to look for 2. No,
Yeah,
they're
they
not.
should get 2 here, but
Sprinting this time, Mr. Mark. Is Odin Smith keeping them to 1?
He's covering the ground quickly. At about 285 for 8 now. 76 overs completed.
So we're near just about 25 minutes or so. 10 minutes rather. So my watch is on Odin Smith time. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know if that's daylight saving time you have there, but
This G-Shock gave me a shock. That's not quite the time. We're 10 minutes away.
That's central time you operating on.
Yeah, so we definitely won't be. Have to have a query to the people at G-Shock. Definitely won't get to the new ball. Just 10 minutes before lunch.
So they have the slip, and then they have a backward point. There's a cover on the boundary, a point. Just a cover and a mid-off, not too far back. In fact, he's in a mid-off position. And again, he's flushing outside the off stump, but I think they kind of lost their patience with the leg spinner. They want to get after him. Almost every one of these low order batsmen.
Half show there going past the outside edge. There's the googly. Well read, it must be said by Graves.
That's the next question. Are they reading him? You know, that's the thing. You know, some batsmen who can read, they read from the arm, from the bowler's arm, and others are not so fortunate. I won't call any names, but there are quite a few who tend to read it off the wicket. They're unable to read it from the bowler's arm.
We shall maintain their anonymity. No name shall be mentioned. So the morning session so far, Mr. Mark. Good aggressive batting and paid the price with the loss of a few wickets. So 100 coming up for Shaqiri Paris and a good knock by Larry Edward.
It's been a good morning for the CCC as the over comes to an end. 285 rather for 8. They really batted well in that first hour and really took the game away from the Jamaicans. And then immediately after the break, things started to happen. They lost 3 quick wickets and they slipped from just 4 wickets down. And now they've lost another wicket. So there's 4 in relatively quick time. But there have been some good beefy blows in between. And I think the fans of the CCC should be very happy.
The fan.
2 fans.
Two.
Yep. And Tony Green.
Cuts away. Nice looking shot. Past the diving Brandon King. Goes into the cover point. The cover boundary. The extra cover area at the paramedic tent. And a good shot for Jamal Holder there off the back foot.
Yeah, that's beautifully executed. And he placed it in the gap too. He placed it well away from the fieldsman, who put in a dive, but it was more in despair than anything else. That's 4 good-looking runs.
The lead now going up to 158. Scoring rate of just 3.7. With the economy rate of Abhijay Mansingh going down, but they're still maintaining a high run rate.
So Mansingh doing well at that point position, just backward, and denying the batsman the chance at a quick single. He picked up and returned quickly. That's a crucial position. He has to keep his eyes on the ball. Cannot afford to take your eyes off it to look at the fieldsman or take it to look at the batsman running. Always have to be on your guard there.
Yeah, he did get one that just dropped in front of him. Might have had a bit of backspin on it. Went through him for 4. Very difficult place to field. Yeah. Which is why normally only the best field there.
Yeah, square on the outside, square on the onside. Those could be tough fielding positions.
He's looking at his bowling as well. He started off this morning with 6.17 at an economy rate with no wickets. And he's got that down now to 5.21. He's taken 3 wickets. Just about 38 runs conceded. In 8 overs. He is going to continue and probably what will be the last over before lunch. So it'll just take him 9 overs this morning. Abhijay Mansingh. He's had 54 dot balls. Salmon has had 124 dot balls in his 26 overs. He's bowled the most overs in the innings. for the Jamaicans.
Yeah, I thought Barnes, like I say, Barnes started well, but then he got roughed up a little bit. Salmon came back. I suppose it's Easter time, so Salmon is in vogue right now. So he certainly came and put the brakes on. And now Mansing is reaping the rewards at the other end.
Yeah, he's had a lean spell. Pete Salmon taking over from Brad Barnes. Just a few days away from the long Easter weekend here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Again, the lead is 156 right now. Sure, they'd love to get that up to 200. And he's trying, I don't think he intended to hit it there, but as they say, pay for the whole bat, the edges and all, so we'll take that.
It's runs in the scorebook.
It doesn't say off the inside edge, off the outside edge. It just says single. So Graves, he goes to 3. He's been very patient, Graves. 3 from 22. Holder is 5 from 7.
You would have come into bat at the time when they were nearing the luncheon interval as well. Just about 6 overs or so ago. And as you see it, Mr. Mark, he cannons one into the shoulder of Mackenzie at forward short leg. A huge heave-ho, trying to tug it into the onside. Pete Salmon is down there on the long on boundary. He was trying to beat him. We're just in the last over before lunch.
Salmon, I think Salmon would be like me looking up at it. The amount of force he put into that.
Looked like fish out of water with that shot. Stark contrast, forward defensive off the inside edge. Looking for 2.
Yeah, that would have been suicidal.
With 1 ball to go to lunch. Try a risky second run.
Actually, he may be thinking that they might get another over in, so he's probably trying to
Trying to
slow it down maybe, but the fielders are trying to speed it up a little bit.
Shall we see the googly here, the last delivery?
Trying to squeeze out 1 more over.
It's a race against the clock for umpire Lyndon Rajkumar coming in from the square leg end. He looks at his watch.
Yeah, to see if he will get 1 more over in. Actually, Campbell had removed the bails, but the umpire.
He underestimated the fitness level of umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, who got to that stump
with seconds, with a few
milliseconds. Yeah, he has to put the bails back on, the Captain Campbell.
Yeah, and all that does is delay Tony Gray's lunch.
So wonder he didn't start without us.
Yeah. You know, the lunch is an integral part of his DNA.
We are going to get that over. He opts for fish for lunch, Mr. Tony Gray today. Salmon comes back into the attack.
Yeah, you know, it's an Easter delight for him.
What you don't want to happen here, maybe that's why Mario Graves ensured that he wasn't on strike. It's the one thing you don't want to get out. The last over before lunch, it is Graves on strike. That's why he wanted that second run, so he wouldn't have to face up to this last over. But he'll have to see it out because Chamar Holder doesn't look like he wants to move from that non-striker's end. 291 for 8,
Actually,
158.
Actually, it's Holder who's batting. Chamar Holder looks
number 40
very
Holder,
comfortable. Yeah. Yep. Graves is secured the non-striker's end. He is probably hoping that he plays out this over so he can go in and have a nice hearty lunch and then come back after lunch and try to see if he could tack on some quick runs.
Just delaying holder here is the bowler. See, redoing the laces on his boot.
Yep. Now, if a batsman had done that, there might have been a couple of frowns on the wicket, but it's the last over anyway, so I don't know if it would make much of a difference. And look at the concentration of Chima Holder. Head right over the ball. Our good friend Tony Gray is murmuring something behind me. I'm not sure what he's saying.
One ball, either it's one ball before the lunch interval or one ball before the new ball can be taken. So either way, he's excited and enthused.
That is going to be the end of play this morning. 291 for 8.
You know, a good session here for the CCC. Starting back this morning, resuming with a lead of 41, being 174 for 4 overnight. They've taken that lead now, with the total being on 291 to 158 runs off of their 80 overs. And it's the session saw Shaqiri Paris notching up his first 100 of the 2025 season, getting to 112. And in that, he struck 2 sixes and 4 fours. And contributions from Larry Edwards, 44 as well, partnering with him. And they had an 86-run partnership this morning before the loss of the wickets of Edwards. And Mansingh was introduced into the bowling and picked up 3 key wickets to have them now with 291 now on the board. Look at the bowling figures there.
1 for 28 it is for Bentley from his 11 overs, 2 for 65 for Salmon, and 3 for 75 for Mansingh, 2 for 87, or 2 for 67 rather, for Brad Barnes. So they are the wicket takers so far for the Jamaican Scorpions. So we're going to take a little break. Tony Gray is going to
Already in the lunch.
nourish himself, and then we come back after lunch for the second session of day 2 of this clash between the CCC and the Jamaica Scorpions.
They didn't want to walk on the field. Well.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Sir Frank Worrell enclosure on the campus of the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine. The CCC are going to resume their innings as was to be expected. They have a nice, comfortable lead at the moment, but I'm sure they would love to add to the 158 that they have on the board at the moment. Again, 291 for 8, replying to the Jamaica Scorpions 133 on first innings. Tigre 158 lead. But another 40, 50 runs would be ideal, I think.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ruskin. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. Yes, another 40 runs would be nice. That psychological lead of 200 would be excellent for them. And they have done the business because at the moment they have a huge advantage of having that 158 run lead.
So let's see if they can build on that and how much they can add. The Jamaicans looking a little sprightly. They're just switching positions. Guys are running around. Obviously, they had a nice little pep talk, and they're looking to probably come here and polish off these two remaining wickets. It's Mansingh. And the first delivery is a little bit on the short side, but another run into the kitty.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the way Mansingh has come back into the game. Yesterday, he didn't have such a good start to the game, but he's been a lot more consistent now. He's gotten the ball to turn. He's not been afraid to bowl the googlies, and he's gotten 3 wickets this morning.
So we're waiting now on Shamar Holder. He's going to pick up. He was on 6. They're going to have to hurry here. A little bit of a late decision, but not much Odin Smith could do about that. He had to run to his left, and even though he got it in his right hand, by the time he was about to release it, the batsmen, who were fairly tall, both of them, they chewed up the turf and completed a really comfortable single.
We want some fielders who are quick in the inner circle to get to the ball because they are going to look to rotate strike. So I'm not sure that Odin Smith should be in that position. They're not going to hit a lot of boundaries. So they'll be looking to rotate strike. So you want some quick fieldsmen in the inner circle to stop the singles.
Well, that'd be one thing, but I would think that they would probably be swinging for the fences just now and try to add as many runs as they possibly can. Tigre, you know today the Masters started, right? Not MasterCard, eh? Masters.
Golf tournament. I know it's Masters. The golf tournament.
You know where Augusta is?
I've followed Tiger Woods a lot. Not just his accomplishments, Ruskin Mark, but the adversities and times of predicaments that he's gone through with the accident and things like that. The ability to come back from those sort of situations is remarkable. That's a good shot.
Yep. Could get one. It may not go for the second. It traveled rather quickly out there. Saw Jermaine Blackwood patrolling the boundary out there. So they decided against coming back for a second run. But again, just like they started this morning, they're starting to pick the scoring along. They're scoring off to almost every ball or every other ball. And they're picking up singles quite nicely here.
Yeah, what has happened is that the previous batsmen, the captain Jeremiah, obviously Paris, and even Edward has shown them how to go about things, and they're very confident, even the low order batsmen or even the fast bowlers, and they're batting well. It's now 296 for the loss of 8 after 81 overs.
Yes, the lead builds is 163 now. So they continue to build, and the new ball is due or available if they want it. Instead, they're going with their frontline spinners. Salmon is going to continue. And did you watch any basketball last night?
No, but I normally watch. I like the Lakers. I like LeBron James because of his It's professionalism, really. For a man at 40 something, he'll get the single here. 40 something, he's about what, 41, 40, 41? To play that amount of years and having shown that versatility and that durability over the years, I'm really respectful of that.
Yeah, a lot to be admired there. And but it's like the yin and yang right now because you have somebody like Doncic who fitness is not his first call, if you know what I mean. So you have LeBron who is like a fitness freak, and then you have Doncic who where from Slovenia and just almost like he plays basketball like if he's just liming with the boys and plays and then like he could just go and watch some kind of kart race somewhere in the back. Nothing else seems to matter to him too much. So fitness, he's not as high on fitness as LeBron is, and several other players are. Steph Curry is another one who uh, covers more ground than anybody else, but does it with such ease.
You look at Doncic and the European bloc countries have always produced these basketball players who are fundamentally very sound. And he's not a great athlete by any means, but his passing ability, his vision, and obviously he got those shots going. And he can move into position very nicely to make sure that he impacts his team because you know it's a connective game, basketball.
297 for 8 at the end of that over. He actually it's 298 for 8 at this point. The thing is, he has what we call technical speed, and there are players like that who they may look like they're moving slowly or they may not be able to do certain things, but because of their technical speed, they're able to compensate for what physical deficiencies they might have. That's a great shot. And again, almost as if he was baiting the bowler to pitch it there. And when he did, he just helped himself 4 more.
What I like about that shot, he waited on the ball, and obviously, a lot of times batsmen pull away from the ball and don't have control of the shot. But it was a fast delivery on the line of the off stump, or just outside. So he waited on that ball and he hit down on the ball for 4 runs. So again, all these batsmen at the end are showing the ability to get runs. 300 runs is a psychological edge that CCC now has.
301 for 8 now. So that lead continues to climb here. It's 168 now. So they're inching up to the 175 lead and possibly beyond that, maybe even to 200. These two are digging in here. They probably got the house announcer calling for the making it. The 300 is on the board. They would probably think if we could get this to 350, maybe 340. You never know what might give.
That's well bowled again and coming forward. So a lot to like about this batting unit. They've played their better cricket at the end of the tournament, Ruskin, and seen them improving against the West Indies Academy. Now they're looking the part against a good team, a good outfit in the Jamaican Scorpions. Well played again, full face of the bat. And the hole is calling for something.
The over comes to an end. It's 301 for 8 at the end of it. The players swings over. 83 overs completed. Mansingh 3 for 84, 2 for 66 Salmon, and 2 for 67 Barnes. So those are the principal wicket takers for the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, Kirk McKenzie was their top scorer with 31. I'm sure the Jamaicans will want to improve on that in their second innings. And we anticipate that they will be batting sometime this afternoon. When exactly, we're not sure. It depends on how well these two go and the one batsman to come after. So it's been a a bit of a wait for the Jamaicans. They would have come this morning hoping to run through the CCC batting. That has not happened. And we're into the middle session now. Tony Gray is well rested, well fed. He can go for the next 4 hours. There we go. And that's a mighty hit. And that's gone. Shimmer Holder opening his shoulders and saying, catch that if you can. And all the fielder could do is look up and watch it sail over his head.
Well, a flight to delivery. I like the fact that it's turning into him in the slot. And he just got onto that. And aggressive swing of the bat for 6 runs. Now, the umpires are conferring. What's the reason behind that, Ruskin Mark?
They want to know if they should give him 12 for that shot. I was just about to say, can you show that video of that shot again for me? I was just about to commend. You see what food could do, a little bit of food in your system? Watch the shot from cameraman Chinfat. You know, just watch it here, you know. Now watch this. You can actually follow the ball.
It's good camera work.
Yeah. Now, if it doesn't happen before us, we ain't seen the ball at all.
Ruskin Mark, you know everybody.
But you know what's
me alone.
But you know what's the best part? Is the Indian water that makes me
comic relief here. In the
that is what made all the difference.
A little bit more energy from the cameraman.
You know.
It's well bowled, looking for the singles. Yep. This is good batting. This is excellent batting. And you know, Ruskin, the former, I would say, an all-rounder, a bowler who could bat, you know it's important to have the lower batsmen scoring runs too. It's not only about, you know, the top order. Everybody bats. And it's dependent on them to score runs to add to the tally, but also to give themselves a rest.
Well, not only that too, because the general principle is all bowlers like to bat. Let's just call it for what it is. Some of them think they can bat better than they really can, but they love the idea of batting.
Well, you're pointing at me, so
I'm not what you're pointing at you. I was just making a point. I was just referencing that all bowlers like the idea of batting, you know, because of, as I said, there are days when you're in the field for a whole day, you know, and you don't want to just give up the whole idea of batting. When you get to bat, you want to at least make a contribution, especially if your team needs, you know, crucial runs at some stage of the innings. So a lot of batsmen, also a lot of bowlers, I say low order, they spend a lot of time in the crease honing their batting skills. And in fact, coaches encourage them to do so. A little bit of indecision here as to whether or not they should go for the run. They might have had a run there, but again, that ball pitched square the wicket on the offside, on the onside, creates a bit of a problem for batsmen, and they opted not to go for it. 309 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, the other thing about making runs as a bowler is that you're competing with other bowlers for a berth as a test cricketer or one-day international cricketer. And you're competing with the other batsmen and other bowlers. So, for example, when I played, I knew that I was competing against people like Sir Courtney Walsh, you know, Curtly Ambrose and these guys. So you had to try to separate yourself from them. That's a good shot. That's an excellent shot.
My car is parked here.
That's my car too. Oh my! Well. What a huge
I was
six.
making the point that Mr. Graves, we will have to have a word. It hit the tent. Oops, you might have heard the sound as that one crashed into the tent here. And I wouldn't blame cameraman Chinfat for not getting that one because it was coming straight at him. And but another big hit. So the score ticking over quite nicely now. And there he goes again, trying to carve out another boundary. So Jamaica has to be careful here. They want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. but these two seem determined to want to carry on for an extended period of time. And look at everybody just looking up in there like it's a plane passing. And that's a beauty. He bowled him right through the gate there. The googly, he read it late and he just groped at it and missed it and was bowled neck and crop.
Although that Mansingh has gone for some runs there, he's gotten hit about, but he's been inclined to get wickets at important times for Jamaica Scorpions. That was an excellent delivery from him. Obviously, bowling different types of delivery, but this one he opted for the googly and pitching it in the right area, creating that space between bat and pad. In fact, his back foot was going towards the leg side, so completely misread the line of that ball and the movement of it. And what a very good googly. His return now 4 wickets.
Well, again, because he's not reading the ball, he's not reading it from his arm. He's trying to read it off the pitch, but by that time it was so late. And like I said, his back foot seemed to give away. And he was kind of groping at the ball and missed it completely. So a big wicket there because, again, Graves was just about getting cracking.
Yeah, look at Mansingh. He can get a 5-wicket haul here. He's
at this point in time. So it's
4 wicket.
Graves went for 18, 315.
Well bowled again, trying another googly to the new batsman, the number 11 batsman. And this is excellent bowling. He would have gone for a lot of runs, but this is 18 over, and he's gotten 4 wickets. And he can search for this 5th wicket to make it a 5-wicket haul. And bowled again, good flight to delivery. So he's not afraid to flag the ball. And that's bravery. Obviously, it's a new batsman, but he's been hit for a couple of sixes, but he's showing that he's not afraid to pitch it up.
Yeah, well, Jaden Edmond, the fast bowler, gets a googly as well. But he kept that one out. Didn't have to go too far for it as it came back at him. And that ends the over. So he safely negotiates that one. And it remains 316 for 9.
It's always about how the Jamaican Scorpions will come out to bat. This is a good batting pitch. We've seen a lot of deliveries, move off the seam, and also some from the spinners. It has some slight turn there, but it's still a good batting pitch. And once you dedicate yourself, discipline yourself out there and get a good start, they have the batting talent, but they will have to bat for long to try to give the CCC team a healthy lead to win this game at the end.
So another roll of the dice here on the part of Campbell. It's brought back in Barnes. Now Barnes was roughed up and really beaten out of the attack by Edwards earlier today. And eventually he had to be withdrawn, but they're going to pick up 2 quickly here. Shima Holder doing the smart thing.
What I think about Barnes is that he bowls more into the turf. He doesn't really want to flight the ball against the hard-hitting lower batsman in Holder. I think that he will bowl into the turf and would want Holder to read the ball off the pitch rather than give him those slot type of deliveries for him to hit over the boundary for 6.
Well, he has a long on and a long off in place. And this one is played in the air, but again, it's going to drop safely. Actually went a lot further than I thought Holder anticipated it would go. It carried quite a bit, quite a long way to deepish mid-wicket.
He's having a word with the number 11, Edmund. He's telling him, obviously, to stay there. You can bat. It's easier than you think. You have to rotate strike and, play your normal role, but you have to play with intelligence because they want to extend this lead of, its score is now 318 for the loss of 9, 185-run lead. That's well bowled.
Yeah, so they're 15 away from a 200 tally. So if he could stick around and allow Chima Holder to open his shoulders a bit, that's 3 big hits, you know.
It's a good shot. Excellent
And
shot.
that's 4 runs. That is 4 good-looking runs. He hit it straight and he hit it hard. And that's probably what Holder was telling him.
Play straight. Well, you look at this shot. Tall guy, nice batting stance, and straight down the wicket. You look at the umpire too. He took evasive action and a good shot. Obviously, all these guys are inclined to bat properly, and they're shot makers. So it's good news for CCC.
Still no long on and no long off. So they're inviting him to keep doing that. And this time he's very wary of the plan. But earlier said to Barnes, well, boy, let's go up in jar breeze and let's see how he reacts to it. Cutting, and that one peels away. Wicketkeeper got a glove to it. Whether he got a touch, we wait to see. But it looks like his run, so he might have gotten an edge. And that's 4 runs.
Yeah, if you're going at the square cut, you have to stay with the ball. But obviously, these guys are lower batsmen, so they're looking to hit the ball with tremendous, strength, and they're going hard at the ball. So again, not in control. He's pulling away at the last moment. He's looking to really hit the leather of that ball. Pulling away at the last moment, missed it completely. Well, he got an outside edge,
Got a thick edge.
but no response from the guy in slip. Obviously, it went very quickly away from him.
It's Campbell. He didn't see it at all. It didn't look like. So it's at 326 now for the loss of those 9 wickets.
189 run lead.
No, it's in the 90s. Yep, because it's 93, a 193 lead. So it's going to be very interesting if they could get it up to 200. And there he goes again, but he doesn't get the kind of elevation that he was hoping for.
What is pleasing is that he understands the atmospheric conditions here. He understands where the breeze is coming from. So he's hitting with the wind. That ball hit the inside edge of the bat, so not the middle of the bat. And he's just able to get that single. It's well played.
So 327 for 9. Another score in excess of 300 for the CCC. It's just like they found their rhythm at the end. That's a big hit, but it's going to drop right away that he takes it. A good anticipation there. Running in there is Mindley or rather someone to take the catch. And it came at him. He had to advance a couple meters, but it was flat. It didn't really get the elevation that he needed. And it comes straight down. That's 5 wickets for Mansingh as he picks up another pepper. And again, good post-lunch camera work there from Chinfat. And that is the end of the innings at 327 all out.
Yeah, this is a good return from CCC with the bat. Obviously, some very good partnerships in between there, punctuated with some good stroke playing from Paris and Jeremiah before that, the captain of this team. And they would be very happy with the score 327 and 86.3 overs. And a good lead of over 200, well, not 200 as yet, nearly 200 runs. And they would want to make sure that they magnify this scoreboard pressure that they've set against the Jamaica Scorpions and get early wickets. But again, they have to learn from what transpired in the first half of the game when they bowled quite well after settling down with the new ball. Got to bowl consistently well, line and length, and try to get early wickets, but it has to be from a process-oriented approach and not from a wild approach because of this wonderful lead that they have.
So again, 327 is the score, a lead of 194 runs. So It should be an interesting battle. I was just trying to see Mansing ended up with 18.3 overs. He had 5 for 91. But I was trying to see the other bowlers. I know Barnes had 2, and of course Windley had 1. Salmon also ended up with 2 wickets, so 2 for 78 for Barnes from his 20 overs.
Odin Smith didn't get a wicket, but Pete Salmon, he got 2 for 74 of 29 overs, so a lot of overs from him. Mansing was pleasing this morning. He got all his wickets this morning, this afternoon. A 5-wicket hauler off of 18.3 overs, and he went for 91 runs. And Barnes, 20 overs, not too bad. 78 runs coming off his bowling, and got 2 wickets. So not the type of performance collectively you would want to see. You'd want to see, them bowl a lot more consistently. And this score of 327 runs with a 194 run lead is a really healthy lead, and they would be under pressure from the start.
Well, it will be interesting, and we'll see how they fall when we come back as they start their reply to try to first wipe off 194 advantage enjoyed by CCC.
And welcome back here to the Sir Frank Worrell Field. We are here live. We are here live at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus with the news that the CCC have been bowled out for 327. The lead now being 194 as the Jamaican Scorpions, with 133 runs in their first innings, are set now to take it up in the second innings. A reminder that CCC won the toss, elected to field first. As I'm joined here by Mr. Tony Gray in the commentary position.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Billy. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers once again. Wonderful display of batting by CCC. Now they have a 194-run lead. And let's see how they go about their bowling. That's a good shot. Excellent shot by John Campbell. He's a no-nonsense man. And anything short, and that offers him that type of opportunity to play the pull shot, he's going to go after.
Well,
Short delivery, poor delivery to start with.
The one thing we saw in the first innings from Shamar Holder, he was quite wayward in the first innings. As we have a look at it here again, short, just sit up and hit me ball, pulled ferociously into the onside for 4. Holder in the first inning, 11 overs, 32 runs, just a 1 wicket for him. He starts from the southern end. Short, but not that short. As Campbell tries to tuck it into the onside, didn't get up as high as he anticipated. Second delivery if you're joining us as we start the second innings.
Yeah, I don't think that he would have a lack of control to the degree that we saw in the first half of the game, because the pitch is different. The pitch is different. It doesn't offer the fast bowlers a lot more movement than it did in the first innings of the Jamaican Scorpions. So probably will be a lot more. Well, that's a poor shot. That's a good shot. The poor delivery again. So hold up, pulling down on those deliveries, bowling too short on a pitch that is not conducive to fast bowling, and John Campbell showing his ability to play the pull shot.
I'm just wondering here, is it a definite mode of attack against him? Because there is a man, a deep backward square in that of Hakeem Jordan. It was to his right. It's gone for 4, which meant that it was inside the rope. And had he been stationed a bit squarer, which he has gone to now, after the horse has bolted, he would have been in with a chance. A shortish delivery outside of the off stump, trying to cut down on it. The field, there is a fine leg, and now a deep backward square in that of Hakeem Jordan. There is a short mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, and 2 slips and a gully.
Well, what they're saying is that he's a compulsive hooker the ball, and they're going to try to set him up and perhaps look to bowl that short ball that would have some height and perhaps outside the off stump, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to play those shots. That's well bowled again. So he's got to either try to set up Campbell with the short delivery because of the men posted in that area at backward point or backward square leg and a wideish fine leg, or he's got a bowl towards the slip area.
And he seemed to change his line, so just shifting away literally from the line of attack on the leg stump or on the wickets, and he's going across him now. That's where you expect him to be. That ball left alone outside of the Austin wicketkeeper takes to his right. End of the first over. Already 2 boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, you want your fast bowlers to look to bowl fast, but what is more important is that you want to be bowling at the stumps. He bowled 1 wide, and that was the last delivery, but too short in the early parts of the over, and it was carded for 4 each time. So John Campbell showing that clarity of mind, and he's going to take on the fast bowling Holder. Now you expect Jordan from the other end, the northern end, to be a lot more controlled because he doesn't have the pace. But they have to learn from what transpired in the early parts of the game in the first innings when Edmund came on and cooled things down and bowled wicket to wicket. allowed the pitch to do the work and was just patient, and he got the return. So the senior bowlers on the CCC side must learn from Edmund and the way he approaches bowling.
Well, he is going to start Hakeem Jordan from. And we were just anticipating maybe they would have given the new ball to Edmund. Edmund in the first innings, will remind you, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 59 runs, and 5 wickets. He got all of the top order. So just a thought, could he have taken the new ball?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the captain. I think things would have been discussed in the dressing room, and perhaps they're saying, well, we will go with the senior men. We expecting them to perform better in this innings, and let's see what happened. But Toller started poorly.
So it's going to be Jordan. Just 1 wicket in the first innings for him. He as well started a bit wayward in the first half an hour of the first morning's play. Starts here down the leg side. Just 1 for 24 for him off 11 overs in the first innings.
Yeah,
Coming back rather well in his last spell.
Yeah, because of his lack of pace, he has to be bowling a fuller length to try to get that outside edge of the bat, but starting in a lethargic fashion, going down the leg side. But they're repeating what we saw in
Just
the
looking
Jamaica
at on the
Scorpions.
replay, it actually pitched on middle and leg and went across him and beat him outside the stump. I think it passed between bat and pad. So credit to him.
You were misled.
Our angle deceived.
That's well bowled. That's better. He's going over the wicket. And all he has to do is to bowl wicket to wicket and slant the ball across. But I talked about his lack of pace. It's not like Holder or Edmund. He's the slowest of the lot. And he needs to push up the ball a little bit more.
To be fair to us, Mr. Gray, it did pitch on or about the leg stump, fractionally outside the leg.
It changed,
but it did move for us and beat him on the inside edge of the bat. So he beat 3 people with that one delivery.
This is well played, right behind the line. And McKenzie has had some issues with his technique, especially when the ball pitches wide.
Have a good look at it yet again. It's pitching on about the leg stump. It's outside the leg stump, yeah, and just going across.
A lot of movement there, and this is a good delivery from Jordan, the early parts of the over.
So at least I did see the fact that it pitched outside the leg stump.
Excellent
exaggerated movement.
Conditions here at UE Spec to bowl. Wasted delivery, wide delivery. And it's so important that they bowl in the right areas at the top of off stump. Do not want the batsman to settle long. Talk about this pitch. This pitch has become better for batting. This is the second day, and it might be better for batting tomorrow too, in the early parts of the proceedings tomorrow. So this is where the new ball has to be used properly.
Yeah, the only bright light in the first innings for the Jamaicans was the knock of Kirk McKenzie, albeit just 31 runs. But he started to look good before he was caught off the bowling of Edmund. As you said, Edmund taking the top 5 wickets. And the Centurion in the last game, Javel Glenn, he went for 5. 21 extras in the first innings. 9 byes, but really 8 of those went to the boundary for 4. 2 deliveries that went for 4 each. Really hard on the wicketkeeper Williams. They've started with a deep backward point on the boundary, facilitating that single. Take the score up to 9. The end of the second over.
Yeah, not a brilliant over by any means. He sprayed 1 or 2 deliveries. That last delivery is where he's supposed to bowl. But really waiting for Edmund to come on again to see if he can repeat that feat of getting wickets very early. And not just getting wickets, but he got some really top name players. Campbell, the captain in the first innings, McKenzie, Edmund again, Brandon King, Blackwood, all international players. So it's not just that he got wickets, but he got top name players.
Well, he got Campbell in that first over of his he struck with the score just on 26, and he was brought on to bowl for the 6th over of the innings after both opening bowlers got some difficulty in controlling the ball and immediately picked up a wicket. And there's an edge off the back foot over the head of Graves at gully and into the boundary for 4. So we're dealing in boundaries here now. It's the 3rd boundary of the innings, and already the total coming down. How much they trail by now is 185.
It was a very good delivery. It had some pace, it had some bounce. It was very difficult for Mackenzie to control the shot because of the excessive bounce. So not a bad delivery. He must not be too dismayed, Holder.
So now 13 without loss in the 2nd over. And looking back there again, the 2nd wicket falling, that of a peach of a delivery, Brandon King being out, bowled neck and crop between bat and pad. Remembrance of a driveway or two between bat and pad.
Yeah, Ruskin Mark.
Trailing now by 181. Push into the covers. Just a single. Yeah, Brandon King, he was bowled for just 4 runs. And then the 3rd wicket fell in that innings, that of Blackwood. He was out for no score, with the score still on 44 in that 8th over. The 3rd over bowled by Edmund. And then the wicket of Glenn falling to Edmund again for 5. So it was 4 for 51 at one point.
As well, ball, excellent. There's some movement there with a new juke ball and excellent delivery. Now, it's very difficult with Holder space if he's bowling in the right area and he's getting the ball to move. Now, if it's exaggerated movement, he can hold the ball cross seam to negate the exaggerated movement. But this is perfect line, perfect length. And he's bowling towards the slip area, and it's enticing the batsman to go after the ball. That reflex action to go after that red ball.
Cut away. Not a man move. Between backward point and gully, all along the ground for 4. And yet another boundary. 4 boundaries in the inning so far. And Campbell seems to be on a roll. He's on 12 off of 8.
No, that's brilliant batting. It's brilliant batting because he's going after the ball. He's sure of what he wants to accomplish. He's hitting the ball downward. And he's good with the lateral shots, with the horizontal bat shots. We've seen him pull a couple in the previous over. Now he's going square of the wicket. So something that we don't see often, those combative shots against the fast bowlers, those pull shots, the hook shots, and the square cuts.
Immediately, the captain, Jeremiah, just walking down, having a word with Holder, see if all is well. Holder was replaced at that top end and Edmund coming on. And I know we only into the 3rd over, but maybe discussing with him if he wants to change ends, because he did bowl better from the northern end. Advancing down the wicket, just a couple steps there. Campbell.
Well, you could have a 194-run lead, and that's a wonderful lead in the context of the game. But you have to protect the lead too by the process of being consistent and creating pressure with dot bowling, and then getting the wickets in between. The process has not worked well for the CCC team. And again, their opening bowlers have been less than perfect.
Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire immediately. So Jordan just bowling the 1 over as well. You can see the lead on 176 at the end of that over. 18 runs on the board, 3 gone. And Jordan just starting on this northern end. Surely you don't want to switch ends and take him off to put Holder on and start Edmund. So it's not an ideal situation for Johan Jeremiah.
Yeah, but you can change as, a captain. You can, be early in your assessment if your bowler is not bowling well and if he's going for runs, and you can make a change. You don't have to be stereotypical because generally this is your opening bowling pair. You can make a change. You don't have to start with it either.
It is going to be Akeem Jordan to take up from the northern end.
Looking into the future, who's going to open the innings with Craig Braffett? I assume it's going to be Craig Braffett and an opening partner. Look at Campbell here. He scores quickly.
Well, he's certainly in a mood now, and you could tell from that type of shot he tried to execute there. Jordan just having a word with him, asking him where exactly he wanted to put that, or maybe just asking him what he had for lunch.
He's trying to get to the pitch of the deliveries from Jordan. He's advancing very early, coming down the wicket. That was pulled slightly short, so he missed it completely. He was hitting it towards the mid-wicket area. And he's so good with those lateral shots that you want to bowl him straight.
You just saw with him skipping down there, and I say the word skipping because his head wasn't very steady as he advanced down the wicket. You know, you take a stride down the wicket, but he was hopping into position. Much better from him. Just touches it down to hold at mid-off. But yeah, just hopping down the wicket really. So he's not in control. His head is not stable. And had he been a bit more controlled in his advancement down the pitch, he could have gotten bat on ball. But it's the second time he's walked down the wicket now to the two fast bowlers.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying because the epitome of moving down the pitch, you looked at Sir Vivian Richards, he was always in a stable position. You talk about a head position. When you are skipping, your head is moving up and down, and the perception of what the ball is doing is skewed.
Speaking of skips, shot, cut away. It's a man out on the point boundary already, even though they have a lead of 174. He's already stationed a man at the backward point boundary for the bowling of Jordan. That man, he has a skip in his step as he starts his run-up.
Yeah, I think that is important that you have to be balanced in your field places, not because you have this wonderful, healthy lead initially of 194. Now it's 173 that you go wild and bowl all over the place. So he's allowing the fast bowler to settle down. Hence, the man is in that point boundary.
I'll ask you another question now, a follow-up, if you will. Sometimes the follow-up delivery is the better delivery than the short pitch delivery. So if Edmund comes on to bowl in this situation in the next over, would you have a point on the boundary for him?
Yes, to start with, because it's a new game, it's a new innings, right? You don't, you stay in the moment. You don't think about what happened previously. Let's see what the fast bowler will do. Remember, Edmund is in his second first-class game, and he's not going to, just come and bowl well all of the time. And the thing about it, he had the lengthy spells. I think the first spell he had yesterday was 7 overs straight.
7 overs, correct.
So we don't know what his body is going to be all about, how his body is going to react. And you really need to be protective initially. Let him settle down first. It's a new innings. And let's see if he can repeat what he did yesterday.
That's why you are in the employ of the UTT as coach, looking after the younger generation.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's not the same psyche that we had when we were growing up. It's a different ball game altogether. Well played.
Yes, Kirk Mackenzie seems as though he is in a different ball game. He's much more circumspect than the captain, John Campbell. It's 22 for no loss after 4.
I like what I see from John Campbell because of the fact that if he's going to open the innings, presumably, or just saying, it has been contentious discussion with people throughout the Caribbean. You heard it in programs. Who's going to open the innings with Craig Brathwaite, who's not the captain again in Test match cricket against Australia? Remember, it's 3 Test matches coming up. You look at Craig Brathwaite's approach to batting. Normally, it's more of a sedate approach. And now you have Campbell, who is much more positive, a stroke maker. So is that the balance that you need?
Down the leg side from holder. He's really been out of sorts in this game, starting.
You look at Holder, is that there an acceptance that he can not control the ball? Because if they're accepting it, it's not good. His teammates have to get at him. You can talk to him all you want, but he's an opening bowler. He's been playing at this level for a while, and it's not good to accept wayward bowling. He's got to hold the ball cross seam and try to put the ball in the right areas consistently, but it's poor bowling, really. Well bowled, that's better, and that has to be repeated.
So you have the foot on the neck, so to speak. in a situation like this, do you now think after 2 overs, you've seen him bowl his second over, you're going to bring Edmund into the attack from that southern end?
Well, yes, let's see what happens during the course of this over. If he bowls wayward deliveries consistently, then you will have to take him out because it's important with the change in the pitch conditions that you maximize the new ball. And Edmund will be more control. He's more simple, and he bowls in the right areas. He doesn't try too many things. I think Holder is trying to bowl too fast here.
Kutawi sweeper coming around Paris Centurion on the boundary does the work in the deep. They get two, in fact.
These guys are good at standing and delivering those type of shots. Wonderful shot. Nice sound of the bat on ball or ball on bat. Same thing.
And with the attitude of Campbell at the crease, might just want to be a bit proactive than reactive, thinking about bowling from the southern end.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there it is down the leg side again, and we're speaking about it.
Yeah, what he's doing wrong is he's completing his action against a left-hander. Now, two left-handers at the wicket. He's not opening up that front arm. Should be a little square on when he's releasing the ball against the left-handers, but he's completing his action. So that delivery would have been excellent delivery against the right-handed batsman, not the left-handers.
Advancing down the track, and it comes off the body, and Powell inexplicably at first slip cannot gather it in. It bounced in front of him, and just as Pennant, he chases it down to the boundary himself, as if to apologize to the bowler for letting that one slip through for 4.
He should apologize. The bowler's working hard, always not bowling well. And this one is another short delivery coming down the pitch. Came off his glove, it looked like. And poor bit of feeling by Powell, who took an absolutely superb catch in the first innings, right down to his right with one hand, his right hand. Took a brilliant catch, and I think that he caught it behind him, which made it even more superb.
Seemed as though the catch was a delayed reaction, but it came to him very quickly. Yeah, that one just short and coming off the underarm of Campbell. Total 28, and gives us the opportunity, as we just pause as the umpires take a look at the hand, just to look back at the last innings of the CCC. Johan Jeremiah 69, Shaqiri Paris 112, Larry Edward, the night watchman overnight, coming out and blazing guns this morning, 44 to him, and 14 extras in the innings. And the bowling, Odin Smith, just the 8 overs from him, 11 overs to Mindley and the 1 wicket. And it was the 2 spinners. Well, initially it was Brad Barnes who came on from the southern end and extracted 2 wickets out, 2 for 78 from him. But it was Salman and Batman Abijay Mansingh getting a 5-wicket haul for him, his first 5-wicket haul at the first class level, and did extremely well with the older ball. He came on when it was 62 overs old, and he managed overnight, he was 6 overs, 37 runs with a run rate of economy rate of 6.17. But today, 12.3 overs, 54 runs and 5 wickets with an economy rate today of 4.4.
I think it was brilliant bowling. I think it was brilliant bowling under the circumstances that yesterday he didn't perform well. He was very expensive all over the shop, and now he settled down nicely. It shows that he could come back from not so perfect positions in the game. And it showed that he is maturing nicely. His first 5-wicket haul, as you mentioned, is really a wonderful achievement. The economy rate is what you want to see from your wrist spinners too. You want to see it come down more and more. It means to say that they're more consistent. So he showed everything this morning. He showed a lot of class. He showed a lot of determination. And he deserves really the 5-wicket haul.
I did mention a couple things were in his favor today, the older ball, as well as it being a second-day wicket. Not just that, but overnight, it meant that he would have been coming in to bowl today. After there being 4 wickets down overnight, it meant that once a couple wickets fell, he would have the opportunity to bowl at the lower order, albeit Larry Edwards was at the crease as a night watchman. But he did come in to bowl at the lower order and plucked out 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the wrist spinners, lower order batsmen like to go at them once they're flighting the deliveries, but a lot of them cannot pick the ball off the pitch. And this is where he got the 4 wicket haul initially with the lower order batsmen. But he bowled quite well and bowled in the right areas. And he wasn't afraid to bowl the googlies. We've seen it willfully done consistently so. So he was brave today, and it accounted for 4 wickets.
Well, the impact here to John Campbell, as we see the physio, Barrington Gale, just working. No, it's not Chris Gale out there, although you see the long dreadlocks, and he's a Jamaican as well, but it's Barrington Gale, the physio. He's just having a look at that forearm. You could see him holding it there in some type of agony. They've already put the spray on, and he is going to take some medication now. See him wincing there, just holding the bottle of water and wincing as well. So it was a painful blow by Holder.
Hey, it doesn't seem that he wants to come off. He is in some discomfort and obviously getting some treatment, but he's going to stay there. It looks like he's not going to come off.
Well, he's been
Or
at
is he? Is he going to come off?
Well, I don't see a batsman ready at the dugout to walk into bat, so no sign of him coming off, or no intention that they were going to replace him either from Pedro Collins and company. I beg your pardon, from Robert Haynes and company, yeah.
Yeah, you look at John Campbell, the shots that he's played. No, you're not seeing that on a consistent basis where the West Indian batsmen are taking on the fast bowlers again. As people like Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Haynes, they used to play those type of shots. And you want somebody from the other end to be scoring not consistently, but more freely than Craig Brathwaite. Because who's going to put the pressure on the Australian bowlers? And you know they are very meticulous in line and length. Mitchell uh, Stark
Yeah.
will give you some bad deliveries because he depends a lot on swing. But Cummins and Hazelwood and Boland, don't forget Boland, are very consistent. So where are the runs going to come from? The mindset has to be to score runs first, attack the ball.
You see how his recovery is here. Short again, tested out with that short delivery. Can't quite get enough bat onto it. He will get off the strike. It's the end of the over. Long over with that little injury to John Campbell. It's 29 without loss.
Well, I would make a change. I would bring Edmund from that end and take off Holder and try to clog up this end here, the northern end, with Jordan. But I'm not going to allow Holder to continue this inconsistency that he's shown.
Yeah, you're asking the question, where is the runs going to come from in that Trinidad versus Guyana game? Guyana 115 for 1. Kevlon Anderson coming in 1 down to join Raymond Perez. He's not out on 55, and Kevlon Anderson is on 38 not out.
Yeah, they would try to obviously bat Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out of the game. And if they do, they would win the championship. Guyana is so excellent at analyzing, formulating a game plan and a tournament plan, not just a game plan, but each game they stay in the moment a lot. That's a wild swing, at a wild delivery. So both wilds there. I'm surprised at Jordan. Normally he gets his wickets and normally he creates pressure by bowling consistently well. But I'm surprised with him, not just in this particular game, but you saw that last week too against a youthful outfit in the West Indies Academy team. And he must be tired, but it had breaks, so it cannot be an excuse.
Speaking of that, Kevlon Anderson, he's second on the table for most runs. There's that sweep shot that Ruskin Mark admires so much. Is gone very fine for 4. He'll go on to 21. And inexplicably, he pulls out that sweep shot again.
Well, it's a delivery that he should have been looking to play the on drive because it was pitched up and it was going away from him. But if he came forward, it would have been in the right position to play that on drive. But he was looking to play across the line with a sweep shot. Dangerous shot. And I'm not sure why he's doing that, but a valiant effort by wicketkeeper Williams. The ball went away from him, but it's a risky shot by John Campbell.
Was that outside the off stump, that ball pitching? It's difficult to tell from our angle. And he's
Aye.
swinging and missing. And they say be wary of the injured batsman, but this is taking it too far. Even before he got that knock on his forearm, he was being very adventurous in his shot making, and there again, just losing all shape and control.
It looks like he's playing with emotions there. He looks like he's playing with anger, and he needs to control himself as the captain. A long way to go to overhaul this lead. It's now down to 161.
Have a look at this shot here, Mr. Gray. Yeah, some exaggerated movement from Jordan going across the left-hander. More circumspect this time. Left alone, Campbell. He has scored 405 runs this season with an average of 45. So if we're looking for an opening batting partner to, I'm not sure who he's going to partner. If we're looking for an opening batsman, this is an opportunity for him to knock on the selector's door and say, I am here, see me roar.
Yeah, because he's not playing regional cricket just to captain Jamaica Scorpions. He's not playing just to play cricket and love cricket and be out there. He's playing to get back, I assume, to get back on the West Indies team. So this is a wonderful opportunity for him to get a century here on a very good batting track against a bowling attack that has offered something when Edmund comes on, but the rest of bowlers have not been really meticulous in line and length. So it's a great opportunity for him to score a century again.
And a man is putting his hand up there, Perez, and across in that Guyana game. Just 194 runs for the season so far, with a high score, formerly 49. Now he's gotten a 50, and he'll try to push that average up from 24 to try and stake a claim. If he gets 100 in this game and takes Guyana to the title. Yeah, he's not comfortable at all, and it's the batsman I'm speaking about this time. As you can see, he doesn't have quite that control with the left arm being impacted with that delivery. 33 runs gone after 6.
The other thing might, motivate the selector to pick him is because he's captain of the Jamaican Scorpions also. And you want against Australia and any other world side, you want that intelligence level, that intelligent, thinking out there, that tactical awareness and that tactical acumen. So it's not only that he's an opening batsman that has scored runs, good enough runs this year with 2 centuries, but he has that tactical acumen that you need on the field against the better sides in world cricket.
So they're going to give Shamar Holder another over, perhaps with that knock to Campbell. Just using that as an incentive in the mind of Shamar Holder to try and come here and prize him out. He certainly want to get a wicket in early and exact some revenge. But it's going to be Mackenzie he's going to be bowling at. And is that an edge? Yes, it is. Heard it from here. Cameraman immediately put his hand up, Richard, to signal him out, and so did the umpire. And Mackenzie is gone for 8 and a wicket to Shamar Holder.
Yeah, it's not good batting at all, although he picked up the original line of the ball. The ball is moving off the seam and sometimes through the air. And we talked about him standing and delivering those type of shots. He looked for it again, but perhaps it was too close to comfort and it was cramped for room. So he's looking for, was slightly wide of the off stump and his back foot moving towards the leg slip. Doesn't have control of the shot and got that slim outside edge and was an easy catch. And he's standing there. And this is what I don't like to see. Not that he's standing there alone, but he's played international cricket. I'm not sure that, what happens in sessions when he's practicing, but we've not seen an improvement in technique, in temperament, and these sort of things. So what are these guys doing? He's played against Australia. He didn't look too bad. Scored a 40, I think it was in the second innings, the test match that we won. Looked really good playing down the track against the likes of Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark, and Nathan Lyons. We kept them out there. But we're not seeing an improvement at this level. This is supposed to be the level that he scores centuries.
So is it that, as Mr. Ruskin Mark always says, you go with what you know. You already know what they are capable of doing rather than change them out to bring somebody hoping for a potential star. They have to do, as he said, better than what you currently have to replace them. And have we seen anything like that from the likes of, for instance, a Kevlon Anderson?
Well, I'm not seeing him live. I cannot make a total assessment of him, but he's getting runs. And in the early parts of the season, because they were playing with a kookaburra ball on placid pitches, it was seriously advantageous to the batsman. So maybe there can be a false sense of performance. But after 3 rounds, the next 3 rounds, the centuries would double. So you said 38 centuries after 6 rounds of cricket. So it shows that the batsmen are making runs. And in this environment where batsmen generally are making runs centuries, you expect the guys who have played international cricket, test cricket, to come up trumps also.
Speaking of quality batsmen, in comes Brandon King. Angle down the leg side, facing up to Chamar Holder, taking a wicket off of the first delivery and picking up the wicket that of Kirk Mackenzie. So he would be motivated now to continue, having picked up that wicket.
Yeah, it's a lot like Paris in that he's a silky type batsman. He's wonderful in the eyes when he is on sound, but sometimes he can get too lazy. He was lazy in the first innings, and he's not really fully focused. This time he has to be focused. That's well played by him. He's going to be looking for just one. I feel coming off the boundary and negating any opportunity to get a second.
Well, I'll let you know that Kevlon Anderson has gone ahead of Jason Mohammed for the most runs in this year's West Indies Championship. He's on 45 not out, having posted 522 runs. So you do the math, he's clearly above Jason Mohammed on 554 now rather. With just one innings to come in that game after the current one.
It's a good study why the Guyanese players and the Guyanese setup has worked well in 40 competition over the years. I mean, they're doing well again.
And not far
Defending
behind
champions.
him is the captain,
Yeah.
Tevin Imlach. He's on 505 runs with an average of 72, competing with the average of 74 by Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah, I don't think they like 50s. I think that, a lot of the Guyanese batsmen, they concentrate for long periods. They love batting. That's another thing about them. And they've been doing it since they were younger. So the habits have been formed. It's a good delivery from Holder. So I think that generally they work to a game plan and they have the resources that, that psychological makeup to bat for long. They don't try a lot of different things. In Trinidad and Tobago, for example, to me, I think that the players like to go after the ball and they don't really, in a general sense, like to bat for long.
So the last question I'll leave you with as you take your exit, so you have enough time to deliberate. Do we change from our current opening pair for the West Indies team? There's 4 runs. He got a fine edge onto that Campbell, ticking down the leg side. He's in some discomfort with that forearm. And 4 runs just to spoil you over as it comes to an end. The wicket taking over from Chamar Holder. He has 1 for 26 and the score 38 for 1.
Well, I don't think that you could make too many changes. I think that you have to leave Craig Braffett. He played against and captained the West Indies side in Australia. So the thing about it is that he is going to be my opening batsman. We have to look for another opening batsman to pair him with. But as I said before, you will want somebody who can take on the Australian bowlers because you don't want to be sedate out there because they will come at you all the time. And when I say take on, I'm not saying wild and go after them in an ultra aggressive fashion. I mean in a clinical way. In a clinical way.
And the man Michael Louis, he's 421 runs as Mr. Gray takes his leave. 421 runs in this tournament at the start of the rounds, averaging just about 41. And he does have a century and 350s, Michael Louis. So welcome back, Mr. Ruskin Mark, into the commentary. It's going to be Akeem Jordan who is going to continue. Brandon King will be the new man he's bowling at. And Brandon King will want to do better than he did in the first innings and just see if he could pave that driveway, Mr. Mark.
Well, he certainly has a lot to prove here. He didn't really distinguish himself in the first innings. So I think there's a lot probably riding on this effort here and just his whole attitude, I would imagine. And not making it easy is Akeem Jordan because first ball is bang on target.
Kevin Anderson just bringing up his 50. He's 50 not out now from 58 deliveries. Healthy strike rate. 86 for 1 in that Guyana game as they are 130 runs for 1 wicket, replying to Trinidad and Tobago's 240.
So they're making good progress. The Trinidad and Tobago bowlers finding it difficult. Anderson Phillips and Jaden Seals are being missed. And here he is again. He's gone, driving, and hits it straight to the man at gully. He takes a great catch. And that, as they say, is that. Really, Brandon King just departs, not really distinguishing himself in either innings. He goes for one. It's 38 for 2 now.
Well, somebody needs to put their hand up here in this innings. Brandon King just being on the one. Have a look at this shot wide outside the off stump. A booming cover drive he's trying to effect there. Only can get the edge of the outside bat, hitting a catch to gully, and he's gone for one. And Akeem Jordan has his first wicket, and now 38 for 2. And with such a healthy lead, could signal some real trouble now for the Jamaicans.
Yeah, this is not what the doctor ordered, but I'm sure the CCC wouldn't mind too much. They'll take it, as with Akeem Jordan. The players will get a bit of a breather, and we'll come back with more after this. So 38 for 2 it is. Let's welcome you back here. We see Campbell continues to get a little treatment on that arm. And I would have to say, Billy, that was partly his own doing to some degree. He's, I don't know, he just adopted an attitude where he feel he had to advance the fast bowlers. Um, it's not like the ball is swinging all over the place and they're trying to cover swing, but he just seemed to want to go after the bowlers and maybe, I don't know if to embarrass them, but as he kind of walks into their bowling, and now he has the scars to show for it.
Well, also the manner in which he was advancing meant that his head wasn't in a steady place because it wasn't a stride down the wicket or so, it was a skipping down the wicket. The new man, Blackwood, almost plays it on.
So
He is there, gets off the mark.
Yeah, all of a sudden things starting to happen here now. Tony Gray is warming up, remembering the days, the good old days.
Have a look at this here. How close did this one get? Off the inside of the fingers here, pulling down on the seam to get it to go away. Just off the bottom edge of the bat of Blackwood, and he gets off for the first time in this match.
Yeah, because remember they got bowled out for 133 in the first innings. We had a number of players really in single digits. Couple didn't score, but in the main, it's like telephone numbers 7, 4, 1, 2.
And the number you reached was not in service.
Not leave a message.
You look back in the scorecard, you will just see 9.3 deliveries a wicket fell, and 9.5 deliveries the wicket of Blackwood fell. It was actually the next ball meant that Edmund was on a hat trick.
Maybe this might, I don't know, if this might inhibit Campbell a little bit and maybe encourage him to just stick it out and just bat on. The more the ball hits the middle of the bat, the less the pain is. He would feel as if he can persist and just try to get some runs. Nothing like scoring runs, it always cures everything.
Well, there's the other option that he can only play what he has to play, give it some time out in the middle, leave outside the off stump, leave down the leg side, just try to rotate strike. They are going to rotate the strike here. A couple, in fact, as Evelyn gives chase to one, turned into the onside to Blackwood. So if he just leaves alone outside the off stump, it firstly negates getting an outside edge and being out caught behind. And he doesn't have to deal with the impact of that ball onto the bat, shocking into that elbow or forearm area that he was struck in. It also will mean he'll stay there longer.
42 for 2 after 8. So the CCC just chipping away. They have to be patient. It's not all going to come at once. It's not a wicket with uneven bunks or anything like that, at least not just yet. Although we did see a couple keep low. But I suppose the more the sun takes effect on it, then we'll start to see maybe that variable bunks that most of these pitches are known to produce. Looking at
every over that Holder has bowled in this innings, it's protection out into the deep. Every over he's bowled in this innings seems to have conceded a boundary. In the first over, he conceded 2 boundaries. In his second over, he conceded 2 boundaries. In his 5th over, there were 4 leg byes, boundary. And the 7th over, his wicket taking over, he also conceded a boundary on the last ball of the over. So he is consistent.
But he must know those are the deliveries that he has to be concentrated on, try to avoid bowling them.
Yep. Short, dug into Blackwood. who is an aggressive batter, gets it down to third man, and Evelyn running around from backward point makes an excellent tumbling spot, and his three supporters in the stands here applauding him highly with that save on the boundary edge.
Yeah, his father saying, "That's my son."
And perhaps as well that the coach and the physio are just rounding the corner on the boundary, just as where he is fielding. So as a coach, they're coming around the corner, he'll do his utmost best to show them he's worthy. He has been worthy. 400 and just about 449 runs for the season so far. Just double check the actual amount.
He's probably telling the coach, "You saw that." I think everybody would have seen that because it was a brilliant stop. Saved them 2 runs.
Well, I'm not sure quite why the physio is accompanying Pedro Collins. We know sometimes when he was playing, the physio would be close by as well. But walking around the boundary, the physio is just accompanying him just to have a check on a couple of the players out in the field.
Yeah, they're probably just stretching their legs a little bit. And it's another good stop again. So the CCC are really involved here. They're not giving anything away too easily.
Edmund just wanting to let the captain know he's still on the field. Holder going for 29 runs, having gotten the wicket and almost conceding a boundary in this over again, but for the save of Demel Evelyn down on the boundary edge at backward point. And a diving stop there from Jaden Edmund at mid-wicket to prevent further runs.
Yeah, he's proven now they're just adjusting the field a little bit. And he's asking that the fielder come around to his right a little bit more, just to ensure that he covers this area here, possibly.
He's setting him up for a catch at the third man, which means it's going to be dug in short. And the whole crowd, all of the crowd will expect a short ball now. And an anti-climax as he pitches it up. Just one ball to come in the over. We might just see it now. He set the man. There are two slips and a gully. And he's brought the Mel Evelyn around from a backward point to a third man area. And he's just about 10 yards in from the rope. And very strategically set, exactly set to the millimeter of where he wants him in that position. Having seen Blackwood play the uppercut.
Again, attacking the pads. He give him the little bluff there. He told him to come in on the offside, but he started to attack that leg stump more than anything else, and completed the over. At the end of it, it's 45 for 2.
Yeah, just thinking perhaps that if Blackwood is expecting it short, he might just linger on the back leg, trying to play an uppercut or get out of the way, and pitching the ball up, trying to get him strangled on the front foot or on the crease. But he just ruined the opportunity with a mislined delivery. So he is working something out in the back of his mind as to how he wants to get his second wicket of the innings. Jamaica 2 for 45 after 9. Jordan it is. We have seen Jordan opening the bowling and bowling long spells, as much as 7 overs in his opening spell. After lunch, he is in talks there with Shamar Holder, who is at mid-off.
And there's another appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. He was a little bit late in coming down on that one, unless he pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, definitely. Even at our angle, we could see that pitched way outside the leg stump. And we are off just to the right of screen. Okay, he is questioning the umpire again, and it was an immediate call of not out from the umpire. So much so they question him that Shamar Holder walks up to the umpire to inquire as to the reason for not giving that one out.
Yeah, it pitched outside leg. And even though it cut back, it might have hit him in front, but it pitched outside leg. And that is the reason why once it pitches outside leg, everything else is a mute.
And the Shamar Holder even chatting with Blackwood, asking him where it pitched, when he should be concentrating on his line and lengths rather than questioning the umpire's decision. He's gone for 29 runs, Holder. Oh, he's dropped it. There
Well,
was an edge. Looking for it, searching for it, Campbell outside the off stump, getting that edge and put down in second slip.
well, and it wasn't a difficult catch, but he juggled it a couple of times. He got 2, 3 bites of the cherry there. And he couldn't hold on to it at any time.
Not even when it bounced on the ground could he get it in his grasp. Corbin, the man there at second slip, they'll be very disappointed in that after having the loud LBW shout. And he is getting some prodigious movement, swinging in the air. As we do have a touch of cloud cover here and the new ball in the hands of Akeem Jordan. He is getting that ball to swing across the left-hander. And Campbell lives to fight another day.
Jordan is not a happy man. He looks livid right now, and twice now he feels he's had his man, but he's still there. And again, he's able to go past the bat once more. So a real test here for Campbell. And Jordan really pulling out all the stops here. Could easily have had his man if the umpire had cooperated with the LBW appeal.
Almost playing it on here.
Yep. And then he had a drop catch in between that.
Playing it down between the legs, coming off the back heel and almost back onto the stumps. So living dangerously is Campbell.
He's on 27 right now, 45 for 2. Could easily have been 3 already in this over. So Jordan has really produced a really good spell here. He's operating quite consistently. This is probably the best little spell he's had in the whole match.
We have a good look at the spacing there between Corbin and Powell at second slip. And it went straight to him, that outside edge.
Campbell probably recognizing that it could all have ended already. So he probably decided to do a little rethink here about his approach.
The run rate at 4.7 currently. So they try to wipe out that deficit. It's down to 149. And the third wicket here would mean all sorts of problems for Jamaica. This one not coming back. Pitched outside the leg stop and stayed down the leg side. The end of 10 overs. 45 runs for 2 wickets.
So this is a bit of a test here for the Jamaicans. A test of character for them. They're not used to having to dig deep. They're like free-flowing batsmen. They like to all come and just put bat to ball and keep scoring freely. But they're being asked some serious questions here. And now we see the introduction of that man who has really taken the game by the scrum. Jaden Edmond is coming into the attack now.
That man taking 5 wickets in the first innings, 5 for 59. Picked up all of the top order, the top 5 batters of the Jamaican team. Bowling 2 spells in his 11 overs. First spell bowled 7 overs. And he picked up 4 wickets. Picking up his 5th wicket, that of Dean Smith, who was bowled for 11, to make it a 5-wicket haul for Jaden Edmond.
Yeah, we had 5 from a fast bowler, 5 from a spinner. So we had 100 already in the game. What's next?
Short and wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Blackwood, not chasing it. He's bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Is a man at deep backward point in that of Larry Edward. And then a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
So right now the game just it's right there. It's just festering there right now. Who wants to take it? Who could grab it? That's the thing. Can the batsmen get on top of the bowlers, or will the bowlers continue to just frustrate them and probably out them subsequently?
Just about 20 minutes or so before the tea interval. So might just see a spell of the batsman trying to stick it out. The current run rate 4.29 has been very high for the inning so far. No bad pad in place with Edmund starting his first over. To that delivery dug in short.
Oh, the thing with Edmund is because he has this ability, this wonderful ability to maintain line and length for long periods. I think the next challenge for him is to get a yard or two quicker. And if he could get that, he would become a really awesome bowler.
Right, starting with a wideish link outside of the off stump, trying to get his line and length into his first 4 deliveries. It's 1 short ball in 5 deliveries, but 4 deliveries outside of the off stump, and this one just pitching and landing in front of the wicket keeper. And Kevlin Anderson in that Trinidad versus Guyana game, he's just been dismissed for 51. So the captain in black is in and already off with a boundary. 148 for 2 in that game.
A nice take by Williams, low down to his left, but to no avail, and probably just clipping the pad on the way through. It's brings the over to an end, and it remains 45 for 2. It's a maiden over.
So 92 runs adrift are Guyana. And across in the West Indies Academy versus the Windward Island Volcanoes, the Academy having picked up first inning points, do have the Windward Islands batting in the second innings, 149 for 4. The captain Alec Athanaze not out on 40, and Shajak Descartes not out on 31. So very interesting developments in that game across there either as well, and it's a real battle for the bottom of the table.
Well, that's the way it should be because, guys are still battling. Some of them, I'm sure, would want to come back next year, be on the teams, especially the select teams. So if they can't get onto the respective national teams, this is their next best option. So you want to impress the likes of Tony Gray and company, the other scouts in the region.
Well, speaking of trying to impress Mr. Gray, of course, in that Leeward Islands Hurricane game, so 1 run here turned into the onside by a more circumspect Campbell. He takes his hand off the bottom of the bat as well, running that single with his hand just dropped to the side, still in some discomfort. The Leeward Islands are continuing on overnight from 270 for 5. They've not lost a wicket yet, and 347 for 5. And Jamar Hamilton, he is not out on 72. And Justin Graves inching up to 100, he is on 82. The 2 not out batsmen in that game. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they would have Barbados yet to bat, will be keen on getting first inning points in that game. Of course, if they do get first innings points, it means that they may just well take away the opportunity for Jamaica to go into that 4th position.
Still the results dependent on other results, so to speak, before we determine the final places. Guyana pushing hard. Barbados, I'm sure, would want to get an outright win in their encounter, but they too are being made to work. And, here, Jordan is in the midst of a good spell.
Oh.
And the careless again. And the ball was right there for the taking, and it just seems as if Jeremiah, I don't know if he forgot how to do the big barrier, but the ball just seemed to go under him.
He is the big man out there on the field, the captain of the CCC team. And just Mikael Louis in that innings of 340, just 2 runs to his name. We were talking about opening slots for that test series coming up against Australia on June 25th. But Justin Graves battling for a middle order place. He's not out on 82. And another wicketkeeper across the region, Jamar Hamilton on 73.
So everybody's putting their hands up now. And that's another good delivery from Jordan. He has really come back really well in this spell. It's really the pick of the bowlers so far for the CCC. He could get a wicket at any time now.
Have a look at this. Just past the outside edge. No one putting their hand up with an appeal there as the ball died in front of the wicketkeeper. Not quite taking it on the bounce. And the other wicketkeeper we're speaking about, Jamar Hamilton, he has 477 runs leading up into this round with an average of 53 and 350. So he'll be keen to get to that 100 mark.
Yeah, this is good bowling from Jordan. Keeping it tight. If we can't get the wicket, then don't let them score too quickly.
Final delivery to come in the over.
Yeah, this is the time you want to be as tight as possible. Just to frustrate the batsman, because you know Blackwood and company, they all love making shots. And if you deny them that, you might get them to play a fall shot.
It was just wondering with that ball from Akeem Jordan coming back in off the seam and swinging in the air to the right hander. There was no bat pad in place. Some oohs and ahs. Blackwood turns it into the onside. The end of the over, 49 for 2, 12 gone.
Yeah, another very, very good over. Indeed, CCC doing all the right things right now. Just keeping the pressure on, not deviating too much from their set plan. They don't need a plan B just yet. Plan A is working just fine. And it's now a question of them accepting the catches. Take the catches when they come. They could have easily had the big fish in Campbell already in the previous over, but it wasn't to be. So he's still there, trotting along. He's injured, 28 at the moment.
As I said, with that injury, if he doesn't want to hurt the hand anymore, leave the balls alone outside the off stump and allow them to go through for tea at least until that painkiller kicks in. Have that tea break and come back out and reassess. See him just going through the motions there, holding the bat in just his top hand, the right hand, and just his left hand, the hand that was impacted, just having it down at his sides. Just wondering, just maybe 3 or 4 overs before the tea interval, do you want to get a third slip in? Especially after already having gotten the outside edge off of Campbell's bat.
It'll be interesting also to see just how well Edmund bowls in this second innings. He's had a little bit of a rest, but he's been putting in quite a bit of work bowling. Just to look at his mechanics and see how it is that somebody as slim as he is able to bowl as quickly as he is. But his action is so good. It's pure. Tony Gray is making a kind of well, I want to believe it's a bowling action, but it doesn't look anything like a bowling action. Because I only seen the left arm moving, and I'm sure he's treading water. That should be too comfortably. Actually, just 2 runs.
It was turned in the air and a little bit uppishly. It went in the vicinity of where a short leg might have been. It wasn't hit with any pace either. Just wondering, just want to put a third slip on a forward short leg. Just for the last few overs. You do have a lead of 143 and 2 wickets down. And these 2 batters seem just to try to get through to the tea interval.
Let's see if they're able to maybe price out another one.
Booming drive there from Blackwood with no benefit. Straight to the man at cover. His dad said the pronunciation of his name is Damel Evelyn. Damel, with an accent on the A is the actual spelling. As the ball goes out to him again, Mr. Damel Evelyn. His dad and mom there, you can see them sitting in the backdrop there, in the backdrop inside of the admin building, given the VIP seats here at the UE Spec.
Yeah, they've been here every day cheering on their son.
I believe that is that mom Evelyn in the white hat, seated, and dad off the way to the right of the side screen on the opposite side. Leg by as the 50 comes up on 52, in fact, for two. 50 coming up with that single turned into the onside. 52 for two. That is the VIP's lounge area in the UE Spec building. So we're here under the auspices of our host, Dr. Anand Ram Prasad and company. Head groundsman here, Mr. Ramnath Prasad.
He certainly has to figure out a way here how he could survive. He's kind of gone into his shell, Campbell, but he's still there. That's the important thing for the Jamaicans.
Yeah. It's a double bluff there. It's advancing half a step down the wicket, drops his hand under as he overcomes stand in. 52 for two after 13. The wicket's gone. Kirk McKenzie caught. Daniel Williams bowled Chamar Holder for 8. Brandon King caught Romario Graves off the bowling of Akeem Jordan for 1.
And those are two important wickets because it means that they still trail by 142 runs. They have 8 wickets in hand. And so every wicket that you could take would go a long way towards a possible innings victory. And as I say, who would have thunk it that the CCC would come into this game against a buoyant Scorpions outfit after beating early pace setters Trinidad and Tobago, or title challengers, one would have to say, and really should have come here ready to trample the CCC. Instead, they're the ones getting trampled. And a big turnaround here for the CCC outfit.
Yeah, they don't want to dig themselves into an early Graves here as the man Romario Graves comes into the attack. So change in tactics here. The cliche over before the tee of off spin, before the interval.
Yep. Wouldn't hurt just to give him one.
Just a pause. 2:30 here in Trinidad and Tobago in St. Augustine. And he is bowling. There is no bat pad in place. One slip. I had to look twice. I'll tell you why. Because there isn't going to be any shot in anger here from Blackwood. And if Campbell does get on strike, and I dare say they may not even be looking for a single in the over, there should be a bat pad in place.
It's a nicely spread field.
There is a deep backward point, which has grown the norm, not in the over before tee, but to the off spin with a right hand on that strike, a deep backward point on the boundary, and a man at deep square leg, and a long on. They're trying to give him a strike to bowl at Campbell.
So they have to keep pushing here to try their very best to see if they could at least get to tea without any further damage, and at the same time give Campbell an opportunity to maybe get some more treatment, maybe get a little painkiller involved there, get some salt in his system, whatever it is that he may need, and just try and see if they could just give him the more time he gets. Would be better for him at the moment, would make life a little bit easier for him because they know he can score quickly, so he just has to spend time in the wicket and the runs will come. The question is if he's in the mood, if he prepared to ride out the pain.
The helmet firmly stationed behind the wicketkeeper. So there isn't going to be a bad part here either for John Campbell. Just thinking there might be an opportunity. He has a blow to that bottom hand, forearm area. Edmond could dig a couple in, trying to get him to fend off and drop that hand off the bat, carrying that injury, and just pop something up to a short leg area.
And
There
again,
is an edge. It's gone for 4.
Through the
No
gap
third
it
slip.
goes. Yep. All along the ground. To his credit, he played it with soft hands, but again, he's making this decision to kind of walk into the bowler. And I'm not sure that if that is well, these bowlers are not nearly as fast as some of the others, but it would be interesting to see if he will adopt a similar approach to guys who are clocking between 90, 95 and 100 Ks.
Well, I would have put the third slip in just because it's the last couple overs before lunch, and Campbell is not really looking to get the score win, and it's gifted 4 runs really as a genuine edge, although it's along the ground. A genuine edge goes for 4. And he's skipping down the wicket.
You just seem to like he has what we call happy feet. He just wants to keep moving his legs. He rehearses a big, expansive drive.
So just to negate the fact that we might just be before tea, he advances to the fast bowler.
Yeah, this is a kind of a strange innings from him.
I wonder if the fast bowler will be insulted and dig one in short here.
Again, you could see him having difficulty locating that one. So this is a really a gutsy performance from him, but it's not, as we say, it's not typical Campbell. But we understand why he's hobbled a bit with that injury to his arm.
I think they're missing a trick here because the fast bowler is on with just before tea. You have a batsman who wants to be aggressive but is carrying on that injury. Just the opportunity to maybe dig a couple in short, put a forward short leg. There is a man a deep backward square on the boundary, even go around the wicket into the body. And another pitched up delivery there to him. It's just an opportunity that might be just passing to have a go at Campbell, carrying an injury, as I said, but looking to attack, and has shown that he wants to play that pull shot. But because he's in some discomfort, might just create a fall shot and create an opportunity.
Well, they seem to be focusing more on the slip cordon outside the off stump, and they're not adding to that slip cordon. They're just be going with the 2 slippers and a gully.
Yeah, and he's not in any rush here. Turns it into the outside. He's walking a single, as there is space for a single. And it's all a little bit perplexing.
Well, Jermaine Blackwood is on strike. Maybe he might clarify matters for you a little bit. He might very well launch himself into a big, expansive drive, as if tea is like an hour and a half away. just a liven up proceedings here at the Sir Frank Worrell Park here in St. Augustine in East Trinidad.
We haven't really seen them test out the middle of the pitch either, and it's a good wicket. They have been getting some bounce out of it. And they're just putting balls on the volley and on the drives.
So he's able to just push it out. So that would be the tea interval here at 57 for 2 and 33 to Campbell, 10 to Blackwood.
And losing the first 2 wickets there. Yeah, Ruskin, John Campbell going for 33. I beg your pardon, John Campbell still out there. 33 not out. Just trying to work out how to get him out. Kirk McKenzie, he was the man to go for 8. Brandon King for 1. The other not out batsman, Jermaine Blackwood on 10. There are 5 extras. The score is 57 for 2 with a run rate of 3.79. The bowling figures coming up. Chamar Holder, 5 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Hakeem Jordan, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. He did bowl really well. Jaden Edmond, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs from him, and just a 1 over from Mario Graves. And a maiden it was. As we break here for tea, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you very much, and welcome back here to a nice and bright and sunny Sir Frank Royal Park here on the campus of the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine. I think the kids are doing exams, midterms. Today, of course, we're sending out our congratulations to all of those youngsters who did the SAA examinations this morning. And a big day for a lot of families. A lot of parents will be breathing a sigh of relief right now. A lot of children are probably breathing a huge sigh of relief. It's over with. They could relax a little bit now and just get back to normalcy.
Yeah, good afternoon to Ruskin. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. Yes, you're right. It's a stressful situation for parents and children. There's a perception that children don't go through stress. They do go through stress during this exam period.
And
So
you're
you're
looking
pointing
at,
out something to me, Ruskin.
yep, that's because Campbell is out. He's probably just retired for the moment. And Javel Glenn is out there in the middle.
Yeah, Campbell was struck on the hand. I think it's his bottom hand, his left hand. And you saw him being in real trouble initially, got some attention, but he tried to stay out there, but to no avail really. And I think it's a worthwhile change. Obviously, he's in some pain and he needs some treatment. And Glenn, who has been in tremendous form, not in the first innings really, but he scored a century against the Toronto Big Red Force team. This is
And
good
so it's a
bowling.
no ball. Well. The first delivery of a new spell bowling from the northern end this time. Shamar Holder looked like he hit Glenn plumb in front, only for the umpire to stick the right hand out as if he was changing lanes. But on this occasion, indicating that it was a no ball.
Yeah, it was an excellent delivery. First up after the break and on spot. And really up to the batsman. Didn't look to come forward. And that would have perhaps hit off stump. And really and truly, that no ball is a cardinal sin. And sad for Holder. But he really looks better from ball one at this northern end.
Well, let's see if he can replicate that now. That's what you dream of when it just turned into a nightmare there. And again, but this time more going leg and height, doing him in there. So Glenn is probably saying, why did I come at this time? Because all of a sudden, the ball seems to be doing a little extra.
Yeah, he's bouncing around here. He's got to get his feet moving because Holder is running in. And see that delivery again. It's sliding the ball. It's got a little bit more pace. It's rushing Glenn. He's got to be a lot more energetic, facing the vibrancy of Holder. Second delivery, pace delivery again. So he feels a lot better from this end, the northern end.
A lot of chatter going on now.
Oh my.
And again, so that's 3 in a row. Well, 2 in a row plus the no ball. But it certainly has been it's almost like a revelation here. Because we didn't see this in the last 30 minutes or so before the tea break. All of a sudden they come out now and they seem energized.
But you have to say that's what happened in the first innings. From this end, he was much better. And he's continued his good work from this end. From the other end, he struggled a bit to be consistent.
Got that ball just seaming across. They just beating the outside edge at a good height as well. And Glenn is a tall man. So, but he has some work to do here, Glenn. This has not been very comfortable for him. And immediately take off for a single. That's not a bad effort. In fact, he picked it up and had a throw. That's the man Paris picking it up nicely and almost backhanding it and then throwing it on the turn at the non-striker's end. Glenn had to scamper in. How quickly he picked it up and released it. Just missing. Actually, had he hit, he probably would have been out.
Yeah, clearly
Because I was just looking at where he was touching down there.
Yeah, clearly this team has been spoken to in a motivational way because they've come out with real purpose. Not only that Holder has bowled some very good deliveries that has rushed Glenn, but the feeling too is exhibiting and projecting what happened in the dressing room just before they came back out.
Well, they've opted for 4 on the onside. And again, just seem to be rushing the batsmen in this over, the first after the interval.
Yeah, I know that Billy was talking about putting a bat pad in place, and it was mundane the way things were going, and he was right, because you look at Blackwood too, he has an issue with staying leg side of the ball, and we've seen him in international cricket. The opposition puts leg gully, bat pads, because he doesn't get inside the line of the ball. He cuffs the ball because he's got fast hands, so he compensates with his fast hands.
And again, ball going down into that slip cordon there. Well, they've strengthened the cordon. They put 3 slips in place there. And so you've looked at it and decided maybe something is happening out there. So let's give the bowler some assistance here. Let's give him some support. So the captain he himself has gone into the slip cordon. And Glenn is jumping into line there. So a nice big hop and skip and a jump there. And it's almost like if he's bringing the back leg as support behind the bat to keep it out. The end of the over, 60 for 2 at the end of 16.
Yeah, they have 134 runs to play with the fielding side, so they could be not ultra aggressive, they could be purposeful out there. And it's a good start after the break from Holder. As I said before, the fast bowlers are the ones that set the tone, but they need to bowl together, because we've seen in the first innings, the Jamaican first innings, Edmund bowling very well. He was supported by some tight bowling from Jordan and Holder. And you need to see that again. And Edmund will continue from the southern end, his favorite end.
Well, we'll see if the pressure that was exhibited in that first over continues from the southern end, where that man, Edmund, is going to continue. He bowled so well in the first innings, picked up a fifer, creamed off the first 5 batsmen he faced. And here he is again.
Yeah, but again, he has to adjust to the nature of the pitch, the change in the nature of the pitch. It was assisting him in the first innings. The ball was moving all over the place. He bowled in the right areas. Now, this pitch has dried out nicely. 1 or 2 balls have kept low, but he has to put in more effort, in my opinion. And we've not seen the short deliveries from him, but he should try 1 or 2 short deliveries, because it's not expected.
The surprise element. And there's Blackwood. A lot of bottom hand in that one. He just tugged it to the onside. He obviously wants to get on with things here, but the bowlers are not cooperating. Give himself a chance maybe to get a big score. He has plenty of time, so he should be thinking, probably sitting down there and batting, try and bat out the rest of today and come back tomorrow.
Oh, it's a poor shot, a wide delivery. And Blackwood, perhaps premeditating that shot, is looking to get after Edmund. We saw that from John Campbell, who's coming down the wicket. These guys are looking to get after the young bowler, perhaps not wanting him to settle down, because as we saw, when he settled down, he bowls consistently well, can get the ball to move both ways.
Well, he can bring the ball back into the right-handers in particular, so Blackwood has to be very wary of that. There it is again, the ball just moving, and Blackwood trying to play across the line of it at times. On that occasion, he didn't really try to hit it, he blocked it more than anything else. But it was a good little examination for him.
Yeah, he bowls a heavy ball too. A lot of times when you talk about a heavy ball, it's just short of a length, but he bowls a heavy full ball. And we saw against the West Indies Academy that he can bowl those Yorkers. So maybe we'll see 1 or 2 Yorkers, but we should see some short deliveries too.
And he persists with that length and that line. He's right there, thereabouts, to not giving away too much.
Well, he's 25 years old, and it is his chronological age, but not his playing age, because this is his second game, yeah, at this level. So he would not have played a lot of cricket, and the fast bowlers really mature at 28, 29, but he might mature at 30 because he's not played a lot of cricket. And I feel that he can be faster.
And that's a good delivery. But again, it's almost drawing the batsman into a false shot there. Blackwood, like, it just seems as if, like, all the Jamaican batsmen is like they come with a license to drive.
Right.
61 for 2 at the end of the over.
Well, you look at Blackwood, for example, he's not a tall man by any means, so he has to pick length. It's important. But he was driving uppishly there because the ball hadn't arrived yet. It's not the same pacey type deliveries that Holder will bowl. So he's got to adjust from bowler to bowler where pace is concerned.
And it's a different pitch to the one they faced in the first inning, so I don't think they come up with the same attitude. Now, again, all of the batsmen seem to want to drive the ball. From the time it's in their half of the field, of the wicket, they just throw the bat at it. Some of them played it well, but others didn't. And if they're going to adopt that attitude in the second innings, especially if the ball, one, keeps low, and if it moves a little bit more than it did in the first innings, then we could see probably a dramatic collapse here for them, because it just seems that they're just not prepared to rein in that driving just over the head of the man there at the gully position for 4 runs.
Well, he's inside the line of the ball again. A lot of bounce. He's a short man. He's trying to play that one overslip on an uppercut fashion, and that wasn't well controlled at all by Blackwood. He's got fast hands as Holder gets close to the wicket, and there's bounce there, too close to comfort. Didn't control it properly, but was lucky that ball sailed over to the head of the man in gully.
You get somebody with your height there to just stick your hand up and
Joel Garner,
pull it down.
Big Bird.
Yep.
Was excellent in that gully area.
Utilize that goalkeeping skill of yours. And TJ, then tell Tony to take it at the highest point, like taking it to the heavens. And can reach it down and pull down the
Talk about cross training, Ruskin. It's a huge science now that you introduce youngsters to play all types of different sport. The epitome of that was A.B. de Villiers. So if you look at his history, he played everything, and it helped him in his specific sport of an international cricketer. He's trying to hit that ball too hard. Yeah, it's important that we introduce youngsters to all different types of sport. So Vivian Richards, he played a World Cup qualifier, football and cricket. Sir Curtly Ambrose played basketball. Jeffrey Dujon, squash. The late Roy Fredericks, the opening batsman, played table tennis for Guyana and squash. So multifaceted sportsman, and you watched how they went about their duties as a West Indian cricketer and get 1 run for that. It helps. Lara played table tennis and football, so it helps. But we cannot have youngsters specialize in too early.
Marble pitching doesn't count.
Well, that was your sport. Well, that's a critical thinking game that creates a lot of skill, a lot of critical thinking, a lot of strategy, and even physical strength. You have squatting going down there. It's a prelude to the gym. It's a bad wicket keeping by Williams. Reached the ball and didn't collect. So, not a bad over yet by Holder. He's been expensive. And to me, sometimes I get the impression that he does not mind bad deliveries. He has to be somewhat angry with himself and try to motivate himself to do better than that. But it comes in a form of specific practice in those training sessions, those cricket sessions. But it's far better effort than we witnessed from the southern end. Nice rhythm towards the wicket. That's a good shot. Oh, that's a brilliant shot on the up. And he's not rushing at that one, just waiting for that ball to arrive. And then he used the pace nicely. And
Yeah,
get the replay just now.
yeah, that was a good shot. Again, once it's in their half of the field, they're gonna take the drive again, slightly away from the body, but he has good long levers. But he was on top of it, and that was a good thing about it. He didn't try to overhit it either. He just stroked it, and it hit the middle of the bat.
Well, when you're watching in this situation here, the runs are coming. You don't have to be risky as the batsman here now. The pitch is a very good pitch. The ball is still hard, so the ball will come onto the bat. And there are gaps there to be found. And if you can find the gaps, use the pace of the ball, you can easily get runs. It has to be a personal thing here now. The last game of the season, and it has to be about getting centuries as a batting team and also getting wickets as the bowlers here. So the last game, you want to imprint in the mind of the selector of the last good performance.
Yeah, that you're capable and that you belong on the team. So when they doing their recommendations as to who should, who they should retain or what have you, then your name should be on the list.
That's not a bad effort. He's bending his back. He's not getting the lift from that end, the southern end. It's not really a pound of the ball into the turf. It's much more of a slide of the ball. And he's not been able to get up that ball to shoulder height or head height. When you talk about a young talent, but it's got to be a little faster. Not all fast bowlers start with great pace. The late Malcolm Marshall started off as a swing bowler, but he improved his run-up and he got physically strong. Good delivery, but because of the slow nature of this pitch,
It's going
Glenn
to take
pulling
some
the
effort,
bat
yeah.
away from the line of the ball.
It's going to take some effort for him to prize out these wickets, but he has to be patient and just keep working. It's not going to, not everything is going to fall in line right away. And that's the beauty of the game of cricket. You get 5 wickets in the first innings, and then you struggle, or you have to work twice as hard in the second innings to get one.
Played. Yeah, sometimes you can bowl well and not get a wicket. Sometimes you don't have to bowl well and you'll be lucky and get wickets. I remember getting 6 for 50 at the Oval and I didn't feel like myself. I was lucky. But other times I bowl well and didn't get a wicket. So it's part of the nature of the game. And you have to keep going, that unremitting drive, that unremitting spirit. You have to keep going as not just a fast bowler, but any bowler. And seeing that from Mansingh, he was able to come back into the game. He's coming wrong the wicket now.
Okay, and the wicket is going down. You can see the balls dropping and scooted. That might be another dimension to proceedings here. And if the wicket is going to do that, then bowl wicket to wicket.
Wicket to wicket, yeah.
And see if you can't get one to just keep a little bit low, as we say, rat.
For the ball to reach to the slip area, the batsman will have to go hard at those drives. But if he's defending the ball, it's not going to reach. So perhaps just now you're going to see more of the fielders in front of the bat rather than behind the bat. But that ball had some bonks in it, and some carry, good carry to Williams. So I think it's, what you see with the mechanical change of the fast bowler, you get different bonks. So that one, he gives himself some time in his action and really put some effort in that last delivery. As well, bowl, looking for the quick single. They will have to hurry. A good response from Blackwood, who is very, very fast between the sticks. And that's the end of the over.
It's a good response too. Immediately on playing it, they were able to head off 72 for 2 at the end of 19.
They're chipping away at this lead, and so they should. Unfortunately for John Campbell, he's perhaps gone to get some further treatment on that bottom man. He was struck by delivery from Holder for the southern end.
Yeah, you don't want the last game of the season, I'm sure he may be thinking, finish off, get home, maybe relax a little bit, and then get back into some serious training. You never know. He might get that phone call later on that summonses him to international duty.
Oh, well bowled by Holder. Definitely has really had his rhythm flowing nicely here, and wonderful delivery. But Glenn has the propensity, the ability to pick up the line and then pull the bat away from it. Look at that, picking up the line and then pulling the bat away from it, hands down, which is the right way to play that type of delivery.
Yeah, Glenn has come out here, but he hasn't really settled in just yet.
Good Yorker, digging it out. He will get one run. He will go back for the second, and he can depend on Blackwood to respond well and get to the other end because he is really super fast.
Yeah, and Blackwood is a willing runner. He's not afraid to try to squeeze one into two and two into three. And if you give him an opportunity, he'll do it every time. And that was one of the occasions there where he just took one, and I think somebody's lost his hat. And it might just be a little bit of breeze, heavy wind. And Larry Edwards, who did that chase in a short while ago.
Yeah, wicket to wicket bowling. Hit that middle stump line. Sometimes you can shift it away from the batsman, the right-handed batsman, the left-handed batsman, just to create some doubt in the batsman's mind. But really, generally, you want to see them bowling wicket to wicket. He's now coming round the wicket, and he's seen something that we have not seen. How is he going to attack? Is he going to angle the ball into the left hand and as a pitch leave him? If he can do it, it's a really hard skill to accomplish. But if he can do it, he can really create some problems. That's well bowled. That's well bowled. So coming wrong the wicket, you can see in his body language, coming wrong the wicket, he's decided to do that. He thinks the ball will grip away from the left-hander, and it's not a bad idea at all. But once he can execute it.
Well, it's clear he's getting something out of the wicket right now. And the way the batsmen are playing, they only seem keen on coming forward to drive. So anything that is just short of a good length, of a full length, is not in their zone, so to speak. It goes again. It just seemed so committed to going through the line of the ball. And on that occasion, he did enough to get it over the head of the bowler. Only just because that could so easily have spooned to either mid-off or mid-on.
I suspect that the pitch is getting drier and drier, and some of the deliveries are holding up. There's some traction there, perhaps some footwork or foot marks outside the line of the off stump of the left-hander. Got to be careful of how they're driving. The ball didn't arrive, and he was still looking to push at the ball. So you got to be playing with soft hands here and allow the ball to come to you.
Another no ball and dispatched beautifully. He didn't need a second invite there. I don't think the umpire's outstretched hand put him off one bit. Blackwood just came onto the front foot and just caressed it through the covers for four.
It's a wonderful shot. Lovely position to be in. He's getting this full length delivery outside the off stump, getting that front foot close to the line of the ball and pushing both arms through the line of the ball in the middle of the bat for 4 runs. So excellent cover driving by Blackwood.
Let's see what Jamal Holder has in store now. He cannot keep pitching it up because the batsman will be driving almost exclusively if he pitches up.
Well, in addition to that, Ruskin, the ball's not swinging, so he's got to pull back his length and try to encourage a drive, not negate the mindset of the batsman to look for the drives. He wants to go after the ball when it's pitched up, but he's got to pull back the length slightly and not bowl those fuller length deliveries because the ball is not swinging.
He's made an adjustment in the field. He's put a third man in place now, as opposed to a cover point on the boundary. Obviously, thinking about his game and what the results are. 8 for 2 at the end of 20 overs.
That's 4 runs and over. Not bad at all in this format of the game. You need 4 runs, 4.5 runs at this point in time. The ball is still new and hard. And they've not lost a wicket since lunch, so that's good news for them. Campbell obviously not batting at the moment because he was injured and he's getting some further treatment. But it's good to see Glenn coming out there and restarting the innings for the Jamaican Scorpions. Blackwood has gotten a good start, 25 off 44 deliveries.
I'm sure he would want to carry on here, no doubt. Give himself a chance to settle down. Changing gloves here, probably getting a little message as well, telling him, put your head down and bat. Don't give it away. Still have a long way to go. All the nice positive things. But it's Glenn who is preparing. That's a good shot. Placed it well. You could see him opening the face of the bat and punching it into the gap.
Yeah, they'll be looking to come forward to Edmund because he's not getting the ball to bounce. So you can see Glenn moving his body into the shot and not an exaggerated movement of the bat either, just pushing at that ball and getting 2 runs. A lot of runs there, a lot of real estate there to get good scores. And they must seize the opportunity to not get 50s alone, but as Paris did in the innings that he batted, he got a century.
Yes, indeed. And they need to keep going. There he goes again. Lovely effort indeed. And putting that one away with a plum. A strong man. Once he middles it, it stays hit.
It's excellent batting. Now, Edmund is coming wrong the wicket. To me, I think they should stay over the wicket because the ball is not moving off the seam at all. And the ball is not bouncing. Bouncing deliveries create some problems. So all he needs to do, Glenn, is to come forward and again push at the ball. It was not, again, an exaggerated swing of the bat. It's just using the pace nicely. Coming wrong the wicket is not the right idea, in my opinion. See, it's too low. It's not going to create problems. He doesn't have the pace. Stay over the wicket and angle the ball away from Glenn to try to get those slips into play.
I was actually thinking that it would be interesting to see how he operates from this top end. Even though he had his success at the bottom end in the first innings, try him from this top end and see if it changes anything for him. So right now he's not able to really look himself. Little change of pace there, just to keep the batsman honest, show him that he's thinking about what he's doing. It's 86 for 2.
Yeah, fast bowlers need to bowl in any conditions, really. You'll have sometimes you get some fast pitches, some pitches that help with seam movement. The atmosphere can help with swing. And you have to utilize what you have on one particular day, be specific to what you want to do based on the conditions out there. That's good. That's a good short delivery. It
and
didn't
no ball.
keep high at all, but you can tell that he bent his back and all it with a no ball. That's what you want to see. A little bit more, a little bit more effort.
Yeah, running up, and like I said, I really would like to see him run up from this end because he's really extending himself from that bottom end, but he isn't getting much out of the wicket today. And maybe a change of end might just be what the doctor ordered for him. But then you also have Akeem Jordan to come back, who bowled well from this end earlier. Yes, he edging, and it's gone through for 4. Well. They created the opportunity, but couldn't hold on to it, couldn't get a hand to it. I don't think um, he got a hand to that one, and it just went right through the slip cord in there, Corbin.
And while the ball is dying, oh no, it's close to Jordan. It was away from him. It was a valiant effort by him, trying to catch that ball with his left hand, but again creating some problems.
Third
Edmund
slip.
put in some effort. That's excellent effort from him. And now he's asking for some changes. You look at the players in that slip area and behind the bat. Obviously, they know how important catches are because of the state of the pitch. And you can tell from their body language, they are really not happy with that effort from Jordan. Is he a slip feeler? Because you want specialist slip feelers. Third slip. All right.
Yeah, he and Corbin and Graves have been in the slip cordon for some time.
It's not always easy for fast bowlers to be in that slip area. Remember, they would have bowled 1 or 2 spells, and sometimes their concentration can not be up to par. It's a good effort by him, but he didn't get close to the ball. They're looking for the ball at the moment.
Yep, it's lodged in the covers and the tarpaulins, and it may be that they might have to unravel the covers to get to the ball. So drag it out towards the pitch and see if the ball comes out of it, because for some reason they can't find the ball.
The ball doesn't want to be found.
Probably true. That could be true. And there it is. It probably was holding it for a little while and then say, okay, I think you all were searching long enough. There it is. And spat it out. But certainly they have to organize, what the slip cordon is going to be like. 1 minute you have 3 at one end, and then you have 2 at the other end. So they probably need to be consistent. Give the bowlers that little support. Let them feel as if you're in the fight with them.
Yeah, the other thing, Ruskin, is the distance away from the stumps. I think they have to be closer because the batsmen are not going really hard at the ball. They're driving the ball, they're trying to use the pace, and the ball will die before it gets to the slip area. So they're now trying to organize the slip quadrant.
Well, the big mistake is first slip goes to second, slip more to second, and then everybody goes around.
Good delivery, effort delivery to end that over from Edmund.
It's 91 for 2 at the end of it. A good over, a pretty good over on the part there from Edmund. Jaden Edmund continues to impress in his end to the season, where he's really come on by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I think
21 overs
this
completed.
situation, Ruskin Mark, is a war for attrition. It's about being patient. It's about holding your line. And it's about waiting for the wickets to go down and allow the batsman to make the mistakes. But it's hard work for faster bowlers. You might see the spinner come on. Graves or Edward. So worthwhile change because the pitch is dry now. The ball is older. And maybe Edward will get some turn. So it's a logical change. to make at this point in time. Pitch vastly different from what we saw in the Jamaicans' first innings. Billy, how are you, sir? You look fresh?
I feel fresh.
You feel fresh. Okay.
After the tea break, just pointing out off air that Paris is normally at the first slip, Corbin at second, and Romario Graves at third, and that's what we've seen. And if there's the need for a fourth slip, sometimes Akeem Jordan filled in that, but he usually is at either point or covers. He is in the second slip for that fast bowling over of Edmund. And chance. Was it within his reach, Mr. Green?
Slightly away from him. It was a very good effort. He went with his left hand. It's going away to his left and dying a bit. So it's a difficult chance, but still a very good effort by him.
So it's going to be a bowling change here, Larry. Edward into the attack, long sleeves this time. After lunch, switching over from his short sleeve shirt.
Extra protection from ball one that man posted in that long off position.
Full toss.
Now, do you expect your finger spinners to be consistent, especially your left arm finger spinners? They always seem to have that consistency. There is a proliferation of left arm spinners in West Indies cricket, and they've done well in different formats of the game. Warwickon recently went to tour Pakistan and he did very well. Got a lot of wickets down there, and he was the man of the series. So the left-arm spinners in West Indies cricket have done well in recent times.
So that second spell of Holder, just a 3 overs, going for 20 runs.
Oh, well bowled. That's a drifter away from him. That's an excellent delivery. I was wondering why he was looking to go round the wicket and not trying to target that rough outside the off stump. But that was an excellent drifter away from the left-hander.
Start a 4. It was coming in our direction. It's straight back to us here, and it's gone under the covers again. It's the captain who was at long off, and there was just stunned silence in the commentary box after already having one smack into the tarpaulin in the tent above our heads, and another 6 here. This time to Glenn, and just had us wondering, should we be ducking?
Well, you look at his physical strength. He's a strong young man, broad shoulders, strong in the glutes and the legs. And once he plants that front foot down the wicket and gets to the pitch of the ball, he could even hit a 6 or 4 with one hand.
Goes again. This time the captain is there, and it falls just in front of him at a deepish mid-off, and it was in the air. And Jeremiah thought he was in with a chance there. He did really well to get to it, but just landing just in front of him, and he in fact did well to stop it.
I think that when you look at Jeremiah, he's 3/4 away from the boundary, and this is a good ploy because Glenn is looking to get after the left-arm spinner who's spinning into him, but he sliced that ball, didn't connect properly, and was a very good effort from the skipper. Glenn was perhaps looking to play that one straighter, but sliced it in the end.
Okay, so Glenn on to 22. We are 99 for 2. Just 1 run short of the 100 mark, but we have dropped under that lead. Dropping under 100 now. The 95 runs with that 6. It's 99 for 2 at the end of the 22nd over.
That's a good response from the Jamaican Scorpion team with their captain retired hurt. And it's great to have the young batsman batting well. Blackwood has not been at his fluent best in this tournament. We know that he can really pile on the runs. So he has a great opportunity now. And there's a partnership that is building. And the lead is being taken away from the CCC team. It's now 95. So they started at 194, and they've been able to chip away at this lead.
So it's going to be Edmund to continue. He is around the wicket to the left-hander, Glenn.
Well, bowler. I think that what Williams is saying, the CCC wicketkeeper, is that the slip quadrant need to come a little closer to the stumps because the ball is going to die. We're witnessing a lot of these deliveries. One or two have gone to the gloves of the wicketkeeper, good height, but generally the ball is dying when it leaves the bowler's hand and it's getting lower and lower. So the adjustment need to happen, and it has happened. They seem to be closer to the stumps.
Yeah, and in the first slip, you can see a return to the first slip of Kieran Powell. He was off the field and Peters was on, which led to Akeem Jordan being in the second slip.
Love the fact that Edmund is always at the stumps. Is either at the stumps or just outside the off stump. So he's increasing the probability of getting a wicket by bowling at the stumps. Different things can happen. Batsman can play across the line of the ball, can be out bowled, can get LBW, can entice a drive outside the off stump. Well bowled again at the stumps again. So he's playing with the concentration levels of the batsman also. If you're leaving alone balls, you don't have that pressure on you. But if you have to concentrate as a batsman time and time again when the ball is at your stumps, you are going to use up your concentration levels. All these things can come into play. Hence the reason why Sir Curtly Ambrose was so good at not just containment, but wicket taking.
Yeah, strike rate of 21.
Oh,
The big man, heel half shot, probably outside the off stump, impacting.
and the other thing about Edmund is that he's well skilled. So I suspect that he's rolling his fingers over the ball, and the ball is keeping low and rushing Glenn somewhat, but it's outside the off stump.
Yeah, the bat not quite in front of the pad, and you could see the pad just being withdrawn, straightening up, as he probably predicted the line of the delivery from around the wicket coming into him.
Bowl again. And this is where the T20 skills of the bowler will come into play. But you have to be controlled, obviously, and consistent. But the slower balls can come into play. Ruskin Mark talked about the propensity of the Jamaican Scorpion batsmen to play the drives. If you can get those slower balls in the right area with the fielders in front of the bat, and you have cover in place, a man in extra cover, a man at the point position, maybe you can entice them to go for that drive and not get to the pitch of the ball with the slow deliveries.
Full
That's a
delivery
wonderful
there.
shot.
Punch through the covers. It'll go into the boundary. Seemed like an afterthought for Gifford Jordan to give chase there. But it's difficult to control a shot like that with a full delivery just above the knee roll. We have a look at it here again. At times it can be difficult to control, but he got his head over the line and still managed to put it in the gap. Sometimes that full toss, you tend to lean back and put it in the air somewhat, or your eyes get big and want to hit it for a six and get out.
Well, the ball is not moving off the seam, but he can be very confident of coming forward and playing that ball on the up. What a wonderful effort by him. 103 for the loss of 2 after 23 overs.
And a good way to bring up the 100. And you can see they're trailing by 91 now with that boundary. So 100 up for 2. It's 2 wickets down, but as you can see, the batters, Glenn and Blackwood at the crease. John Campbell left the field, was struck on the left forearm to a ball he was trying to pull from the fast bowler, Chama Holder. He continued on after some treatment, but didn't come back out after the tea interval, and he was motoring on 33. He was trying to be very aggressive, and with a strike rate of 75, he achieved some of that, but he hasn't come back out for lunch. after tea rather. He hasn't come back out, but these two here, Glenn and Blackwood, a good show after the tea break. It's going to be Edward to continue here. He's into his second over, taking over from Holder.
Well bowled. They say you must target the opposing captain. You know, that used to be a strategy years ago in international sides. You oppose and strategize against a captain, try to negate the captain's effort, not just tactically, but if he's a batsman, get him out early. It permeates throughout the team in a negative way. So
It sends a mood in the dressing room,
that's
sending the
right.
captain, but particularly if he's a good batsman.
So the captain, John Campbell, tried his very best to stay out there just to help his team, to motivate his team with the bat, but it didn't work. And they did get him out of there, the field inside, with that injury to his left hand.
It's a swing at the
Oh,
left-hander.
my.
He's played it on from outside the off stump. He's flailing away with the bat, swinging away to a wide full delivery, trying to crash it through the covers. And Power taking over placement in the mind of Blackwood there. And now he is dismissed. It is that third wicket that goes down for 26 runs.
Well, it's all about temperament here. Blackwood was going well. Loved to play that cover drive. He was aiming to play that cover drive again. But this is good bowling from Edward. And it's a ball that was flighted full of the all stump. Got the thick inside edge. And the ball went on to hit the stumps. It was too far away from him. And he didn't have that control. He didn't open the face of the bat. But was playing with a closed face bat. Got that thick inside edge, and the ball went onto the stump. And this is where I have a problem with Blackwood. Obviously, he can play shots. Obviously, he's good between the wickets. Obviously, he's a very good judge of a run. But his temperament has, have had him not scoring the volume of runs that his talent suggests.
So are we going to see, or is Brad Barnes making his way out to the middle? Just wondering if Campbell would have come back out to bat, but he is still inside the dugout, receiving some treatment. And Larry Edward picked up 3 wickets for 6 runs in 3.2 overs in the first innings to complement the spell from Edmund, who picked up 5. And he got the wicket, the last wicket, my last man out was O'Dean Smith. He picked up that wicket bowled. And then Salmon got a catch off to the wicketkeeper. And Mansingh, he was out caught at a deepish mid-on. And that was the last wicket to fall in that first innings, and those wickets going to Larry Edmonds. So he did pick up, and then he complemented that 3 wickets coming in the night and playing out to the end of the day's play and scoring 44 runs today.
Yeah, I think these guys at the start of their careers can be good all-round players, not bits and pieces cricketers, but the propensity to go and improve on both aspects of the game. This could be close. A good bit of feeling. Oh, by Williams. Excellent wicket keeping. Got to the ball very quickly. It was played with soft hands, but it was a very difficult feel in this play because he had to get to the ball and recreate his position to throw at the stumps. Nearly hit the stumps, and it would have been very close as playing with soft hands, getting the ball, and a good throw, good effort. And it would have been very close. It would have been out if that ball went on to hit the stump. So excellent bit of wicket keeping, excellent quickness.
Well, it would have been unfortunate, but the intentions was good from all round, both the batters and the wicket keeper. Quickly for the wicket keeper to pounce on it, but also looking for the runs as well and trying to sneak a run there. Could have been a good call for a run, but very close in the end.
And it seemed not to want Edward to settle down. As you mentioned, he was excellent in the first innings. It's now 105 for the loss of 3 after 24 overs. And it's the kind of bowler that you suspect has played a lot of white ball cricket. He's consistent.
He's played 23 first-class matches, has 69 runs with a best of 6 for 20. and he's played just 3 T20s.
Yeah, but it's a kind of player that you want. He can bat and he can bowl. He's excellent in the field. He has taken some wickets at opportune times for his team, CCC, in the first innings. Now he's gotten 1 wicket already. So a key component to the effort to win this game. As Edmund will continue from the southern end. Tall guy, rangy guy, simple run-up, control run-up. Good delivery on the line of the middle stump again. And the defensive work by Glenn has been good. I like how he's covering up and he's shadowing that type of movement again. He's making sure that bat comes close to his front pad to indicate the inward movement of that delivery from Edmund.
Would you say the two batters are similar type build?
Yeah. The only thing is one is right-handed and one is left-handed.
And one bowls and one bats.
Everybody bats. Come on, Billy. You're studying
Well,
golf again, eh? You're studying golf. That addictive sport, golf.
Barnes did make 23 in the first innings. Bettered his teammate Glenn, who scored just 5. Speaking of golf, Mr. Gray, Masters is on.
See, he's working the fingers coming round the wicket, so he's bowling those leg cutters to the left-handed batsman. And he's not enticing Glenn. He's shown some good discipline here. But he's also shown that he is a boundary hitter when he needs to. 27 off 38 deliveries. So good skill again by Edmund. He's been frugal again this spell. 7 overs or 7.3 overs, 24 runs alone. Didn't get a wicket yet. It's clipped. That's clipped for 4. Excellent shot. Body line delivery, full delivery. And the big Glenn is not going to allow that ball to go up begging, just clipping that one, square up the wicket on the onside for 4 runs.
He's around the wicket and angling into the batter. Just saw a shout for LBW in the previous overs. He's trying to get between bat and pad, but this time overpitched and badly angled. But he was very effective from over the wicket. He's trying his turn now around the wicket. And that one dispatched for 4, just across in the Masters at Augusta. Justin Rhodes, he's 6 shots under, playing currently at the 3rd hole. And the number 1 seed, Scotty Scheffler, he's 4 under, finished his round.
And that ball would have passed close to the stump or over the stump. Well judged again by Glenn. I saw the $1 million golf tournament in South Africa when I played there in the 90s. That one season I had with Western Transvaal. I said, let me go on this, cool off. And I walked all day. I was tired. So the perception that golfers at that time, they need to be fit. They have to be really, really fit. Besides the concentration with every ball, remember it's 18 holes. You would know about that.
It's about 9 miles walking.
9 miles.
And that's just the holes. And golf is the one sport, the less you hit, the better your score.
The less you hit, the better your score. Explain that to me.
Because you are, as I mentioned, at the end of the over, it's 109 for 3. Just remember, we are at the cricket. 25 overs gone. Barnes on 1, Glenn on 31. It is a sport where you see the scores and you say he's so much under. As I just mentioned, Justin Rose in the lead at 6 under. So it's 6 under what would have been a par score for that course of 72. And it means if a hole is a par 4 and you hit under 4 shots to get it in the hole, you become 1 under par. So you've only hit 3 shots. And the standard would have been 4. They call it, if you get it on the greens in 2, it's a greens in regulation. And parring the hole would be a 2-putt. 4 shots count. So if you manage to do it in 3 holes, in 3 shots, you are now 1 under par. So you're one shot less, and the person that has the least shots after 4 days, it's like a test match, 4 days. Person that has the lowest score ends up as champion. Tiger
Yeah.
Woods doing it 81 times across his career in majors.
Yeah, I think it's an ultimate sport. All great sportsmen, or a lot of great sportsmen, like to play golf. You have politicians playing golf. It's an ultimate challenge. You challenge yourself, you challenge your opposition. Obviously, the course uh, will be different from other courses.
The course is different every day
Every
from
day,
itself.
every
The hole
day,
changes, the conditions change, the
condition.
wind
That's right.
direction
It's the
changes.
ultimate challenge. But the greatest challenge is that you have to challenge yourself.
I'll tell you what Tiger Woods said about it after this delivery. And you asked the question as well.
It's well bowled.
Good
from
delivery there.
Edward.
Yeah.
Looking at different changes of trajectory. He's not afraid to flight the ball. He's got a man in that long off boundary in the holder. And he himself is giving verbal encouragement to the bowler. Not a flighted delivery. Oh, that's a brilliant feeling. That's absolutely brilliant feeling. He might be discomforted, but he stopped a certain four there.
Looks like the man,
It's the elder statesman.
that man, Paris.
Next flight. A really good delivery
Corbin.
again.
That man Corbin there.
Yeah, I like this because a lot of times bowlers play one-day international games. A lot of T20 cricket, they're not encouraged to flight the ball and they push through most of the deliveries. But this guy is bowling at different heights. He's not afraid to loop the ball.
And lines as well, not just the flight. He's changing up the lines, middle and off. He's a fractionally off. And I was just about to raise the point, would he change his direction where he's coming from? And he is going to target the footholds now, outside of that off stump of the left-hander of Glenn. And this is where he's cut it away. There was no turn there to challenge the batsman, and he's cut it away. He's going to go very close to the boundary. And did he pull it back just in time there? Expert work from our cameraman there. Richard, as Jordan holds that one in.
Yeah, I think it's good work by Jordan because he initially had to avoid the umpire at square leg, but he got to the ball. And this is not bad work at all by Jordan. So it's 113 for 3 after 26 overs.
Yeah, and it's good to see that he wants to come over the wicket as well and try and bowl into whatever footmarks there is. We still have a couple of days to go. So it's going to get more and more dug up in that area, and he'll be more effective later on in the game. The leg spinner as well, particularly as there are a lot of left-handers in both teams. And they just want to go and extract some extra bit of turn and unpredictable bounce from those bowlers' footmarks.
Yeah, and the other thing that you notice about him is that he's good at using the crease. Sometimes he's close to the stump, sometimes he's away from it. Sometimes he gets that front foot down, not fast, or he can be slow because that's action reaction. If he wants to loop the ball a little bit more, he's slower in his bowling action. So he has been good at variation, and those are subtle variation. Now Jordan, who has bowled from the northern end, will now resume at the top end. Let's see if he can get the ball to shift. It's been a very good effort by Edmund. He didn't get a wicket, but Jordan has won of 6 overs and he's conceded 16 runs. Let's see if it will work.
So that spell of bowling there. He had 8 overs, Edmund, in total. One made 28 runs. And Jordan, he did bowl really good from the northern end and got the ball to swing in the air, hit the seam, and still continue going. And he had a chance as well in the second slip. Was put down.
Bowl. Good start by Jordan. Again, targeting those stumps, that middle stump line, and forcing Glenn to come forward. Glenn has been good, eh?
John Campbell was dropped on 5 off of the bowling of Jordan, and they were really upset with that. They thought that was the big fish there. And if they didn't get him out in the scorebook, they got him out retired out through injury. But Glenn has coming since, and he's on 34 from 43, as you mentioned, and he's looked really, really good. He's coming off 140 in the first innings in the last game against Trinidad and Tobago, and he's another big fish as well. Loud appeal by some, half shout by the bowlers. He probably saw it heading down the leg side. He as well is around the wicket, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes, angling down the leg side, and Glenn falling over a bit and not hitting that ball because he fell over and was looking to whip that ball through the onside. Half-hearted appeal.
And he's not far off in terms of line where that ball is pitching. It's just about a couple stumps away from where he'd want to get it in between to challenge that driveway between bat and pad, if there is one.
Yeah, well bowled.
Right there.
Now you look at Glenn McGrath against Brian Lara. It was his nemesis, really, because of that wonderful skill and that uncanny ability to come around the wicket, shift the ball through the air, and then away from Brian Lara. So he would have gotten that edge to Kemar Roach. Without the bounce, he's very, very good at bowling those types of deliveries against left-handed batsmen. In fact, he's more penetrative against left-handers than right-handed batsmen in Test match cricket.
I would even go.
That's well played.
He's got it past Paris. Well, Paris is giving chase at point. He's got it between cover and point for a couple. I'd go even further to say one of the best in the world was Stuart Broad to left-handers. He immediately went around the wicket.
David Warner.
I'll tell you who. I'll tell you who, in my opinion, was another very good bowler of that, and it is Kemar Roach, going around the wicket immediate to the left-handers. And I remember the statistic was put up. I can't recall the actual numbers in terms of how many wickets he's gotten bowling around the wicket to left-handers in the last 3 years or so.
Yeah, I mentioned Kemar Roach. I just mentioned Kemar Roach. He's excellent. I mean, he's down on pace, and he was able to reinvent himself. That's the certain thing that I admire about Kemar Roach. Down on pace, we saw him at the Queen's Park Oval a couple of years ago get 10 wickets against Australia. It was a monumental performance because he swung the ball in the air, but bowled wicket to wicket. But he's been able to reinvent himself. And when he's on the field of play, might not get the volume of wickets, but when he's on the field of play, it seems to create the discipline where the bowlers are concerned, because he has been a leader on the field of play with the ball.
Couple of questions, as that's the final ball of the over. Might just be the drinks break for you to ponder with Roach bowling around the wicket and taking those wickets against left-handers. He's also very effective with the older ball and getting the ball so he can come back in later spells and get it to reverse. And he has been doing that with repeated consistency. Is he another option going into that final test squad against Australia?
Yeah, when you look at the test series, that 2-match test series we played against Bangladesh, something that we need to be mindful of is when he was struck on the shoulder from Rana, the new fast bowler, sensation. He came off the field and was not on the field, and was a far different bowling approach, a lot more inconsistent by the West Indian bowlers. When he was there in the first innings, we bowled really well because he started the process of being disciplined. And it's not just about picking somebody because he, will take wickets, but it's how he impacts your team. And Kemar Roach has done a fantastic job with the young fast bowlers. Remember Jaden Seals, he's new to international cricket. Vary is still new to international cricket. He has had some test matches behind his name. But you really want somebody like Kemar Roach to lead the pack. But you have to make decisive decisions. Now, it's not easy to pick this West Indies team against Australia.
It's a good headache. It's a bad headache. You're worried about who is not as consistent as you need to be going into the series. There is also some ODIs and T20s with Ireland coming up first off in May. Is that going to be a litmus test by the use of some players in that limited overs, albeit limited over form of the game. Are we going to see players like Anderson being thrust into that team and just give them that taste of that international cricket for a whole series?
Yeah, I think that is the way to go because you want to see what they have to offer at the highest level of the game. I mean, this level is okay, and you will see guys showing their talents, but you want to see them in a little bit more competitive environment. So you want to give them the opportunity to grow that very important experience that they need going into big games. And it's a good idea to do that. But remember, it's really hard to be a selector in this situation because guys are similar. They have similar averages at this level of the game. They do similar things. You don't have the volume of talent, the iconic figures that we've seen. We have a lot of talented players, but we don't have the Lauras again. We don't have the Sir Vivian Richards again. So it's harder to be a selector in this era.
Well, we've lost our producer. The drinks break is on, which means we have to stay on the air because he can't switch us off. So we'll just keep this discussion. It gives us the opportunity to look at the squad selection and so on. But Ruskin Mark says it's quite an easy job for the selector in that you pick what you know. Unless you see somebody exceeding expectations, they don't come into the picture in terms of selection.
Yeah, and you're coming up against Australia, so it's not just about technique against the three fast bowlers, the three known fast bowlers, because you will have one or two guys who can, bowl medium pace and move the ball around. And you have a main spinner, somebody has taken over 500 wickets. Now, the thing about that situation is that you have to look at the other things too, not just the technical competence of the batsman, for example, but the heart of the batsman. I'm looking, being proactive and looking at the pitch that we should put down, not what we think that will suit our bowlers, but what more so will suit our batsmen.
Well, I am pretty happy with the situation with our bowlers in terms of how they've been performing and the consistency that they have shown. And they look more competitive when they're out there in the test arena now. And if we do have Kemar Roach back in with the bowlers, I think it's a bonus for us to have him in there, even if he's not in the final 11, because we do have a couple fast bowlers knocking on the door. But it's the batting and the captaincy are the two issues that we might be looking for in terms of cementing or finalizing that final 11. We are about to resume. We talked all through the drinks break. Mr. Tony Gray there, given the opportunity to discuss some team selection, of course, being a scout. And 115 for 3. Jamaica is batting currently, and it's going to be Larry Edward to resume. He's going to bowl to Glenn, who's looked good for 36.
It's always pleasing to have a bowler who could tie up one end, so you can bowl the faster bowlers from the other end, or you could do different things. And it's very useful for the captain to have somebody like Edward.
Well, Ishmael Peters is on the field, and Kieran Powell is on the field as well. He initially came on for him, so not quite sure who is off the field. And he's feeling at a deepish mid-off, not quite sure where he should be stationed. And it's Edward trying to set him in position, and he gives up and just sits at a deepish mid-off, taking his guide from the captain Jeremiah, who now sets him further back at mid-off, anticipating perhaps an aerial shot from Barnes.
Yeah, I like this. I like this captaincy because he's not allowing the batsman to see what he's doing, but he's just gesticulating to a fielder at that long off position that he needs to go back a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the new man on the field, the substitute fielder. Peters.
Yeah, fast bowler. Let's say he's really quick.
There's the flighted one, looking to just catch some flies with some honey. He's gone deeper now, almost at a long off.
It's well bowled again. So there's real pressure because there's consistency. Different types of deliveries. There's the man waiting in front of the bat on the onside. to take that catch. Perhaps looking for that inside edge. He's got to target both edges of the bat. Oh, that's bad wicket keeping. Releasing the pressure, looking for a second run. Is that Powell running so fast?
Yep, he
Behind the
received
ball?
some treatment off the field. Whatever was in that treatment, probably just had some of what Campbell is having in the pavilion. It's the end of the over. As we bid adieu to Mr. Gray, 115 for 5. And a maiden over from Edward, albeit Vike was conceded. Not going towards the bowler's score. It's 78 is the lead. And a healthy run rate of 4.13. Ruskin Mark makes his way back into the come box. Commentary tent. We stationed here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field here in UWE St. Augustine on day 2.
That was hit earlier by a 6.
It's been raining sixes.
Had everybody
In the direction.
scampering. Tony Gray was saying about 10 Hail Mary.
But it was hailing something as pleasantly driven by Glenn through backward point, in front of backward point, through cover point for 4 all along the ground. Leaning on that delivery there. He's bowling Akeem Jordan from outside of the off stump around the wicket, from around the wicket, and just easing into that shot there.
Look at it, stroke it. He didn't really hit it too hard. He just leant on it, placed it nicely, and collected his 4 runs. So he continues to impress here. And Javal Glenn is a big man. In fact, both of them are big, powerful hitters. And they know that they could clear defenses here quite easily. So they're not under any illusion. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago has lost. Well, he's not really a son of the soil, but in a real sense, he's a figure in our sporting history.
Yep.
And Leo Ben Hacker, the former coach of the
Soca Warriors.
The Soca Warriors outfit from the Germany World Cup of 2006. And this one is still rooting them. It was in the air, again, not in full control, but just a valiant effort down there, but it goes to naught because the ball still ends up creeping over the line.
You can see in the background there, Powell just indicating where that ball is passing, where the gap is, and should there be a slight adjustment. He and Corbin at second slip are in discussion, but a good turn of pace there shown by Jeremiah, sliding in but can't hold it back in. Anything usually down in that area, Ruskin, it just disappears into the rope.
It's hard to pick it up because it's like it gathers pace going downhill, and so you're always up against it. Very few people can actually intercept the ball once it's going down there. If you're running around the boundary, you might have a chance, and even then, it's difficult for you. Seeing a little adjustment now, so they placed a mid wicket and they've straightened the other mid wicket.
I think that is the discussion Powell was having with Corbin, because he can see it from where he sits at first slip, and the angle of the batsman, he is straight in line with where that ball passed. So he's just inflicting a change there, as the captain had to chase it down, and he's just suggesting to the captain that we put 2 mid wickets in place, because he might just turn it in the air in that direction.
He took the man from slip, so he now has 1 slip and a gully.
Yeah, he's going to change the entire line of the delivery, as he's targeting to go between bat and pad and more into the stumps, wicket to wicket. So he might just want to turn it into the onside, and it goes in the air to that man, Evelyn, at a straight, short mid-wicket. And Corbin backing up at a normal mid-wicket position. So taking the slip out might be more wicket-to-wicket line of attack rather than outside the off stump.
Yes, but again, it is amazing how the batsmen are so bent and driving at deliveries. I mean, when it comes off, it looks good because they hit it so hard. But they're always giving the bowler a chance. That's going to be a long chase there. He might get around to it. Does well. And is that the substitute fielder out there? Just coming. Actually, that's Paris running around the boundary there, doing well. Celebrated 100 today. Sure, he would probably, if he can, he probably would like to get another knock here. See if he can't notch another one.
And you can see from that run chase as well, him running around the boundary as the over comes to an end. He just looked so cool. He thought the ball was going to beat him into the boundary. He looked that same way when he was batting, just cool and calm. But he made excellent speed, patrolling around the boundary and picking up cleanly. And a good throw in as well to the wicketkeeper.
So 127 it is for 3. And Guyana had gone past 200 runs against Trinidad and Tobago. So the West Indies Academy have done the business. They've won their game, so it's up to CCC now to pick up a victory here.
Very, very interesting indeed. That battle at the bottom of the table, which is why we were in the last game with the encounter between CCC and the West Indies Academy. We were looking for a declaration to come in the second innings, just to make it more interesting and gain some additional points. And now we see they're sitting pretty above the CCC, who are also looking for an outright victory here.
Kyle Corbin, it was, who made that stop, but he went tumbling over, but he put his hand down to kind of breaks the fall, but then it seemed as if he hurt himself a little bit. And a play and a miss, really just fishing at one outside that off stump there. Edward 1 for 14. It's in his 5th over now. And Barnes wanting to get after him. Barnes hasn't seen much of the strike lately, but he's still there. 2 runs from 15 deliveries. But one swing of the bat and that could all change.
So the West Indies Academy dismissing the Windward Islands twice in the first inning for 106 and then 181 in the second innings. Joshua Bishop, he picked up 3 wickets, 2 apiece for McKinney Clark coming back into the team. Pittman and Edward, and 1 wicket to Lane, just the 5 overs from him in the first innings for the Windwards. And in the second innings, 6 wickets to Johan Lane, 6 for 30 or 13.1. The over comes to an end, 127 for 3, 30 overs gone. And we were disappointed not to see Lane bowl here last week and get a glimpse of him firsthand. And he picks up 6 wickets in the second innings in that encounter.
And it just shows that he does have some ability, and I think he will just grow in confidence. But this is the period when a player, is showing some potential, but then now has to kind of step up. And not everybody makes that transition very easily. But this is where the hard work has to be put in, so that when you get that call, physically you're ready, psychologically you're ready, and emotionally you're able to handle the demands, the media demands, and everything else that comes with playing at a higher level.
It's Akeem Jordan to continue here from the southern end. And good to see as well, Akeem Ogies knocking off the 35 runs. 33 off of 17 deliveries with 4 fours and 2 sixes. And Jagisa, just at the other end, just only 4 balls he faced in that innings, picking up, scoring just 2 runs. And it'll be good for Jagisa coming back into the team. He scored 42 runs in the first inning. So they're coming away with a win there by 10 wickets.
That's a big win for them to end their campaign on a high like that. 2 wins.
2 days.
2 days, yeah.
Now,
Inside of 2 days, yeah. So
And in the other game, the Leeward Islands, 438 for 7 wickets, batting in the first innings, and 121 not out to Justin Graves. And Hamilton, unfortunately, falling for 84. And it's Daniel Durham, the spinner. He's with Justin Graves on 35.
Again, the ball just dropping short, and they set the trap for him. But so far, he's not been able to fall into it. He's coming close. He's nibbling at the cheese. It's just not pulling the trap.
Yeah, and talking about it in the last over and effecting the change in the field in the last over, and almost a chance there. As we say, welcome back to Mr. Colin Murray, who has rejoined the CCC, the Cricket 360 commentary team.
Down at the Oval. And again, another false shot. So they just, all of a sudden, the batsmen are just finding it a little bit more difficult to hit the middle, to find the middle of the bat.
Then we see Powell there again, effecting some changes in the field as the right-hander, Brad Barnes, comes in to strike. So Jeremiah the captain, is at mid-off. He's just barking out some instructions there for field placing. And Kieran Powell just assisting him with getting them in the right places to get their attention as well. As Pyrus is being shifted to fine leg from a long leg position. It's just where he had to do that running around on the boundary and prevent a 4. Squirting out a single there. Rotating the strike. 129 for 3.
That's what they need to do. They can't just sit there and let him dictate to them, because he is bowling well, Jordan. 1 for 30 so far. Could easily have had a couple more, including the wicket of Campbell, before he retired hurt. So he's really picked it up a notch. And I don't think a second wicket is far away. And that's even better. A bit of a lifter there. It's a bit of a surprise that he got that one to jump up that high. But the over comes to an end. It's 129 now for 3.
And we've been calling for them to test out the middle of the wicket. It's a day 2 pitch. It's a good pitch out there. Compliments to the staff. Mr. Prasad. Compliments to the staff as well for Dr. Anand Rampasad and team.
So 129 for 3. It's still 65 runs adrift here of making the CCC bat a second time. The Jamaica Scorpions, I'm sure they'd like to post some kind of a target in excess of 200, maybe 250, and see if they can get the opponents under. Down the wicket he goes. This is in the air, but it's going to land safely. Just tug it away from the captain. And Jeremiah just not able to get around to that. It started to sail away from him, and it just kept going.
And they've been toying with the positioning of the fielders at mid-on and mid-off. And it's been going on for the past half an hour since the tea interval. Exactly where they needed to be. Jeremiah almost got one in that just dropped in front of him. And this time away to the right. Can't quite get there.
That's nicely played. They want a second run, but I don't think Barnes is too keen, or Glenn rather is too keen. Now they're going to get the second run, and this is careless. They might even get a third one. And at some point in time, they must recognize that the ball isn't dead. The ball is a live ball. So you have to secure the ball no matter what, no matter how far the throw is coming from. Somebody has to take, and that's an easy relay through, because there are fielders on the eastern side of the wicket. So one of them could just collect the ball, catch it, and then relay it to the bowler. It cannot pass 2 and 3 players. to go through. So it's a little bit careless, but he's back on strike. So the score pushes on now to 134 for 3 after that little gift.
Inadvertently, the partnership builds to 31, 60 runs away now from equaling or removing the lead. And a healthy run rate of 4.23.
But that is kind of part of the plan here for the Jamaicans because they have to score quickly and at the same time try and keep some wickets in hand so that they could really launch themselves after they wiped off the deficit. The aim, of course, is to try to post a good enough total to give their bowlers something to work with. And again, just keeping that one drifting outside the off stump there. A little bit airy-fairy there from Glenn, but he remains on 47. And it's 134 for 3.
Dean Smith is there to come in as well in case they need to get some quick runs. But of course, first they need to overhaul that lead. They're looking pretty solid right now. John Campbell, the captain, he should be coming back in to play at some point in time as he's resting that forearm that was impacted by a short delivery from Chamar Holder. And there's, of course, Abhijay Mansingh. Scored 61 in that game against Trinidad and Tobago. And with his 5-wicket haul, he'll be eager to come back in here and stake a claim with his bat as well to try and impact this game and get Jamaica, firstly, with some type of a lead.
Yeah, that has to be the plan here. These two are doing a good job as they holding up the CCC bowlers. And at the same time, they're chipping away at that deficit. I'm sure they probably would like to get it out of the way by this evening, if possible. Edge just wide again. It's like the ball just isn't going to hand, and it's going near, but not near enough. And that is the agony part of this whole equation. They're doing the right things. They're bowling in the right areas. The fielders are close enough, but the ball just isn't cooperating.
Yeah, he was over it sufficiently enough not to get it too high off the top of the bat. And one bounced diving away Romario Graves there, and a good effort. He got a hand to it, but couldn't hold it in to knock it down even to stop it from going for 4. And the unlucky man, the bowler, Akeem Jordan, with one chance already being put down off of his bowling and a couple chances biting the edge and not going to hand.
Another one is keeping low, and that cannot be a good sign if you're a batsman, because you don't want the wicket to start to play too pace or start to play low. That just adds to the issues that you face. It's bad enough having to face fast bowlers with a new ball, but if the wicket starts playing a little bit up and down, as they say, then your task is doubly difficult.
Good delivery there. We're asking for them to test out the middle of this good-looking pitch here. Test out that middle, see if there's anything to extract. And I was pointing to the fact when Campbell was injured with that blow to the elbow, to try a couple short deliveries at him just before the tea interval as they were setting up shop and just blocking it out. And an opportunity gone a begging there, but we can't see there is something in the middle of the wicket.
Well, he certainly sprung a surprise on him there. Now he has him thinking if he's going to do another one, maybe he should try it one time. And they're going to get the single, and they might get a second run. In fact, he gave up on the run because he thought the man in the boundary was going to come in, and he just kind of switched off, and then had when he realized that the call was for two, then he put on the accelerator. And you don't leave it for somebody else if you could get the job done.
Yeah, Evelyn there, he was just shadowing it.
Yeah, and then when he
Initially.
realized, that the man wasn't coming in, and he heard the call, then he realized, hey, mate, I have to do this.
But he is shadowing it, and he has the pads on as well from feeling in front of bat, although we haven't seen him in front of bat for quite a while. Edward should have been charging in from the boundary to prevent two. Because he's running toward the ball, and the batsman is looking at that, would think twice about coming for a second run.
Yeah, because once they got their weight, the over comes to an end. 33 completed. It's 140 for 3 now. Remember, the lead was 194. So they're chipping away here. Just to give you some scores in the Europa League. Glimp 2-0 over Lazio. That's a full-time score. Manchester United and Olympic Lyon is 1 apiece. Rangers and Athletic Club goalless after 70 minutes. Hotspurs and Eintracht Frankfurt 1-1 after 75 minutes. And Chelsea, Liga Warsaw 3-0 full-time score in the UEFA Conference League quarterfinals. These are all quarterfinal games.
Nearing.
Fiorentina 2-1 over Celje. Rapid Vienna leading Djurgården. And Real Betis 2-0 over Białystok. And Cheltenham Town and Crew Alexandra 1-1 in League 2. Again, that delivery. And in the CONMEBOL Libertadores Cup from Group C, Central Cordoba 2-1 over Flamengo. And Quito 2-0 over Deportivo Táchira. That's a great shot. That is going into the gap, trying to get there. He does well. And Captain leading from the front here. He's not afraid to put his body on the ground. Oliver 3-0 over Sporting Cristal. And Palmeiras with 1-0 over Cerro Porteño. So those are just some of the Libertadores scores. And I know last night I was looking at a cup, or I saw a cup game that's being played. That's a lovely shot. Could get another couple there. They decide against the risk. I know that Miami was leading, Messi and they were playing, but they were trailing in that game. So I'm not quite sure what the final score in that was. I think they were playing LA, but it's the end of that's Glenn's 50 from 65 balls. 4 sixes, 4 fours rather, also 6 fours, and I think 1 6.
And a good knock there from him. He came out, he was very positive, but he was stuck for a long time in the 40s as the bowling changed over to Edmund and Akeem Jordan, and just stuck in the 40s for a little bit. He was initially motoring on at almost a run a ball, or even better, when he first came to bat, for his first 30 runs or so. He's converted it into a 50, and he'll be looking to push on.
66 balls for his 50, 6 fours and a 6. And, these two just keep building here. It's 50 now required to wipe off that deficit. So they're just chipping away at it, going about it the right way, taking some calculated risks, but all the while scoring and putting pressure on the bowlers and fielders. 144 for 3. So they're 50 away.
So they're getting over the hurdles and the landmarks. Initially getting to 100 and knocking the total down to under 100 lead. And now Glenn getting to 50. And he is knocking the lead down even more under 50 now.
That's 49 away. 145 for 3 now after 34 overs.
Just curious as well, we've seen Larry Edward toy with the fielders at mid-off and mid-on. We've seen Ishmael Peters on the field, not quite sure where they want to position him, if he wants to be three-quarter away or just 10 yards away from the boundary, as well as we've seen a number of deliveries where Jeremiah, the captain, at mid-on and mid-off to the left-hand, right-hand, and he quite can't seem to set himself exactly where he needs to be to get that opportunity in terms of catches or even stop boundaries.
Because he doesn't want to go too wide, because he's afraid. Or if he wants to, he could bring the mid on straighter and go wider at mid off, or at long off, because he's kind of three-quarters of the way out in that scenario. And he has the straight mid wicket, and he has a squarer one, which is not bad. But what he could do with that straight mid wicket is bring him in a couple paces and give himself a chance at maybe anything that is uppishly leaving the bat. Even if it's not straight to him, he might at least have a chance of getting to it, because he'll be so close to it. The angle might help him. And so we see coming back into the attack now from that bottom end, Shamar Holder, 1 for 49 from 8. And they're going to ask him to give another effort here, another couple overs, see if he can prize out a wicket or two.
It's a good delivery, a good feeling on the follow through as well.
Remember when he started his first spell after lunch, the first ball was a no ball, and this one is a no ball as well. And he got a wicket. Well, he had an LBW appeal that looked plumb, but that was a no ball, and this one a vicious yorker. But that too is a no ball. So
he's bowling around the wicket.
That's a great shot. He got under it, and with that kind of power, it's only going to go one way, landing on the roof, and certainly without any real backlift or anything like that. It's just sheer timing and power. Just got under it and says thank you very much, and just deposited it over long on.
Well, that's a phenomenal shot. Playing through the line of it, lifting it, not trying to overhit the ball, using the pace of the bowler and smack bang on top of the roof.
There again, good work from the cameraman Chinfat.
It's another impressive shot by the cameraman.
Yeah, it's amazing what a good lunch would do in this place, and he certainly stepped up his game after the luncheon interval.
So just a quick inspection of the ball, a couple of quick drinks, and Glenn now is on 57 from 69, and he is ramping up now. Has a little discussion with Holders, telling him I might just show you how to play that shot.
Yep, he said, don't pitch it up there again, and I'll come again at you. And but again, it's all friendly banter. They know what's going on, how it is that they want to go about it, but they know they need a wicket here. This partnership is becoming a real nuisance to them.
And they have to be very careful. 50-run partnership is up. And if they keep building like this, they could well not only just overhaul the lead, but put themselves in a good position, because it's just 3 wickets down and the captain still to come.
Again, still plugging away. They're trying to see if he could go past the edge of the bat here, but the bat is coming through as broad as a door, as a barn door. At that.
It's a broad barn door.
Yep. Life is tough for fast bowling right now, for any kind of bowling, because these two are well set.
Nice cool conditions here prevail at the Sir Frank Worrell Field. Tugged into the onside. It was short, heading down the leg side, and he just helps it even further into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yep, he wasn't in the right position, but he got the bat across quickly. He went right across his body and pulled it through square leg. There's nobody there. There's only a fine leg and a man at mid wicket, more or less straightish mid wicket, and there's nobody at square leg or on the boundary. Now they pushed the position a man out there.
Powerfully hit through the onside. Good sound off the bat as well. 157 for 3 in the 35th over. Now the run rate now hovers around 4.5.
There he goes again. There's a man out there, but again the ball is racing going out there. They put him out there initially or after that boundary. The ball previous. And,
Well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he knew the man was set back there. He knows he's hitting against the breeze as a cool breeze comes across the ground. So he decided to hit it along the ground and got it just for 1 run and taking the total onto 159 for 3.
So this partnership is building now, continues to build 55 from 68 deliveries and 36 away now from erasing that first innings advantage that the CCC enjoyed. And they would be, I suppose they'll be happy to know that the West Indies Academy have picked up a win and they will now try to see if they can emulate that.
That over going for 14 runs. As Holder returns to the attack. Yeah, just wondering what the delay
thing
was.
is, well,
Decided another delivery because
yeah,
it
there
was a
should be
no
one
ball
more.
off the first,
Yeah,
yeah.
there should be one more ball in the over.
I'm not sure he wants to bowl another delivery in
Yeah.
this over.
But that's 13 runs in the over already.
The 14 with the no ball. Look, 13. No, you're right there. Yep.
So he has to bowl that extra ball. Sure, he wouldn't want to make it an Australian over. And he will get the additional run. He's saying 2. And but that's just bravado, as they say. He's just trying to con the fielders into probably making a 159 now for 3 after 35.
And finally that over comes and then smacked for a 6 straight onto the roof of the Faculty of Sport building where the players are housed at the southern end of the ground. And then for good measure, worked into the onside for 4 through the mid-wicket area. So shots all along the outfield and in the air. And reducing now, they'd only trail by 35 runs. So in a good position here now to overhaul this total.
So you could see the players just huddling. They're having discussions. The bowler, the captain, and of course Graves, one of the senior men. They're trying to figure out some plan of attack here, how they're going to break this partnership and get themselves back on track here right now. These two are taking the game away from them slightly and putting Jamaica in a good position, not a strong position, but a good position. And it continues, so it's good running again. They're very aggressive with their running. So they're not allowing the fielders to relax at all. They're keeping the pressure on the bowlers as well as the fielders.
Coming close to the end of the day's play. It's a 4:45 in the afternoon.
And it has gotten real good. That's a good hit. That's going to come for 4 runs.
I've been asking the question, Mr. Mark, where would you have Jeremiah Field at that mid-off position? He's neither here nor there in terms of he's not close in to prevent a single, and a couple deliveries, he set himself deeper back, a couple of them dropping short, one off to his right. I'm just wondering if he should just stay at that long off position because they are looking to go after him and get boundaries over his head.
Well, they got it, but he's still maybe a little too straight. He probably has to come wider and bring the mid-on fielder a little bit straighter because he's worried about the straight hit. That's kind of like why he's being tugged onto his left, but the ball is being hit extra cover, kind of. So he has to give himself a chance. Now he's coming back right in front of us here, but he's still very straight. So it's a real cat and mouse scenario going on here. 165 for 3. 29 runs away now, so they're well on course here, Jamaica, to wipe this lead away. And they will slice into it even more now as they rotate. And these two really have come to the crease and they've kind of shut the door on the CCC bowlers. They haven't really given them much of a sniff here. 28 to Barnes. Glenn brought up his 50 and he's pushed on. He's on 66 now. And it has not been just all big hitting. They've been respecting the good balls, but they've been punishing the bad ones. And that's the difference. And even the non-deliveries they've been able to handle very well. Nice breeze blowing around. It's cool here in St. Augustine. And I think the students who are walking by will probably going to the gym, maybe going for a swim, going for a walk, maybe whatever it is they do at this time of the day here. They're probably seeing a good display of batting from these two. 166 for 3 now after 36 overs.
So just estimating that it's about 70, 75 overs bowled in the day's play. So just about 15 overs or so left. So wondering how many of those are we going to get in? There has been a change of innings as well to deduct overs.
So right now the CCC players they're probably a little bit flummoxed here because they were going along quite nicely. They picked up 3 wickets, and but then everything is kind of stopped. They can't seem to find their way through to get another breakthrough.
And 28 runs away, 4.61 the run rate, and Glenn looking very confident on 66.
And Graves it is who's going to pick up the attack, so he's going to try something here, see if he can't buy a wicket. Yep, Romario Graves. Jeremiah needs somebody to put his hand up for the team.
So just is it 1 over from Holder? Went for the 14 runs.
Yep. Yeah, because they realize that these runs are precious now. Because you really need a wicket. That's more than anything else. It's a good first ball, but they need something to click here quickly. CCC. Oh, they've moved the man from forward short leg, put him to silly mid-off. Evelyn. Really, this is the period here where the Jamaicans themselves need to be smart. They don't want to lose wickets now. These two probably just need to keep milking the bowling. And just as I say that, he plays a big, expansive and aerial drive into the cover region for 4 runs.
Now, there is a man at Holder at cover. He just puts his hands on his hip, waving the other hand around and asking the question, and I expected to catch that. There is Corbin at an extra cover, and it bisected the gap. There he is, his hands on his hips. You know, the bowler is running in, his hands is on his hips. He never even moved. He's waving his hands around. Might have been away from him.
Yeah, it was well away from him. He never had a chance. But he probably was thinking there was a man in the cover, deep on the boundary, more forward of square as opposed to backward square. So they now moved him around. And so Holder was kind of expecting somebody to just run across there and intercept the ball. And there's a tick outside edge again. So it's just not going their way. No matter what they try, it just seems as if it's not to be for the CCC.
Well, 14 runs in the last over, the one holder from Holder, and already this over has gone for 2 boundaries.
So they're just chipping away now, and now they're not just chipping anymore, they're rushing towards it. It's 174 for 3, so they're 20 away. So it's just it's just a way. Now the sun is back with us here, so maybe that might change things. And again, they can't get it. So every run counts now, and they're squeezing everything now. They're putting pressure on the fielding team.
So 74 to Javel Glenn. He's going to be eyeing up another 100. The current partnership, 72 off of 80 deliveries, a very healthy run rate for the second partnership.
So now it's the big hit in Barnes, 20 from 34. Big right-hander looking to maybe launch. He has a mid-off and a mid-on. The mid-on as well, it's more of a long one. And so those are the areas of focus. There's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary as well, fairly square. That pushes him back to end the over. So it remains 175 for 3 at the end of the over. So they trail by 19 runs at the moment.
Yeah, not as well. The run rate now over 4.7 runs on over. And just Captain Johan Jeremiah in a bit of a problem here now. He's trying to break this partnership. 73 from 80. And Barnes on 20, Glenn on 74. He's brought back Holder. He's only bowled 1 over. He's brought on Mario Graves. He's gone for 2 boundaries. Larry Edwards at the other end. Larry Edward. He has bowled 8 overs and just a 1 wicket with 31 runs. So
Yeah, they showed a bowler here. I want to say a bowler, specialist bowler, and maybe somebody with some additional variety. Because right now they're not troubling the batsmen that much. It's almost as if they're waiting for the batsmen to get themselves out. They have the quicker bowlers who've done very well, 3 of them.
So Edward is continuing now, and it's Glenn on strike, and we've seen a change in the fielding position of the captain. He's gone to mid-wicket, and it's Holder at long off, and he's already starting Holder all the way out on the boundary.
The ball is in the gap. They've gone for 1. Holder stops it, but can't pick it up, and he's going to have to get it in quickly because these two are very capable of pinching an extra run.
And Holder starting immediately on the boundary. And had it been Jeremiah in the previous over, that may have well gone past him for 4. But Holder is on the field, starts right on the boundary edge. He shifted that bit fractionally to the right, which you were calling for, Ruskin, Mark. Have him a tad bit wider.
Again, was coming back at the bowler at much faster pace than he delivers it. Because both batsmen are very, very strong, very capable, and very beefy.
So we'll see if there's a change in the approach from Glenn. With that man out deep at long off, he's going to have to look for other avenues to score or simply just continue to rotate the strike.
Let's see if he pushes one up outside the off stump and try and tease him. There he goes, but he stays on top of it this time. Didn't try to really bludgeon it as he did previously. And I'm not too disappointed because our vehicles are in the general direction in which he's aiming.
You can see the ease with which Holder was able to just move in and field that ball. Whereas in the previous overs, we've seen it was a helter-skelter chase by Jeremiah, the captain, to try and haul it and stop it from going for 4 or even take catches.
Holder is a better athlete. He's better across the ground. Plus, he's bigger physically, so he covers the ground a lot quicker.
It's down the wicket, turning it into the onside, past the forward short.
It's another two comfortably.
Good use of the feet there.
Yeah, but he almost got past him. But again, it's like nothing is working for CCC at the moment. It's 180 now for three, so they're right within touch me distance of that 194 deficit.
Yeah, and with the field set there and the change in the field, they did have to look for other avenues to score. And you saw immediately a change in the approach, and Barnes using his feet to come down the wicket and going for a couple and getting a couple runs. There is a slight delay here. Not quite sure what the delay is. The umpires are just talking to each other from across the distance.
Graves is coming in from the boundary, so he's gonna come into bowl. And but the captain and the fielders, Powell, and they are still trying to work out field placings. And so now they're gonna have a discussion as to what they were planning. And so they're giving Graves the plan and telling him this is what we think will work. Let's see if it does.
So we've seen in this innings, and Mr. Gray will be happy with that, the impact that Kieran Powell is making to the captain, imparting some changes and some wisdom, effecting some field changes, trying to get that wicket, because it seems as though it's the losing the ascendancy now with this big partnership. So Powell just interjecting, having for the second time we've seen, and making some field changes.
Obviously he recognized that the game was slipping away from them, so he had to kind of step in and use his vast experience. And now they're doing yet another change. So the captain, who was at mid-wicket, has jogged over to extra cover. And the middle, there's like a straight, short mid-off and a long off as well. And again, the ball is in the gap. And he was reaching for that one. So they've planned that they're going to bowl him outside the off stump and ask him to fetch it out there. There's a deep cover, the man sweeping on the boundary, and a long off. Those are the men out. And then there's that little ring of four. And again, is peeling off the edge, but still short third man is being kept very busy indeed there.
So we saw the field being changed, and for a second time, Powell changing the field, moving the captain, Jeremiah, from mid-wicket across to the offside and putting him there. And now we see
that's Edmund
yeah, he's going to be put in a catching position now.
No,
so definitely the line has changed from Graves.
I think he was just trying to release the ball, but he was walking up into there as if he was going into a catching position. But he's gone back.
Actually, it's Jeremiah who's going to come into the catching position now. And they are going to have another field change. So a lot of changes being effected by Kieran Powell there. Just advising the captain. It seems as though the line of attack for Graves has changed as well.
And that's better, because now you're asking the batsmen to adjust what they're doing. And I think they need a side screen to move as the bowler goes around the wicket. And right now, Glenn is not happy, so he's asking that they bring the side screen over. And the side screen was, if it was out of position and he was hitting the ball so well,
why move it now?
Yeah, what will happen when it's in position? He might hit it out the ground. You know. In other words, he wasn't seeing it well all the time. And he's on 77.
But as I said, the line did change, so he moved it fractionally across from Graves.
And right where the captain was, he pushes it into the gap there. So the cat and mouse continues here as to who will blink first.
And he did get the outside edge of the bat for a couple deliveries in that over that Holder had to do. He was hurried at point to stop it. Could be that the line changed for Graves and having to adjust the side screen. But now the batter has changed and he's over the wicket now, Graves, to Barnes.
Yep, but we'll see if Barnes call for a change of side screen or if he'll just go with what worked for him. And he seems okay. And again, they're going to pinch another easy single. So the fielders have to at least anticipate what is going to happen. They just seem like they're allowing it to happen and then reacting to it without really anticipating what, because the batsman is not making an aggressive shot. So at square leg, you know that they're just going to push and run. And so you have to come in there flying, trying to effect a run out, but they just sit back on their heels and just allow them to gifting them those singles.
So the change field now, as we see Jeremiah and Powell in a very animated discussion at first slip on gully.
And that's a good shot. That's going to go screaming down to the boundary for four runs.
And Jeremiah just looks at Powell, throws his hands in the air to tell him as if I was just right there and I'm telling you, let me stay there. And look at them in that discussion going on there between them, just arguing about the field positioning.
Well, it's the planning as to what it is. If the bowler is going to bowl wide, then you want to give him the protection out there. In fact, that's where you want to go. But Powell's defense, the batsman did edge the ball twice in the over, and the ball almost, well, it did carry towards where maybe a second slip would have been or a gully, and but it didn't have a gully at that time, so they put the gully in. However, he's middling the ball towards extra cover and picked up a boundary there, so they go even closer now. 186 for 3, 82 to Glenn, and 23 to Barnes.
And you could still see the 3 there in I don't want to say heated, but it's a discussion going on. And sometimes it's a good and healthy to have the leaders in the team. It's Corbin, Powell, and Jeremiah just in discussions as to exactly how they want Graves to operate and exactly what field they're wanting bowling to. And the field is now settled with Larry Edwards coming back and Holder being the man at the mid-on position. So he's back on the boundary for the left-hander and just shorter to 10 yards or so for the right-hander. So with a settled field, Edward to continue 168 for 3.
No, it's be interesting to see if he bowls outside the off stump as well. And if he's going to hit it, he's going to have to pull it. So it's not the side screen he wants to move now. He wants the ground staff who handles the side screen.
Moving the movers of the side screen.
So it's a moving game. As I say, it's a moving target.
And again, they not quite settled.
And actually, they moved just as the bowler was about to run up. It's like they want to see the action. So if they stand, and now we have a little drizzle coming as well.
Hence the movement of the staff.
And, after all of that, they're able to pinch another single. And so they right within the 6 runs away. No, is it?
Seven.
187 it is. And almost have every ball they're pinching a run now, which is good cricket on their part. This rotating strike, the left hand right hand combination proving to be really a perfect foil at the moment.
Glenn on 83, Barnes on 24, and it also allows this long partnership. It also allows quick call of no there. Good calling indeed.
But you could just see the intent. They were keen on getting another quick single there. Only this time Jordan was a little closer. And that's what once they're not making an aggressive shot, that is your cue as a fielder to start traveling. And a beauty.
4.76 run and a partnership of over 70 runs as this one goes past the outside edge. Floated, allowed to spin, beats the outside edge. And what it does do, such a long partnership, is it allows John Campbell more time to rest and recuperate from that blow to his forearm.
Yep, because they don't see him again. I don't think he wants to come out again today. These two have done an amazing job. So they'll be happy if these two can see it through to the close. But right now, they are 188 for 3. So they still have another 6 runs to wipe off before they start in the black. So 188 for 3 now. 24 to Barnes, 83 to Glenn. Jamaica showing some fight here. They didn't show this in the first innings. In fact, they capitulated in the first innings for 133. They've already bettered that. 188 for 3. Javel Glenn on 83 now. Barnes on 24. And these two continue to defy the odds. So Romario Gray is trying his luck here. And Billy Furlong gets a breather. Tony Gray is going to step into the comments booth and 188 for 3, just 6 runs away. Now the game takes on a different complexion because the challenge here for CCC is how do they limit the run scoring for these batsmen and for the Jamaicans, because if they can post a 200 lead, then that could throw all the pressure back on the CCC batting last. So I welcome back Tony Gray.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Look for 2 here, and it'll look for 3. They can get 3.
Then they decide against it.
Yeah, good afternoon to you again, Ruskin. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. And as I said before the start of the day's play, I said that 200 runs or more because of the state of the pitch. And you look at Glenn, you look at Barnes, they've done well. Excellent partnership. And still, John Campbell, obviously he would bat tomorrow.
Could come back, yep. But that's the Graves is doing the right thing. He's just putting it just outside the off stump and asking them to come out there and fetch it. He has a man sweeping out on the boundary, square, just have a backward point, and he has a long off as well. So he's giving himself protection out there, but at the same time, he's giving himself possibly the best chance of maybe forcing a miscue of some sort. Over completed, 191 for 3 now, so they're just 3 away.
Yeah, it seems so very easy batting now. We talked about the second day being the best day for batting, and it's panned out that way. And the Jamaica Scorpions coming back into this game, they'll be looking for 200 runs or more. Of course, you have 2 days to go after this day, so still a lot of cricket to be played. And it's nice that they've clawed themselves back into the game with some excellent batting, partnership batting at that, with Glenn and Barnes further developing this partnership.
Yes, it certainly is going to be. The Man United and Olympic Lyonnais finished 2 apiece. Frankfurt and Hotspur 1-1. Rangers and Athletic Club goalless. And he's gone in the air. This could be out. And the catch is taken. The captain finally gets the wicket there, and Glenn really gave it away there. He went right across the line and skied one. So Javel Glenn's brilliant innings of 86 from 97 deliveries come to an end at 191 for 3.
He's got to be disappointed with that shot, first of all, and he's got to be disappointed with losing his wicket on 86. And he was looking for his second consecutive century. He made a century against Triana Big Red Force, and he was looking to play that slog sweep. Flight to delivery out the line of off stump, didn't really get to the pitch of the ball and got that top edge and was easily caught by the captain. A welcome catch and a welcome wicket for the CCC team.
Jeremiah held on to that like he was holding on for dear life because remember they put him down earlier off the bowling of Jordan, and actually it was Campbell that they put down off the bowling of Jordan, and so Jordan was not a happy camper then, and but he'll probably be breathing a little bit easier now. They got a 4th wicket before the deficit been wiped off. So there's all of that under consideration, and if they could prize out another one late here in the dregs, hey, tomorrow could be a very interesting day because it means there's a battle less to face tomorrow. We're not quite sure what the status of Campbell is, if he's going to resume his innings or if it's something more serious than that. And so this puts the loss of this wicket puts a whole different stamp on proceedings here.
Yeah, I loved it.
A lot of unknowns
The
too.
game is still anybody's game from here on. And again, Thomas coming to the wicket after a long stay in the dressing room. He's got to sort of refocus here now. It's not easy sitting down and waiting to bat because this was a really good partnership. And he would need to pick up the pieces and bat for his partner. First of all, get himself going, and then look to again sort of extend whatever partnership they can afford. But the important thing is that he maintains his wicket.
Yeah, he has to bat through. He has to come with that mindset. Just so there's a pitch of a delivery, there's a loud appeal, and the umpire says not out. Well, I'm not sure they're appealing for an LBW or a catch at the wicket. The wicketkeeper is saying catch. Others are saying LBW. So which is it? They probably confused the umpire, and he said not out to both of them.
Yeah, that's an excellent arm ball. Looked like it hit a batsman at the back pad. We'll see it again. Not afraid to flight the ball and supply the delivery.
Or it went in.
Yeah.
Whether it hit the inside edge and lobbed to slip, but the umpire said nothing. So it said it didn't hit anything.
No, I think that obviously the umpires made the right decision. It was angling down the leg side. I didn't think that he got a touch on that one, but still a vociferous appeal by the fielders around the bat. And this is an excellent effort by Edward to search for wickets now.
Another one here would really put the cat among the pigeons here. Jamaica won't want that at all. Just relieving the pressure there just a little bit. They don't want him to get off strike at all. When you have a new batsman at the wicket, you want to keep him there. Let's look at it again. That appeal. It hit the inside edge. Yep. And it loved to slip. So it really should be out. So as Tony Gray would say, he drove that into his pad. And again, still Barnes still wants to go. He's not afraid to play shots.
Yeah, I don't think that he should change now. I think that he's been going well. He's now on 24 off of 43 deliveries. I don't think that he should get in that defensive mood because the bowlers are on top at the moment. The game has changed significantly. I think that he has to be forceful and look for runs.
Cannot give away a single there. That is too easy to give away that single there. He just put one hand down, which is like his weaker hand, his right hand, and just kind of almost deflected the ball when all he had to do was stop the ball, even if you use your boot on that occasion and just stop it. But it's the end of the over. It's 193 for 4. So guess what? It's just 1 to tie, 2 to lead. So that's the situation here.
This is a brilliant effort by the Jamaican Scorpions to eclipse the lead. First of all, 194. So it's good batting. Just losing 4 wickets in the process. Remember, John Campbell still to bat. So they'll be looking to bat deep into the third day, which is tomorrow, and get a sizable lead.
There's still so much to play for in this game, and especially when the CCC players realize that the West Indies Academy won their game, they're going to want to try and see if they could finish off Jamaica themselves. But they still have some work to do here. If they can prize out, especially if they can get rid of Barnes, that would really sit well. That would send them to dinner. They'll sleep happily tonight. Or they may not sleep at all. They might be so anxious to come back to play. You know, that always happens. You kind of play the game in your mind the night before.
It works with some players. It doesn't work with others. You can get tired just thinking about the game.
How are you going to get tired, Tigre?
Some people can get tired. They use up a lot of mental energy.
You don't get, then they're not tired.
No, in the night, you can use up a lot of mental energy, Ruskin Mark.
I know, but you're not tired when you come to play.
Your problem is
You're
that
not
you never think about your batting overnight because there's no batting to do.
You don't have to think.
You
You see the ball and you hit the ball.
You don't stare at the wicket.
Yeah, you see the ball, you hit the ball.
Yeah.
Why lose sleep over that? No, you play the game in your mind the night before, and you say what you're going to do, what you're not going to do, whatever it is. But you don't lose any.
Well, I'm saying that
energy.
some people are very detailed and they will consistently play the game in their minds and will
But
be
that
tired.
works for them. That is what works for them. Yeah, there is the catch again, but he can't get it. It just keeps going to his left, to his right, and what have you. It's just not there. But that would actually level the scores here. So it's 194. So they've basically wiped off the deficit. And now, every run now counts, as they say.
It's a similar scenario what we witnessed last evening with the CCC team. Remember, Paris and Edwards were batting together.
Mhm.
So it's a similar situation. They don't want to lose any wickets here now because it will give the CCC team the advantage.
And again, similar to what just transpired, they just gift them another single. So it's and they had the right man on strike, and they just let him get off strike immediately. And so it's just simple things that they're not doing to create their own opportunities. I mean, while you want to get Barnes, but if you could get any wicket at this stage, you take it and you smile. 195 for 4. They lead by 1.
Yeah, they would want to be bowling against the lesser batsman in Thomas. I say lesser batsman, but he can also bat. And really want to be bowling most of the deliveries against him, trying to keep Barnes, who's been there for a while, off strike.
I think Naprima took care of St. Mary's today, so Naps picked up an intercal victory. Are we in the quarterfinals? So they're into the finals now. Tomorrow, Pressure Guanas and Pres San Fernando tonight. That ought to be a keen game. A lot of talent on both teams.
We've always had talented players at that level. So what we do with them after is important. It's a feeder to the national teams. It's supposed to be a feeder to clubs and then the national team.
Well, it has always been, and there he going scampering down the wicket, looking for that quick single. But remember, his teammate is no longer there. The man that he was running so well with, Glenn. So they now have to get on the same page here. And a run out here, what is what you don't want. right now because they're effectively 4 for 1.
And the other thing is that we've seen some sword fighting between the wickets, between these two batsmen. And Thomas sometimes have not responded to the calls of Barnes and vice versa. So they have to be very careful. I think they should confer between the wickets and talk about how they're going to approach things as relates to running between the wickets, because they don't want to lose a wicket at this point in time.
Yeah, this is this is where CCC now they have to put some pressure on Barnes, tempt him, throw it up outside that off stump, and ask him to come and fetch it.
That's a good shot. Excellent shot. That could go for 4. Oh.
The angle was bad. He took the wrong angle at the ball. In fact, it was gathering pace as it sped along the turf, and that's a glorious shot for 4. He hit it straight up.
Well, the ability to access the ball is shown with this shot. Holder trying his very best, but as you mentioned, the angle then cut off that ball, and it was a good shot for 4 runs.
200
but,
on the board.
Yeah,
200 is on the board now. So Jamaica starting to push on here now. 6 for 4.
Yeah, on the current run rate, that's 4.6 runs and over, so it's a good run rate.
Yeah, very healthy indeed. And more discussion again, because every blow is like a body blow here now. Every boundary is like a dagger in the back. You really want to keep them honest, limit their scoring as much as possible. And now Holder is going into a mid-on. He's fairly deep at mid-on, so you can't stop a single there, I don't think. And but that one is pitching outside the leg. So trying to sweep shot. There's nobody down there, so had he made contact, would have been a productive one.
Yeah, the other thing is that he doesn't risk taking a single here now, and he's looking to capitalize on an ordinary delivery that is going down the leg side. Flighted again, playing that sweep shot, missing it completely. He's looking to hit it too hard. And he's saying, well, it pitched outside the leg stump, so I cannot be out. Why are you appealing?
To kind of wake up the umpire. That's what it is. Make an appeal and keep the umpire on his P's and Q's. But again, it's been a good day's play. We've had some sort of lulls in the middle, but generally this morning we had some good batting. Paris getting his 100. And now we saw this splendid effort on the part of Glenn and Barnes. Really lively lead up proceedings. He's edging and gone. Finally, he's gotten it. Barnes pushing at 1, and he has to go for 30. Just what CCC wanted and what the Jamaicans didn't want is exactly what happened there.
Again, Edwards not afraid to flag the ball. He's getting the ball to turn. He's getting the ball to drift sometimes. And you know that the Jamaican, the Scorpion batsmen like to go for the drive. And hence the reason why he's not afraid to flag the ball. It was in the right area. And Powell taking his second catch in this particular game. He took a brilliant catch in the first innings. This one was an easier catch, but a safe catch at that, and a welcome wicket again. Edward has done the job for his team.
And he's exposed yet another batsman, and so it really a time here now where they could chip away even more, because every new batsman that comes to the crease, you have a chance of getting them out because they're not settled, so they're new to everything out there. And so this is playing right into the hands of CCC at the moment. It's 200 for 5. Effectively, it's 6 for 5.
Yeah, Abijay Mansingh, he's coming to the wicket. We know of his ability to bat. He can stay there. He can play in any situation. But this is a situation where you know that the CCC team will be looking to get another 1 or 2 wickets before the close of play. And if they can get 3, why not? We see them changing the course and the momentum of the game with the wickets. So 2 spinners operating at the same time. One very, very frugal, the other one is getting wickets from the other end, and they've worked well together.
Yeah, they're both bowling similar. They're bowling a line that is off stump, outside the off stump, and the Jamaican batsmen are just intent on driving at everything that is pitched up to them, and one by one, they're basically creating their own issues, and in this case, they're losing their wickets. So CCC for 10 minutes ago, they looked like they would pretty much going through the motion. Now they're back in the hunt here now, looking to shut the door on Jamaica.
Yeah, it's a good captaincy, a lot more aggression in front of the bat. Two relatively new batsmen at the wicket, and the psychological pressure of having two men in front of the bat. If Mansingh and Thomas could withstand this pressure, and then it will be okay. But I think this is good captaincy, astute, proactive captaincy to really exert more and more pressure.
But it's almost mandatory at this stage because you have two new batters at the crease. So the idea is to put pressure on them, maybe get them to try attempt a big hit or something and lose their wicket. And again, try to bring him on the front foot. Don't let him just play from the crease. Throw it up a little bit, see if he looks up and his bat follows his eyes, and head in the air, as we say.
And that's the nature of and the feature of Edwards bowling. He's not afraid to flank the ball. He's getting the ball to grip and turn. Something for the spinners there. It's a dry surface.
And when you
He's got
consider
the rewards.
he could have had Barnes earlier with that inside edge that went to slip but wasn't given by the umpire. But he eventually got his man, so I'm thinking he would be relieved at that.
The question is when John Campbell is going to come to the wicket. We have not heard anything about his injury.
If he's going to come at all. That's the other thing. Because if he couldn't come back, it probably meant he couldn't grip the bat. And if he hasn't come as yet, could suggest that it might be more serious than initially felt, or they're going to let him rest overnight and then come tomorrow. There's one that kept very low. There's a loud appeal. Did it pitch in line? The umpire says no, it probably pitched outside the leg stump. But what a shot to play at this time. And it kept low as well.
Yeah, that's an amazing shot to play. He's playing across the line of the ball, a cardinal sin. These guys are bowling at the stumps. They had to be watching in the dressing room of what was happening out there. And they have to know that both spinners are bowling at the stump. So really a poor shot to play across the line of the ball when he should be playing down the wicket. That's better. And that's an excellent try to stop that ball, but a poor delivery, a fall-up delivery, a poor delivery.
He needed to flight the ball and rather than try to bowl it into the pitch, and he paid the price for it. He finished his sixth over, not for 23. It's 204 for 5. 45 overs completed, and you can look at it. That one was very close. Now, unless that pitch outside leg, that would probably be the only thing that would have saved him there on that occasion.
It's a lot of times we tell batsmen that they need to sweep the ball against the spinners, and sometimes they go, they're just looking to sweep the ball, and they don't pick length or line. And I think that was the case there with Thomas.
He was on the back. He just went right across. He went in the wicket, actually, and swept it. So again, now Edward trying his best here. Now, if they could prize out Mansingh, they would be very happy indeed. I think they're already happy. They have 5 wickets in the bag, and but they would probably want to go to bed with another one. It means that there's a fewer wickets that they have to get tomorrow.
He's well played. Opting to play off the back foot again because he's very mindful of the fielders in front of the bat. This is a mental pressure part of it. The technical pressure too. Doesn't want to come forward. but Edwards flighting those deliveries, trying to bring the batsman on his front foot. There you go again. This is a good shot, though.
Plays it very well. It's like mandatory to be on this team. You have to be able to drive the ball, and he's just escorting the ball to the boundary. It's just one
Going on
second
there.
and release the ball. He's just like jogging behind the ball and escorting it to the boundary. He's like, okay, we will just allow this to go here, and so he
That's
just
Edmund.
is it?
Edmund, yeah, it looks like Edmund. He's
Yep.
probably very tired. It's a young fella. He's just escorting the ball.
If you're tired, you'll dive and spit one time and then get it out of your hands, not have to run another 20 meters.
So Mansingh doing the right thing, slowing down the game, not having Edward rush him. He's got to look to slow down the game right the way through. It's getting a bit dark.
I think there was some movement behind the side screen. That's why he stopped. Some of the students are walking across there. They're probably going or coming from the gym. So a really interesting day's play. And what a day we've had. And it started with the CCC 174 for 4. And boy, how things have changed since that. There's one coming in, just hitting the inside edge onto the pad, but not going to hand.
Yeah, I think that he's been brilliant with drifting the ball into the right-hander and away from him too. So it's been a mystery for batsmen to know what they can suggest against Edwards because of his variety. He's drifting the ball in and away from the right.
I would switch them, or well, he's bringing him on the onside. I was just about to say that because I want to believe that Evelyn is probably a little more likely to take that catch at forward short leg there than the captain Jeremiah. Is that it? That might be it for the day. The players are gonna leave the field. So 206 for 5 is where we end. And that's some 46 overs. And just a small lead of 12 runs. But it could be significant when it's all said and done, depending on how well they bat tomorrow. But they have 5 wickets to get the CCC, but give them credit. They've certainly fought hard and eventually got the wickets that they were craving earlier. It didn't come as early as they would like, but in the end, they got 5 of them, and they still have another 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. First of all, to have a lead of 194, it's a very healthy lead in the context of the game. And then to get wickets along the way. Now, it wasn't always easy. There were times where there was a partnership forming. Barnes and the other batsmen were forming partnerships. But they stuck with it, the CCC team, on the field of play. You have to give compliments to Edward. He bowled very well, concentrated for long periods, and showed that ability to drift 1 or 2 deliveries, but also to get turn on a pitch that is a dry surface yet. So it's responding to Edward's tight bowling, and it's has been a very good effort by CCC, and they should win this game in the end. But this is cricket, and tomorrow the first hour will be instructive and telling.
So just a lead of 12 runs, and once again, Campbell retired on 33, retired hurt, and we're not quite sure what his status is for tomorrow, but the anticipation is that he will bat, resume his innings. His opening partner, Kirk McKenzie, went for 8, Brandon King for 1, Jermaine Blackwood shaped well until he gave it away with 26. Javel Glenn, the big fish, he went for 86. And Brad Barnes also played well for his 30, but both of them departed late in the day. And Edward is the man doing the damage. He has 3 wickets so far. Jordan has 1, and Holder 1. So that is the situation here. Jamaica 133 and 206 for 5. And the CCC 327. Jamaica lead by 12 runs with 5 wickets to go. We hope you'll join us tomorrow morning just about 10 o'clock as we pick up day 3 of this very enthralling contest between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges. We'll see you then.